Just getting U.S. initial jobless claims week over week, 239,000 versus 240,000 expected. So a little bit of a downtick there. Again, 240 versus, or 239, I should say, versus 240 expected there. U.S. Philly Fed Business Index as well, coming out a little higher than expected, 12 reading on that versus a negative 10 print expected. Continuing claims a little bit higher there, 1.71 million versus 1.7 million as we get going on a Thursday morning with a number of movers, including, Alibaba to the upside, all of the Chinese ADRs to the upside, more hopes for stimulus and comments coming from regulators and the government overnight over in China, suggesting could be right around the corner. If you remember earlier this week and late last week, we were discussing the fact that a lot of analysts were suggesting not only has it not come yet, but might end up coming a little bit smaller than expected. Number of earnings to get through this morning as well. We have a whole bunch of little tiny ones, small caps, moving around this morning also. It's Thursday, August 17th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. A little bit of an upprint there as far as the overall market is concerned. Yeah, we were talking Amazon. We were talking a little bit about Alphabet here before we came on. Big tech showing a little bit of strength to kick things off. 0.3 for the NASDAQ currently, about 0.25% for the S&P. Again, initial jobless claims coming out there a little bit higher than expected. Continuing claims as well higher than expected. So maybe what the market is liking to kick things off on a Thursday morning. That should be an interesting one here as we head towards the end of the week. That's been a very, very eventful one. But at the same time, you know, we've seen kind of muted action as far as the overall market is concerned. But still a few individual names to talk about this morning.
Yeah, definitely. Continuing claims, to build on your point though, Brendo, interesting here, 1.76 million. Last time around it was 1.68 million, so it's up month over month, even though it's a little bit above the estimate. So showing some slack there, possibly in the job market. We know that that was mentioned in the Fed notes yesterday, the continuing strength of the job market, part of the reason for inflation. Yeah,
it should be a positive look here for the market itself. As we mentioned there, a little bit of strength, to say the least, here for some of these Chinese ADRs to the tune of 3% already for Alibaba. I saw NIO was up about the same, almost 5% now for NIO, XPeng as well to the upside. So it doesn't matter really what area of the world. There's 6.75% for XPeng. So stimulus hopes seems to be all the talk this morning as far as Chinese ADRs are concerned. Rahim Alani just arriving in the building. We'll talk to him about some inflation ideas as we get that higher than expected inflation print in this country earlier in the week, guys. Good morning.
Private chef thing.
Neil.
Oh,
we're just chilling out here with Rahim, who is in the building. So.
We were just chilling out here. We were both muted there. We were just chilling out with Rahim Alani, who's in the building. So we'll be talking. I don't know what we're talking about today. Something Canada-wide.
Well, first of all, I didn't get the memo about the black golf shirt day.
You never do. You never do.
That's terrible. Like,
it is
okay,
terrible.
fine. So it's Black Golf Shirt Day.
Well, it's just me and Sharif. I mean, you got that.
Yeah, but Brendan doesn't wear golf shirts.
Right.
So.
That's what I'm saying. I never used to either. I didn't think it looked that great, but it does.
It looks great. It's
fine.
Summer.
We're casual. We're casual.
You know what? So I was telling you, like, Brendan opens up with like all the Chinese ADRs are up. I had it all set up. It was gonna come to us. I had my quote board lined up. I had it sorted. I have it sorted by like percent gainers, and I was gonna show off how all the biggest names to the upside, outside of like Nikola for some reason, on my chart were like, you know, some of the Chinese ADRs. You got JD, Baba, Li Auto, Neo. So a couple of comments out of the CCP, and that market goes back to the upside temporarily. We'll definitely get into some of the big movers. The earnings are there, but trust me, there was a heck of a lot more interesting things. When the market's at 15,000 now-ish, then it can be big things for any kind of recovery. If you look at what happened yesterday, we fell apart at that 15,000 mark. So if we can recover that, I think there's a chance that you can get bullish on a few names. Amazon strong, 137 is a big level to watch there. We'll have eyes on Intel and NVIDIA again after yesterday. And it kind of slipped under the radar, but right at the end of the day, when Mullen was unable to close above $1, that was probably the easiest short that you could ever imagine. doesn't close the dollar, and then drops like 18% in about 5 minutes, and there was tons of liquidity there. I'm like, wow, well, why was I not ready for that? It is what it is. I think it's going to have to start that whole train once again. If it closes above $1 10 days in a row, that's how they got to be able to do it. Otherwise, they could get delisted. So this battle is still ongoing. Worth watching, because if it breaks out from here, I think it could squeeze.
All right, just talking with Raheem over here. Yeah, I think those Chinese ADRs are going to be pretty interesting. I'm all about still, look, the sticky note is out right now. I'm all about Alibaba. I still want to be short that name. I mean, all this economy, this Chinese stimulus, pumping in. Let's just see how much effect it actually does have. I still feel like, you know, U.S. relations, obviously with China, not super strong here. I'm still a little bit worried about, obviously, we talked about Taiwan, things that are happening in Russia and Ukraine. I don't know if that ever spills over into China. And then we have, you know, just, they're not releasing any more economic data. Like they're not even releasing their unemployment rates anymore. Apparently youth unemployment was over 21% unemployment rate, which I'm not even sure what it is here in Canada or the US. So I'm not sure that what those levels mean. But the fact that they're not going to be releasing that data anymore does scare me a little bit. But what does not scare me here is the US economy and the retailers. Amazon right now has a key level of 137. This is a big level that I've written down on the sticky note here. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. I just think if we can break this level, yesterday we did have some problems with it. Up here at 137, it was around there for the beginning of the day. We did drop through it and then it never came back. We did try to test right there again. You know, realistically, it could be 137.25. I could see that as being, you know, a key area where you want to punch through. But I am going to take an early pre-market trade. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. But I think if we can break through 137 right here, I'm going to take the long on some pressure upside. We had a report from Walmart today. Obviously, we had Target yesterday. That was up. So we're going to sit here today and look at what was the strongest and is the strongest. You know how many packages Amazon delivered on Prime Day, Neil?
I actually don't know. Walmart's tanking.
375 million packages.
One for each of you.
Yeah, one for each and more than that. I mean, I probably got 5 or 6 delivered to my house. Yeah, I was going to say Raheem's wife had 17.
Every day there's a package at our door.
Yeah, we got there yesterday.
I'm like, is it mine? I'm like, it's never mine.
375 million.
Never mind.
Yeah, 375 million in the U.S. I think alone. I think that might be North American though, but I'm not sure. But anyways, big number there for Amazon. I'm realizing a bit shiny here. I got to go put on some makeup.
All right, a few things moving around here. Overall, the market, first of all, to the upside in a big way. NASDAQ 0.5% already now, shaking off that number. Here's Walmart, though. The call is on right now, so just be aware if you're watching WMT. Not seeing anything significant as far as comments. There were a few that came in a little bit earlier, but as soon as the call started here, we saw heavy selling coming in to the downside after what was seemingly a pretty good report from Walmart.
Yeah, the sell-off seems to be spurred by the CFO saying there continues to be a reasonable level of uncertainty in the economic backdrop for the balance of the year. That's funny because they actually raised their full-year forecast earlier in the report. So, Brendo, they did well on groceries. They did well on the non-discretionary items. They actually grew their online revenue 24% year over year. Same-store sales were up 6%. So it was a good report. But the call, always the kind of the wild card. As
you said, a little bit interesting in the sense that maybe they didn't all talk to each other and get their messaging aligned here, because here's the headline. Overall, they smashed expectations, pointing to stronger e-commerce growth, as Sharif was saying, raised their forecast as well. Back to 158, or trying to hold anyways, guys, now red for Walmart.
The interesting thing about Walmart is I feel as if everything about the story was all stuff that you could have almost said it yesterday, with the exception of the guide, the 4 guidance beating. So everything else was pretty much as expected. You knew big ticket items was going to be in a down pin, and then the grocery was going to be strong. Same store sales comps were great, which I think everyone was looking forward to that. So again, without anything to pop it, like when you're trying to get through, I'm just going to show my trader days here, so I can show the weekly and the daily. If you're trying to break out on the weekly through big resistance, you need something to make it pop. And then this is at 160 on the weekly level. You're just back and forth above that level. You just need something to break it out. And I don't think there was anything in there that quite gave you that, unfortunately. So it's
I was
kind
gonna
of like
bring it up 'cause
Target,
he
that
brought
one,
it up
you know,
before.
that 138 on Target. It doesn't
Wow.
break out. I don't think there's anything there. If we can hold on to the
should
local
buy it
bottom
then,
at the
no?
open, there might be some kind of a at the open fail a break of
all the way back
158.
to where
That's
it
been
was in
local
February.
support, and then you could have a little bit of a bounce off a level like that. But not really looking for inside days on something like this for an earnings play. So it has to really regain that 158, and maybe look for it in the upcoming weeks to take out that high on the weekly, because a bit of a disappointment there. There was really nothing I thought that blew things away, unfortunately, and that's just what you get with Walmart. You saw already the reaction to Target yesterday, which was just when it couldn't break out that 138, it just sold off pretty much the entire day. So, it kind of maybe set this up for a bit of a disappointment in price action on Walmart.
Yeah, we talked about trading earnings yesterday with Target, and I think it's going to be the same kind of thing for me, is that I want to wait for there to be a level to develop, and then once we can see some kind of support and resistance. Yesterday we had it at 128 there on Target. Where will it come in through today? I mean, I was on my way in today, and certain radio stations and whatnot were talking about the Walmart and how good it was and how they have grocery and all this kind of stuff. I still worry. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but pilferage and stuff like that. We talked about, if you're going to go get razor blades or something like that, you want to go to a Walmart or a Walgreens, you got to find an employee. They're going to have to open up the case for you. You're waiting for that to happen. Then you got to pay. Then you got to get out of there, yada, 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 all the kind of stuff. Or you could just go on to Amazon, probably pay the same price and possibly have it delivered the same day. Order it from your desk right here, get home and have it. You don't have to stop anywhere or do anything like that. And I just wonder is that the mentality of many consumers out there right now? And I feel like it is. I actually, we have a Walmart near my house, and it's like you go in there, you get sort of the stapled goods. Probably back to school is going to be pretty good as well. And there are value to shopping around and seeing what they have and picking and choosing stuff off the shelf. But for me, I like the convenience of Amazon and just think that who's going to want to go into these stores? People's time now is too valuable, apparently. So it's like they don't want to go and do that. I don't even have time. I get home yesterday, I have 10 minutes, and I'm out at practice again. So it's just like it's too easy to do other things. So I worry about Walmart here and their valuation, man. We just touched 162. We've seen some stocks hit the top. It's like Apple, has the report, hits the 196, tanks down, after their report, right? So I'm wondering if that's similar to Walmart here. We were having problems breaking 162. We don't do it here on earnings. Now are we going to start to red flag down here, maybe into 154 or so where there's some support? But everybody seems to like Walmart. I don't think they're overly valued or anything like that. For me, I just would rather stay with something like an Amazon. And I just keep saying the same names over again, but like an Amazon in the retail space, or you buy the companies. I worried a little bit about Nike and Lulu just because of China, but I think Walmart should be a pretty good spot here moving forward.
Speaking of China,
let's
I
speak
got the
about
answer
China.
for you. It was we were asking about U.S. Youth unemployment.
Yes.
It is not only is it at 8%, so this is, I
that's
checked
good.
it out for 2023, it's at 8% as of July. This chart shows it for 2022, but it's essentially the same place. And that is a 20-year low.
When were we 18% there?
So
That was in
this is
2012 or-
crazy. So this would have been right after
the
financial,
housing?
the housing bubble crash, which makes sense. All employment went up, and then it's been creating ever since.
Wow.
Of course, the pandemic speaks for itself. But while China's, what did we say? You said 20,
It was over 21%.
21% and 8%, and at 20-year lows, or actually probably more than that, because I don't know how far you can do this chart back. So it's more than a 20-year low here for U.S. youth unemployment.
Sharif and I were trying to see what that was that you guys were talking about, but yeah, that's really interesting. Just quickly on big tech here, I just saw both Google and Microsoft popping back up on some volume. There was a note this morning from the Wall Street Journal suggesting Google is still well in the lead for AI-related search traffic versus Microsoft's Bing and ChatGPT. So we learned right out of the gate, obviously, Microsoft had a bit of a head start with ChatGPT, and incorporating it into Bing. But not only has, apparently, according to this note anyways, not only has Google and Bard taken over from Microsoft already, but they still are continuing to extend that lead.
Yeah, well, just looking at the price action here, Google has suffered far less than some of these other big tech names during this recent sell-off. Come to the chart. 132.5 was the high here, Brendo. We're still at 129. So Not much in the way of a pullback. Somebody knew something.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, we still can't even use BARD in Canada, but apparently a lot of people are, guys.
We're just actually talking about Nuve a little bit with
Yeah,
Rahim
Ryan
there.
Reynolds. What the hell's your
Oh,
problem?
wow, Ryan Reynolds.
I actually own that stock from IPO, NVEI.
It hasn't had, I wonder what the exact date of that high was on that name. So I actually think, look, Alphabet, if we hold on to 15,000, a lot of things can be bullish today. So just out of the corner of my eye, we're still above 15,000 mark. I think above 15,000, you want to figure out what can be a long today and where. And if you, it's kind of a dirty daily chart, but you can see 127.5, 128 previous top, breakout, and then it's been dip support for a little bit. My 15-minute kind of cleanly shows you like 128's a triple bottom. I mean, Google feels like a long at that level. I mean, if there's any chance that you're getting it off 28 or maybe a previous close or off a 129, the top of this channel is back up at 132. So if we were to have any kind of recovery trend up day, this has a decent path to be able to recover, and you've shown itself some support. It really hasn't been falling. Like, there hasn't been any kind of outsized move to the downside. It's hanging inside of the channel, which means you can play it off of support levels, and the risk to reward can be good. The only catch with Alphabet, as opposed to the other, like, you look at Amazon, you look at Apple, you look at Microsoft, you look at Nvidia, Tesla, like all these other names, they all do so much more volume. Alphabet does the least amount of relative volume typically out of those big cap names. But I do like that 128 level here on Alphabet. I don't think we'll even get a chance at it if we hang above 15,000. Maybe the 29 in front of the previous close would be a better way to go about it. But you just get way better volume everywhere else, generally speaking. Amazon has done, I see 900,000 shares, $136 stock. Google's $130 stock. It's done 94,000. Like, Amazon's almost done 10 times the volume. This is part of the reason why we usually don't trade Alphabet as much.
Yeah, yesterday I feel like I talked about this, but as this was cratering here, we weren't on the air yesterday. So I remember looking at this at 128 and thinking this is a great opportunity to pick something up, and we didn't do it. I mean, there was better longs yesterday. We had AMD for about $1. I mean, I guess it's very, very similar to this off the bottom. You had a retest right here. This was the missed opportunity because we came right back on the air right at 2 o'clock, and you could have hit that. But instead, we had AMD, so it's fine. But I do like Google here. I think that if there's going to be any names, like there's 128. If you're not. Look, I just put a video out right now. Go watch it if you can. It's just, I pinned it to the top here, and it was just about, right here, just about talking about support and resistance levels and things like that. So if you like it, thanks again for the retweets and the likes and everything. But I just feel that, whoa. Okay, hold on a second, let me zoom this back. That if you're not taking this 128 level for a long, that's fine, but these are levels that you're supposed to be taking, especially if the market looking like it's going to bounce, and you know that a strong name like Google that is held, it's the same. This looks almost exactly the same as Amazon, where you get the earnings report, bump up into support right there, and then or into resistance, and now has become support off of those levels. So I like this 128. I don't think you can go wrong going long here. If you are going to lose at some point going long because it's going to break. But I don't think today is that day with the NASDAQ up here 0.45%. I like it. I like Google today. If we ever get, I almost should have added this to the sticky note. I don't know why we didn't. But 128 is a great starting spot there to hold it against whatever that low was yesterday. What was it 127.75, something like that? Yeah, like just hold it down here, 127.50. I don't know, 50 cents worth of risk. I think you have more upside there. But let's just make sure that the market is with us. That's the one thing that we've been patient with, and that was part of the trader tip there as well. Be as patient as you possibly can. Shout out there. I just saw on the screen there. We'll look at what IVR is. Is that?
They're a mortgage company.
Oh, mortgage company. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were a VR company. Invesco Mortgage. Yeah, I don't know. I can look at it real quick. Do you have it up there? I was going to say it looks like $10 is going to be a decent support level for IVR, maybe where we are right now. I don't know enough about it. We'll have to look up trade ideas, see some different float and some metrics there when they report it and whatnot. But IVR, we'll have a look. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like they already reported. Again, this is a name we don't know. They've already reported. They reported August 3rd, it looks like. And since then, you can sort of see it's been a bit of a downward trend. But like Sean was saying, like it's got support at 10. I'm going to assume they've got a decent dividend. No, the dividends. Yeah. Well, wow. That is a healthy. They're yielding 15%. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But you can kind of see what the stock has been doing. Sometimes these are a little bit scary. Look, you can see the $10 level in here, but just understand, like a lot of times when you yield that high, it's for a reason. Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I don't know what the fundamentals of this one altogether. I guess if you're looking for an outsized dividend, a lot of times don't get into it because of that. Because if this doesn't hold $10, I mean, it looks like it already reversed and came right back in there. I mean, the $10 is the level to look at, but fundamentally, I can't really tell you much about this story here, outside of the fact that 15% yield gives me some scares. Let's go to the desk. We've got Raheem and Brendan.
All right, just quickly, this was the headline, if you missed it, going back a few days here. In this country, yeah, inflation back to 3.3%, coming off a 2.8% print in the last reading. So, I mean, it was going to happen. We were talking about the fact that it was going to get a bounce. It was just a matter of when. Raheem Alani is here once again for a bit of a look at what we can do as investors, specifically on this side of the border. I mean, it's going to be a bounce. Where it goes remains to be seen. But how can we position ourselves here to be a little bit better off maybe in the interim?
Great questions. And again, I think everyone sort of, like you said, expected that bounce to come. You know, gas and rent, or mortgage payments, mortgage interest were the biggest contributors to that bounce up. And it's sort of like, we're going to raise interest rates, thus your mortgage is going to go up, thus inflation's gone up. So, I mean, there's smarter people than us that can put this all together. But I think everyone sort of expected this number to come in a little higher than where it should be. And when that happens, again, people sort of pull in the reins and where can we save money and how can we make money almost passively. And so I know it's not a really interesting, sexy space. We want to talk about small caps and stocks that bounce and move. But some people want to look at dividends and places where they can just put their money away. They know they're going to make a little bit of cash on it so they can afford the dozen eggs that now cost, what, $12.99, right? So like we talked about. So
We were saying that yesterday. Eggflation is now a thing.
You don't want to talk about avocados.
No, oh my, yeah, that's a whole nother segment. We've discussed the fact that from a whole, the financial sector is a place where people tend to lean on in times like this. Specifically, we'll touch on a few here, but there's the daily chart of Sun Life, and a lot of these, you know, it's worth noting, have had a very, very nice pullback in the past couple of weeks here.
Yeah, again, they're not the sexy names. They're not the names that are going to see a lot of action. But you look at some of these insurance companies, and they do tend to be places where people will look for safety during inflationary periods because of the fact that they will contribute their dollars that they earn back, a little bit of the dollars that they earn back into their shareholder community. So they just announced a normal course issuer buyback that we've talked about in the past. Again, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. And so they announced that they're going to buy 17 million shares back in the market starting next week. So on a daily basis, you'll see, you know, them through their brokerage facilities buying back shares of Sun Life over the course of a 1-year period that they're allowed. So things like that, you're going to start to see companies getting that money back into the hands of shareholders.
We were just talking a little bit off camera there before we came on. Why specifically, in your mind anyways, insurance versus a traditional bank?
Again, to the same point, you know, there's not going to be a ton of lift in brand new business. Like they have talked about bringing in dollars from wealth management. They have brought in dollars from corporate insurance, and all those things will continue to need to be there. But like you know, and I'm sure all of us know, you don't get to call the insurance company and say, hey, listen, I had a bad week. Can I pay you next week? You just got to keep paying your insurance bills, right? So those numbers will continue. And again, you're going to sort of know that that's what it's going to look like. There may not be accelerated growth in their revenue periods like we've seen with some of the grocery stores that we'll talk about later, but we'll see sort of that continued business being there. Now with the bank, slightly more different. If your money is with the bank, and again, they do require people to have transactions, they do require people to have their cash sitting in the bank so that they can leverage that cash, people do start to get a little bit creative with their financials when things like this happen. So you may see banks pull back a little bit, maybe not even pull back, but their profitability may not be as high during these times, and dividends may not be as high during these times versus in, the insurance companies. So in theory, you would think that the banks would be a better place to play, but insurance companies do continue to offer that steady state of dividends.
So Sun Life, SLF, and then there's MFC, Manulife. Anything recent on Manulife?
Again, same thing. They just put out a 32 cents dividend. So if you want to put in 25 bucks, you get 30 cents back, 32 cents back on your dividend there. And again, these things are putting out monster numbers. They're $1 billion in net income, and they're bringing in, again, outside dollars on the active wealth management side. So both those companies, you're going to see those net income numbers increase nicely for them.
We've touched on in the past a number of times the impact and the size, I guess, of the energy space in this country specifically. I mean, there's a ton of different areas you can go to here. In your notes here, you had Suncor, but that's one of many.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And again, same thing with the way the energy trade is going. You know, people are still thinking, is energy going to hit $100? Or sorry, excuse me, is oil going to hit $100? What that does to all of our gas prices, inflation, that's a separate matter altogether. But these energy companies have done extremely well in the last couple of years because of the fact there is so much money being poured back into taking down their debt and into dividends. So they just announced 52 cents a share on the dividend side. 608 last quarter, they announced their numbers, 1.9 billion in earnings, 680 million goes into share buybacks, 679 million into dividends. So they're putting that money back into the hands of investors, which is a great sign to see if you are an investor. And again, clipping 52 cents is a nice place to be.
Yep.
The interesting thing with first refusal on that project, so they have exercised that. And so it'll be interesting to see where this plays out. So there might be some news around that going into the end of the year. Suncor believes that will get all resolved before the end of the year. So just keep an eye on that in case there's any friction around them. And you got three big names of Total, ConocoPhillips, and Suncor.
Most of these guys across the board going to be dual listed, both here in Toronto and in New York as well, including this one. Loblaws, I want to make sure we get to Dollarama as well, but here's L in Toronto.
Yeah, and again, Loblaws has been a source of contentious friction, let's call it.
You can say it.
Yeah.
They had some negative headlines.
Woe is me, we only made $508 million last quarter, so that sucks.
Yeah.
But, they're doing it on the fact that revenue is up 7%, up to $13.4 billion, and it's not our fault that eggs cost $12.99 a dozen and avocados are $17 a bag and blah,
Insane.
blah, blah.
Yeah.
So we only made $500 million. So, I don't cry for them too often.
No.
And they continue to make good money. And so, this is going to be one that's going to be interesting to see. Now, because they own so many different brands, they've got the Shoppers brand, obviously, but then they've got the No Frills, they've got Loblaws, they've got all the different brands under there. So it's going to be interesting to see, will people shift, for our American friends, it's like having, the Whole Foods and then sub-brands under it that are slightly more cost-effective. Will people make the move to those other brands, or will they simply go to other grocery stores that are more cost-effective because they don't want to go into the Loblaw brand of companies? So just keep an eye on that. Again, inflation will continue to push these numbers higher, supply chain, et cetera, they'll find ways to blame that. But 508 million, excuse me, when people are not having enough money, like you said, to afford groceries.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
In a quarter, 508 million.
In the quarter,
in the
me,
last
yes.
quarter.
Yeah.
And then on the other end of the spectrum here, Dollarama, obviously DOL, one of those tried and true, long-term type of plays.
Yeah, that's one that we talk about every time we talk about inflation and retail. Where do you want to look? 1.29 billion in sales. 21 new stores open, 22% EBITDA. Same store sales are up 17%. So what you're seeing there is, Loblaws is here, the dollar store is here. Where am I going to go to buy my widget that I need? If it's toothpaste, if it's something accessible that's at both Dollarama and maybe a higher price store like Whole Foods or Loblaws, where are you going to go? And so what you're seeing, because of that 17% same store sales, I think is that, like Sean, when he goes out to Walmart and says he orders from Amazon instead of Walmart, same premise that somebody might just go to the dollar store to pick up their toothpaste or their bag of chips versus going to a more expensively priced store like Shoppers Drug Mart or Loblaws. So, inflation, you go where it's safe and where things are a little bit more cost effective, and you know what they're going to cost every time you go in.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing that with Dollarama, and then we've talked about this before. South of the border, there's Pesorama. There's another one if you're looking for that Mexican dollar store exposure.
Speaking of, Sean, He had a question on Canadian Tire.
Hi, Sean.
Hey, Raheem, how's it going? Yeah, we talked a little bit before, not too bad. We talked a little bit before about retail earnings, and you've come on our show and talked a little bit about Canadian Tire. And for those of you in the States that maybe don't know, they're at sort of a kind of like a Walmart, but not too much grocery there. What I noticed is they have a 4.7% dividend, so that's great. But look at this chart, Raheem. We just had a huge move down from 190 all the way down to 158 and change. I'm looking to get into this name. What say you about Canadian Tire?
Yeah, no, they did get smacked a little bit a couple of days ago. They put out their financials. They weren't as great as they, could have, should have been. The thing that was most telling, though, was they pulled their forecasts. And a company that's a large cap company here in Canada pulling their forecasts is going to be a move of trepidation. So just, the negative spin or publicity that goes with we're not going to put out guidance this year is a little bit telling. So again, we don't know how sales are going to go, going back to school sales, all of those things. Right. Inflation, will people be spending as much? Tough to tell, but the fact that they pulled their guidance is a little bit of a weak sign, and the market sort of definitely punished them for that.
Okay, so maybe a wait and see what the next quarter brings, see if they can straighten out their...
I guess it depends. If your kids call you and say, we want to go to Canadian Tire to buy more baseball gear, then you know you're okay.
It's hockey gear now, and like I'm spending...
Hockey gear, yeah. And if they say, let's go to the dollar store to buy it, then again, you can go that way.
Yeah, we'll find safety. Thanks, Raheem. That was just a question I had, and I think we could do this more often with you. Maybe I'll ask the audience next time you're on if there's a question.
Well, if you're here, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no worries.
Because if you've seen what's been going on with U.S. Steel, and obviously it could be some consolidation there. Maybe they get a deal and maybe they don't. The irony being, if the company that has that possible bid coming in from Europe, incidentally, bought up a Canadian company a few years ago. So is there any name, maybe in specifically, or maybe you can come back to us with one that you think could be a sympathy play? Do you see consolidation not just happening elsewhere, but is there a name here in Canada that could be hot and catch a little sympathy off this steel fire?
Related to steel or just in general?
Just, I mean, in general, the metals space, if there's any name.
Oh, in the metal space. Yeah, I think we've talked about that a number of times. I think you're going to see some of the bigger players like Teck going and buying some of the smaller assets that are out there because, again, I've said this, probably preaching to the choir. I might be the one-man choir. But there's going to be shortages of copper, zinc, strategic metals. The U.S. Just announced adding copper to the list of critical metals. So I think that's going to see a lift in U.S. copper assets. Will people go out and start to buy these assets up because of that fact? I think that's going to be a very telltale sign of acquisitions starting to move into the U.S. and into North America and into sort of the world in general. You're going to see a lot of copper, zinc acquisitions start to take place, in my opinion.
As always, we'll see how this plays out. And as we said, obviously, there's going to be a bounce in inflation, but it's a matter of how much and how far and what we can do in the meantime to be prepared. Raheem Alani is Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Great to see you.
Anytime.
All right, let's do a couple things here. We'll get Sharif back in here and get him set up for the futures, guys. What are you looking at so far?
I think right away we have to get to Hawaii Electric, just because ever since last night, look, there's a class action lawsuit already against them. I'm not here to tell you how big the liability could be, but there's been a rather large loss of life and property damage, and there was another headline this morning saying that they possibly knew about the risks of wildfires for years and didn't take any action. So all of the little pieces are lining up for some potentially gigantic liability. Now, underneath that 14 was a flat bottom break. The only reason we didn't take that yesterday was because of how late in the day it was, but it is now gapping beneath that level. This is just, as a trader, to me, this is the short pops, and if it breaks out at 14, that would be the break back out level. But if it's short pops till there, look for a curl and play the direction. I do not know where the bottom could be. There's no point in even speculating. $10 is now broken. You could see any even dollar number show up. If there's a halt or multiple halts to the downside, sometimes you can get a relief rally when it holds that halt price and then breaks out and halts up once. Sometimes that's not a bad setup to try and work along, but I would just say short the pops. Maybe there's a curl at 11 because you had some resistance down there. Maybe it's 12, but if it's under 14, I would only be looking in one direction on this stock until otherwise, or proven otherwise.
So today, I'm just tweeting this out right now. Today is Apple Dividend Day. So everyone gets to celebrate, not even a huge dividend, but I'm just reading this right now. Uncle Warren gets $220 million today in a dividend payment for Berkshire with Apple. So happy Apple dividend day. I almost said discount day. Apple's sort of been on discount here, right here. Maybe, what do you think? I'll give you guys one guess. What do you think Warren Buffett's going to do with that dividend here today? I'm not going to, I don't know if he's going to put it back into Apple, but yeah, I wonder if he has the drip going on right there. So he gets the shares instead, just adding to his Billy share position there. 51%. Of the holdings.
I'm actually curious about this because it's at some point if you hold so much,
cash wouldn't mean anything to him.
But if you hold so much, at some point, like I wonder if there's like a different special mechanism for him, and
probably.
No, but there almost has to. Of course, there has to be. I just don't know exactly how that would work out.
Wouldn't that be something else? You log into your account today. It's like, oh, I'm not even sure if I made money yesterday or whatever. Oh, there's a nice dividend.
That's right.
Like my dividend payments are like $40, $30, like something just dripping in there. I'm like, oh yes, I got half of a stock or something like that, and then now it's like, boom.
Or you could just buy yourself like what kind of franchise could you buy nowadays for under $1 billion?
Under $1 billion? I don't know.
Can you get a sports
Ottawa
franchise?
Senators, I think you
can get a hockey franchise for $220.
$220? No.
They
said. I mean, I think Ottawa must be the least valued NHL franchise, if not maybe Phoenix, maybe. Okay. And I think they were talking about Ottawa being purchased. I don't know if it was done yet or not, but I feel like it was done for between $600 to $800.
You know more than hockey. You know more than me there.
Yeah, but in baseball, I mean, what was?
Good. Yeah,
Jeter just buy.
Look, man, you need billions of dollars for the. You can be a part owner for that dividend, though.
I forgot to ask Raheem about Portnoy bought a horse for $650,000. I don't know.
Really?
What
was it called?
I don't know. I was going to ask him, but he's right. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was in some Saratoga. Yeah. I'm going to ask you for some picks next time about whatever the next race is. Did you do well on any of those last couple races?
I do okay.
He does okay.
Not great. My kid does well.
His kid does well, yeah.
I should put that on.
You ever? Well, that's okay. You ever seen those things when it's Super Bowl time and they have like, they put dog food out or whatever, and the dog just goes to whatever one, and then they say
whatever your system is. As long as you have fun.
I mean, this is why
buy
Vegas
DraftKings
is what
right
it
now.
is, and DraftKings is what it is because we all think we know something, but we actually don't know anything.
No,
it's actually really great.
That's why they call it
how
gambling.
I trade some days. So, all right, over back to the desk. Let's get this party started.
Up 0.25% right now on the ES September contract.
Muted.
Up 0.25% right now on the ES September contract. We almost touched 4,400 this morning. 4,409 is as low as we got. An interesting article coming out of Bloomberg yesterday night talking about 0 days to expiry options, and that being the reason for the huge sell-off we saw on Tuesday. Those 0 date to expiry options were for 4,440 here on the ES. Look where we kind of based out yesterday, 4,450. So definitely looking at 4,450 as a level of resistance. If we get there, keep your eye out for the shorts.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open this morning. Make sure you grab that if you haven't done so already. Super easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. It's absolutely free every single day. Enter your email address, and then it just shows up in your inbox. As I said, for free. Let's talk Chinese ADRs. Some more discussion overnight coming out of China suggesting that stimulus is around the corner. We've been hearing this for seems like months and months and months and months, but no sign of any actual movement yet. However, significant moves here for individual names this morning. 2.6 for Alibaba. I mean, you go through the EV group, it's 4, 5, 6% to the upside today.
Yeah, big move for Chinese ADRs. Yeah, overnight, China said to be considering countermeasures to the Biden administration's executive orders. Not sure exactly what that means, but one can speculate that they're looking to circumvent whatever those measures may prohibit. We know that they do not want them investing in quantum computing, chips, and other important sectors, Brendo. AI.
We've discussed in depth in the past about how these typically can, gap up and then come back in, or gap up and just do nothing all day long. So let's see. Which one are we focusing on here, guys, for Chinese ADRs?
I don't think they do nothing, but I'm still in the for a few of these names, it still feels like it's in the dump it mode. Like JD yesterday, the whole thesis for me was it was underneath this flat bottom break. It broke the 50 period, so it's trending down. Just because you gap up, I don't really see that much different here. Like if it doesn't get back above like 36.15, I still think there's a short under here. Like maybe you give it up if it's above. You give it up that short if it gets above 36.20, let's just say. But even if it got higher, like there's still 37.20. Your bottom of the channel is still underneath the 50 period. I think whether you look at that or I know you're gonna Alibaba is probably worth a play. I just want to mention, look, XPeng reports tomorrow. And NEO, I ignored that $11 level on NEO, which was kind of, maybe that was just silly yesterday because the even dollars have been really good on the stock if you catch a bounce there. I suppose if the craziness happens today, NEO at 11, I know I said I'd be on the bid at 10, but I'll probably try 11 if it gets down there again. So I just wanted to throw that one out there. XPeng does report aftermarket, and that is the one maybe to watch today. It is up 7% before earnings, so it's gapping up more than all the other names that I've seen. So if it goes squeezing, I'm just kind of alerting to this $18 area here on XPeng. Another name which has been beaten up, I mean, it could be a false break through 17. That's a good level on the daily. I like 18. That was previous support that got broken down. But if there's a big, big move up, I will be looking to fade it on these Chinese ADRs. And wow, Hawaii Electric is going to be down another. It's already going to break $9. You can't wait till the open here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we indicated Hawaii Electric on the sticky note, but I should have just gone short when we did it and not waited for the open. Knew that was going to be down. We talked about that on the after show yesterday about how Hawaii Electric, and I was just like, it's sad about trading it. I always feel bad for shorting it because the people that have gotten hurt are going to need to get money out of this company. Yeah, it seems like, and that may not be one of the things, but we'll wait on that. All right, Chinese names. All right, so look, obviously, the way we've been trading Alibaba the last little while has been pretty hot fire, so we'll just keep on it. And we've been going short, and we've been breaking these levels every single morning. These big candles down, big movements down. And look what's happened today. We get bumped up on what I think is probably fake news, all the way up to 92 bucks. That's going to be a good short. I'm going to try to be patient, start the short right here at 93.50. This is just a 20-minute chart. I don't have any lines drawn on here. This is just straight for support and resistance. $94. I just want to go back a couple days. That's where this drop sort of started from. So I'm going to play it off 94, maybe 94.50 right into here. If we can draw this coming through right there, 94.50 or so, I could see this being some kind of a support and resistance level. You go back, you go back, you go back. So let's just wait to see what happens at 94.50. I'm going to get the party started pretty light at 93 if by any chance we get up to that level. I feel like this is going to be one of those names that is not going to go up today, and it might just fade out. I don't believe any of this. I don't think the Chinese stimulus really matters that much to these stocks, but we'll wait to see. I still think the Chinese government don't want people to get rich investing because then that just paves the way for different kind of employment and giving power to the people, and I don't think they want to do that. Could be completely wrong on that one, but Alibaba now pretty bad off of earnings. Nice move to the downside here. I still want to be low on this, and I apologize if anybody is long any Chinese names. I'm long Alibaba as well on my long-term account. I don't know why I'm not liquidating this. Maybe today is a good spot for that, but I don't want my day trading bias to maybe impact that. So we'll wait to see if this economy gets going again. Like I said, man, pausing on some of the releases of information, economic information is not a good thing. We heard Raheem talk about that with Canadian Tire as well. So let's wait to see what happens with Alibaba today, but your boy's going to be short, Sticky Note Nation.
All right, let's go on to Walmart here. Back to the upside. Got back green, in fact. We're up 0.6 now for Walmart. It seemed like the call caused that sell-off. We get all the way up here to 164 early on this morning and then just absolutely flushed as the call started. But decent report, to say the least here. Walmart's still expecting stronger e-commerce growth and also raising their outlook going forward. Yeah, you alluded to it, Brendo. We went back green here. Walmart CFO causing some of the decline right there in when the conference call started, saying there continues to be a reasonable level of uncertainty in the economic backdrop for the balance of the year, and then in the same breath saying consumers are not compromising. Their willingness to spend continues to be strong. The CEO coming out and saying as well that the strong back-to-school sales will help as well as the holiday season. So some conflicting stuff. Yeah, still, I mean, as we said, decent report here overall for Walmart, guys. Retailers in general, I mean, a lot of them report this week, not much action or follow through.
Yeah, like I don't know, like sometimes you read those reports and it's like Walmart earnings tomorrow, what to expect. And you read that report and then you read what it comes out as, and there's just not a heck of a lot that wasn't already in anything you could have read yesterday, which to me is not usually what blows you out the top and breaks into a new range. That's what you want to see. 162.5 is a local top here. I would have thought that if you could break out there, it's a much more exciting trade. We'll do this again to show you the weekly. You're at a very large resistance level on the weekly chart with a 160 top. So this is what we're battling. This is what you're battling against, trying to get through that on what was pretty much an as-expected report. I know the guidance was good, but then they warned on the conference call of some slowdown. So that was kind of a mixed bag going forward as well. So I love them, but I don't know if the day trade has enough to get us through that top to punch through and give you a breakout. So I'm not really thinking that this is going to be it. I like the fact that it's held 158, that pre-market low, and then that's been some support the last couple of weeks. So that might be a trade down there if there's a 158 dip and you get a false break at the open. That could be a long. Outside of that, I don't really see much of a play with them. We will be looking at some other retailers, obviously. Amazon, that 137 level we've talked about a couple times. That's a really good one. Wanted to shout out Suseno for the super chat there. Appreciate it. From Indonesia, so we appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the show there. Your first super chat. So I hope you're enjoying this show. It should be a wild market. We have gone up and down this 15,000. We're now back underneath it here. Walmart, put it on the back burner. But I have an alert. I mean, if it breaks 162 next week or something, it could always be a breakout trade another time.
Yeah, we looked at Target yesterday, and you can see from Target's earnings, they were up, 9% in the pre-market and then pretty much fell all day here yesterday. I don't know, these wicks are getting worse and worse, it seems like. But there it is from yesterday's open. Nice move right away, and then just trending lower all day yesterday on what was perceived to be a better report for them. I mean, people didn't like the report for sure, but they did like Walmart early up to 164, and then that fade back down to 158. So I feel like, just like Dan always talks about the IB, the initial balance, you got to watch out here for what range Walmart's going to try to put in here off the jump, because 158 all the way back to 161, that's a pretty sweet move. And that was just as we're going on the call right now, up $3 and now fading back down again. So I would just say you want to wait for this, maybe a break of 158 and you go short on Walmart. For me, we've already talked about it. Well, we're going to talk about Cisco next, but I still like Amazon long, even though the market's coming in pretty nicely right now. I still like an Amazon long here breaking through 137, but I don't know, man. Now this market's trying to drip again. So I do have an Amazon bid down here near 136. Maybe that will come into play here today, but yeah, this market's coming back down to the downside. So I'm not 100% sure what I even want to do anymore here today. I'm still bidding Amazon 136. Let's see if that can work. This is the retail name that I like.
All right, let's go on to Cisco here. I wanted to mention this real quick. I was going to talk about this earlier, but we did not get to it. Kathy Wood picking up $16 million, not a lot, but worth a note, of Archer. That you'll like this, Sharif. Vertical taxi company. So Kathy Wood finally dipping her toe in, I guess, to the eVTOL market there with Archer, ACHR, worth a note today. Anyway, here is a ton of analyst moves on Cisco coming off their earnings report. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all to the upside here for Cisco on a beat. I mean, the initial move was downside, but here we are, not doing a heck of a lot, but holding higher.
Yeah, this is a company that had their heyday in the 90s and hasn't really done much since, but they used the trigger word, AI, and analysts were loving it. Looks like that they're actually trying to incorporate that with networking. You can't just have chips. You need to be able to transfer the data, so that's where they come into play better.
I'm shocked that they talked about AI. As we mentioned, I was just double checking the volume here. 200,000 shares for Cisco, sitting at 54.
Yeah, it's with that kind of volume. I don't know really how you dig yourself into it, but the only trade that sets up, I mean, technically it actually sets up pretty well, because if you have a failure in the aftermarket initially, like a lot of people selling, maybe they get trapped and they get on the wrong side of something when you think you've made a bit of a top, and this is a daily, so 54 is a bit of a breakout price. It's been a gentle trend to the upside. So it's not horrible to just look at a trade off a false break of 54 that traps more shorts to the downside, and maybe you look for that holding. The other issue with Cisco is ATR is like 79 cents. So if you're putting a trade on in Cisco, you really want very tight, like 5-10 cents worth of risk. It's not going to move. You're not expecting it to move $1 for you. Maybe on earnings you can get that, but even the way the market's going today with this seesaw action back at 15,000, I'm not sure that this is going to be worth it here on Cisco. But the only trade I would look for would be a false break of 54 and then back up. But if that sets up, there's probably a bunch of other names which have better false breakdowns where you can get a break of support and then a bounce back to the upside. So it'll be a pass for me likely on Cisco. I just threw in the chat, we had a super chat asking, and shout out to anybody that sends a super chat into us. So we try to get to every question we can, but sometimes it stands out when you send one. So we appreciate you, Ian. Do we know why UNH took a dump about 30 minutes ago? United Health and Hum as well to the downside. I didn't see anything on the wire myself, but we'll have a look into it. UNH has been a strong stock, but they did dump like $20 in just a few minutes there. So we'll let you know. But Cisco's going to be a pass for me.
UNH 503 down to 486. Yeah, there has to be some sort of a news.
I didn't see it.
Here's UNH right here. I don't know. I mean, we can look it up. I have the Benzinga newsreader here. Just to see if there's anything on here. Here it is right here. No, I mean, I'm just looking to see if I see anything. Third Point takes a stake. That was Monday. Hedge funds increasing position. So, yeah, there is nothing on here, but it is a nice move to the downside. I wonder if there was possibly something on, did Biden come out and maybe say something? But I don't know. It's not very much volume at all. 130,000 shares, but there goes UNH to the downside. Yeah, it could just be, I mean, here, this is why it's surprising to me, because you had a shelf rate there of 5,502 breaking back down below, and now you're back into this area. I don't know. We'll find out. I've never invested in UNH, so I'm not sure if this is, obviously looking at the daily chart, it's not a typical move, but thanks for the super, down due to CVS, apparently.
Yes, the CVS is losing a deal, so it's sympathy, it looks like.
Okay, so there you go. So that's what I mean. I don't know enough about the company, but all right, let's go on, man. We still have a couple more names to go with only 8 minutes to go.
Another day, another couple of positive notes here for NVIDIA, back to the upside right now. To the tune of about 1%, it looks like here at pre-market. Rosenblatt and Oppenheimer today with their turn, I guess, to jump on the NVIDIA bandwagon.
A measly $800 is what Rosenblatt is positing NVIDIA reaches. But let's look at what Citibank analyst Atif Malik said. Basically, he reiterated his buy on NVIDIA with a price target of $520. He says that the current quarter could see a 90% year over year and a 12% sequential growth in their data center, Brendo. We know that the Chinese were buying hand over fist these AI chips, anticipating a ban. Now we know the Saudis were buying them as well. So maybe more things.
That's aggressive. That's aggressive. I mean, they clearly, Rosenblatt buying the dip apparently on NVIDIA here, guys, saying it's going to double from here.
Yeah, eventually. It's just, look, it's with analysts, you have to actually find and read analyst reports if you want to understand their logic, because some of them are telling you something that they think will happen in the next year, and others might have some other, like, way outside, like, long-term play. One of the things I respect about Kathy Wood is a lot of times they'll be, like, open about the kinds of things that they're looking for when they think a stock's going to be nuts in the next 5 years. Like, they have their own unique research, and everyone has theirs. So I don't know anything about why they think 800 or whether they think it's 5 years from now or 1 year from now. What I do know is it was a ridiculous pullback, or I guess bounce to get it back above the 50 period. That still sits at that 430, 431, 432 level. Didn't quite get there yesterday. You have some support in there above it. So if we do get a dip down to that price, like that 31, 32, that's a 50 on the daily, I kind of still like that. If you pop up here and see the mid 440s up to 448, that's been resistance. So those are the levels I want to play off. I don't want to be diddling too much. I do also like another chip name, which basically had pretty much the same kind of move, a little more extreme in the morning, but in the afternoon it was the same 1.5% move. And the 34 level lines up is pretty clean. If the market wants to pop into here and fail 15,000, then I like the 34 even on Intel. That's where we were in the afternoon, so that's kind of a level that I'd like to go back to. It just might be more of a clean entry point than wherever NVIDIA happens to be. But I'm not completely convinced in this bounce. If we're failing 15,000, this market still looks weak. I think as long as we go back and forth off this 15,000 level, you want to stay nimble here. So the name that I like for weakness is this name, Intel, underneath the 50 period. NVIDIA it could still hold on to it. That's where I would be looking for that dip buy. And if you see anything in front of 50s, that's kind of a go for it short.
Look, this is my Twitter from yesterday when we absolutely destroyed NVIDIA, but we were very, very patient. We waited for some of these tops at 444. You know, we had this top $7 or $8. Then we had it again right at the close for another $5 or $6, all the way to the downside off of some of this VWAP area, right? So I'm going to try to wait for something like that to happen again. So I want to thank everybody for all the likes and everything. Follow me on Trader TV. But you could just see here, well, we have a bad week again. Yesterday's NVIDIA trading right into here, right? Let it have these levels and let's go through it. Something just broke. So we just got, well, no, we just got Amazon on the long, which is fine. It's 9.25 right now. We're long Amazon. But it's, I just want to wait. I think it's still going to be a short here. I don't mind the upgrades. Obviously, whoever upgraded them is not concerned about PE because the PE is already whack. It's not going to double from here anytime soon, like Neil said. So I don't really take the price target into consideration when this happens. But yeah, I think people just getting geared up ahead of earnings, right? So that when they do blast their earnings and it rips up, people can say, see, we upgraded the stock. So, you know, congratulations. But let's just wait to see if that does happen. I'm still looking for a 434 break to the downside. Whether or not that happens today, we'll find out. But here it is right now. 444 is the level that I'm going to be looking at. And let's just talk about quickly here because Amazon, there's my long. We lowered the amount of shares that we were taking here on this break. So, well, not a break, but on this support level. I didn't like this action here in the NASDAQ. We started to break below the 50 period, starting to go to the downside. So I don't necessarily want to be dug in too far here into Amazon. But on the imbalance locator, there it is right there. Amazon, the biggest name with a sell side action here. So no surprise that obviously I'm getting filled there at 136. But this is exactly what we put here on the sticky note, that we wanted a 137 break long. So if it's going to come down to 136, let's test it against yesterday's bottom of, what was it, 130? Well, I mean, yesterday's bottom, 135. We're already down there today. So let's wait to see if we could do something about that. Yesterday's close on Amazon, obviously down here at 135. That's the level that I was hoping to protect at some point. So we'll see if we have to do that or not. But right now we're in the money, an amazing 10 cents on this trade.
All right, day number 3 here for VFS. Down again this morning to the tune of about 7.5% currently. But I mean, you got to give this thing credit. It's starting to hold here at higher levels, I feel, than most believe it should be. So not sure. I mean, yesterday ended up being a little bit quiet as far as price action, just kind of back and forth after the initial move. But 27 turning into a thing for VFS.
Yeah, a lot of business commentators speaking negatively about this name yesterday, and you know, they may have a point. Well, let's look here. They want to produce 50,000 vehicles by the end of the year. They'll have to more than double what they've already produced year to date to reach that. They also have an issue with cost. I mean, the VF8 has almost 100 miles less than the Model Y, yet is only $1,000 cheaper and not eligible for the $7,500 tax credit offered by the Inflation Reduction Act. So I don't know, fundamentally here, kind of suspect.
Yeah, volume still pretty impressive yesterday on VFS, not doing a heck of a lot here, however, today, guys.
Volume's really dying on this thing. The only reason there was a trade is because a big whale seller showed up there in the afternoon or at lunchtime at 30.50, and then another offer at 31. So I'm kind of hoping the same thing happens again. If I see that big seller, if it gets up to 30 and I see that big seller again, just stand right in front of it because it gives you an easy out. So I think you just do the same thing here on VFS, which means I'll be looking at not the tape, I'll be looking at the level 2 to see an indication of big sellers. And if I see that, then it's go time. Otherwise, I don't really think there's a VFS trade today. If there's a crazy mover, I think HE is the one that you want to be focused on today. Not just because the volume is, I mean, 4.7 million to 66,000. It's kind of an easy choice.
All right, I'm just watching Amazon here. It just hit the 50s. So like I said, it is a good thing that we did lower our share size here. We do have another fill right there at the 200 period. So here we go, Amazon. We're in this name, and there's only now a minute and change left. I don't know if we're going to VFS. Yeah, we had that trade yesterday, short 30.50. Covered the most of it at 28 for a good trade there. This is what we're looking at. WeWorks on there. TTOO back down. Watch out for 40 cent level. That was big yesterday into that. So is Miss Cat going to be on the bell? We have 1 minute to go right now. Alibaba with a bid as well coming through, or Ramina, whoever's going to go over there. Oh, it looks like it is going to be Cat, so that's nice. All right, get ready to rock and roll here. You're now with the best of us, so let's see if we can get going back up to the upside. I'm still looking to short some Alibaba, checking notes, Amazon long, we're already in that. We'll watch out for Hawaii Electric as well, possibly on a halt. Maybe.
It's bouncing to the upside. I would not be surprised if HE in either direction halts off the open. I'm looking for a failed break of an even dollar in either direction here to try to short. So we got about 20 seconds to go here. I'll be on HE because I do think it's going to be the first thing to make a big move. I do like to short in JD if it's going to pop a little bit. We talked about Intel as well. Mullen at $1 will be on the radar in case it does a very, very quick failure. But it is Thursday. It's going to be a wild one. We're underneath 15,000 for now. But Cat in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Oh, Katrine with the Randy there. That was healthy. It was a healthy bell ring. So HE already moving up. It actually just bounced through a 1060. Maybe it gets to $11 and does a false break there. If it does, well, no, not going into a halt. Okay, if it does a false break of 11, I might look to short that, but I'm looking for a curl on this name. I do not want to be into a long position on it at all. So just looking for one big move here on HE and then try a fade.
Yeah, I was waiting for I'm still waiting for 14 level
JD's done.
On that, so we'll wait to see what is up with that. Okay, so right now Amazon is falling down again. This is like, you know, we always say that we should always wait a little bit for this one, but we're out of the money 30 cents. So it's not a big deal right now as Amazon's trying to find its footing, trying to shake off that early sell imbalance right now. But we're still looking at yesterday's bottom of 135, right? And so right down there, 134.60, 134.50. I feel like that's going to be a good area for me to look at exiting if we're wrong, and that'll be about $1 worth of a hit. So I still was targeting 137 for this trade. So we're going to wait to see if that does come in. We're long at 135.75 right now, and it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. All right, so the NASDAQ, as Neil mentioned there, dancing. Okay, now we go. We just got in, so I was waiting for this to happen. The NASDAQ's dancing here at 15,000. Let's see if it wants to hold it. We do have an AMD bid coming through right now, and I don't know why we bid this. We wrote down on our sticky note, yeah, that's right, 106.50 would be a decent spot for the long here. Yesterday's level, we closed. 106.50 is a great level. We weren't even there yesterday. So if we can break too much below 106, then we got to get the heck out of this name as well, because AMD here today, yeah, there's 106.50. So this is kind of the level. I was like, where is that level? But there it is right there, 106, 106.50. So let's take some more shares as we get into AMD right now, just long at 107 here. Early day start for AMD. We're going to get some more long at 106.75, then watch out what happens at 106.50, and then have to give this one up if we're wrong. I thought this could have been a long day the way we started, but again, we're not going to just keep on digging in, man. We have our outs, and we're going to try to respect them.
So he just cannot get above this local high of 1080. Maybe that's going to be, I have a 10 breakdown set up to take the break, but I might also just go for the short off of this 1080 area. This is a name that I feel, look, I get it, it's a tragedy, and no one feels good about it, but if it does not want to go up, there's so much tremendous weakness and potential downside here that it's hard not to like the trade to the south side. So I'm going to see if it can't get underneath 10. I like it to this local high. You show me that it can't get past the price, and I'm looking in the other direction, then I'm going to want to get in. So we just grabbed it. I got 34, so it needs to break 10. And then we can get 1-to-1 underneath 10. I don't know if I shouldn't be adding to this underneath the $10 level, but if it gets down to 9 bottom, I think taking some profit there makes some sense. Always trade it with a stop. There is headline risk with this name that goes without saying. Like, who knows, man? They could respond with some kind of weird evidence somewhere that comes out in the company's favor. So if it breaks out this top, I am out of it. JD, I like the short, but it just absolutely tanked. There was no pop or any sideways at the open. It just tanked right away. So now that that's in, I can show you JD.com. This was it. Like, there was nothing into the pre-market high, nothing into 36. It just dropped 60 pennies pretty much right away. Oh, we forgot to mention Coinbase. Gimme coin.
This market
So coin, remember yesterday, 79, which is the 50 period on the daily, ended up holding early and then broke to the downside. If it never gets back above 79, this could be flush city on coin. This is what it looks like on the daily, every single day to the downside, except a few for the last few weeks, and you just broke the 50 period. You can't regain that. There's a flat bottom break, and one of these days it's going to move 10% to the downside. I just want to be there when it happens.
All right. Yeah, while Neil's been talking about that, we did have some up and down action happening right now. Let's go AMD, man. Back up to the upside, hopefully, right now. We just got a great fill up there at 107.30, sorry, right where VWAP was at the time. Obviously, VWAP is now retracing. We just actually had an offer right there at 07. The highest we got was 05. But you are starting to spill down now as this market is taking VWAP right now to the downside. So, yeah, if you want to pick up any longs, this is a spot to do it. Before we break lower here. So again, I want to wait. I want to try to be patient before I'm starting to call like this is the bottom or anything like that, because I'm not necessarily bullish today, although I am stuck right now in two longs, and I'm not really stuck. We just got a piece out at VWAP again here on Amazon. I still like these trades. We're out 30 cents on both of them, but obviously do understand that, you know, there is a potential squeeze here to the downside. We got some good news from Alibaba and whatnot today based on that Chinese stimulus. I told you that was probably a nothing burger, but you are starting to head down now on BABA. I feel like this is a good break lower here at $91, but I just want to make sure that this is where the market goes. It's only 9:35. I mean, I don't need to be panicking here by any stretch of the imagination. The only thing that we have to look at is here we go. AMD is down now to these levels of sub 106.50 right now. That was my breaking spot. So now we're going to have to watch out. Again, let's not dig this hole too deep here. If AMD does break through 106, let's just forget about it and move on to something else.
Yeah, there's a bit of a wall forming at this 10 level, so it might end up being the wrong call, but I'm going to get on the bid for something and maybe just refresh, get a better price, like scalp some out, and then if it pops back up to 80, get a better price up there in the 50s or 60s. Given the way that the $10 level is acting, I feel as if I should be doing that and then just adding on a break of 10 even if I happen to like it. So yeah, the second you bid, it ends up popping up. But I'm going to leave the bid in there. If we get back to 10, I take some out and then try to get more on a pop and then add to it if it breaks 10 even. I'm talking about HE. Amazon is making a move here. At least I'm seeing it finally making a bit of a move. It's still in the bottom end of this channel. They're so far away from that 37 level. Yeah, I don't know. So far away from that 37 level. He's the only thing I'm in. I'm thinking about JD here at that 35. I liked 36, but I knew I wanted to be short this name. So sometimes you just got to come down to the next level. And if the next level is going to be 35 even, any kind of a pop consolidation, I'll just short the next leg to the downside. Brendo.
A few negative mentions on this one already as well. Tesla downside, just trying to take out that aftermarket low from yesterday, 223 and change. A few negative notes once again regarding the price cuts over in China today.
This is why you trade with and out every single time. I did not go for the scalp trade in HE, and we get out right, again, set your stop. It just went into a halt to the upside. If you think it's going to quad to the downside, great. Expose yourself to the opportunity. You can get a buck or two, but you do not want to get trapped in a halt. So I had my stop when it broke the local high. It was within the halt band. Always try to have a stop within the halt band, otherwise you can get caught. But it is halted to the upside, 1089 with a tap of 1089, so indicating a flat open. When it opens up, I'll still probably be looking for a curl anyways. I don't want to be long this stock. But going back over to, I see you red 1010. We haven't forgotten about Palantir in 15. Right? If market is heading down, trust me, I'm actually on the bid at Palantir at yesterday's bottoms. Just 15 has been a bounce zone for the stock, and until it doesn't bounce there, then I think you want to try it every single time. Just keep repeating the pattern until it fails.
Yeah, I do like that Palantir level. I wrote down 1580 on PLTR. We'll wait to see if that comes into play. What's up, Brendo?
Pinterest, guys. We had that note on Pinterest and Amazon teaming up about this time yesterday. Heavy volume comes into the upside. Here we go again. Back higher 2 days in a row, 4% already pins.
All right, we've been pinning ourselves down here with AMD because you did get down to that 106 area. So we did buy a little bit more. Now let's go. Give me those 65s. I'm at 65 right now because we're long at 54. Let's put a 60 out just to get that fill. Maybe. Are we not even going to get a 60 fill right now on AMD? Let's go, buddy. Up to 65. Let's see if we just touched 64 again. Other 65. Go, go. Let's go, bud. Did we even get that? No, we did not. Again, there we go. Now we get it. So that's good. Nice little movement to the upside here on on AMD. So good little take there. We'll wait to see, man. We are just getting out of some of our losses now on this play. So one out there, averaged it in and got 106. Now if the market wants to hold this level, great. But you are just sort of at these pre-market bottoms. I mean, you can go all the way back and find bottoms anywhere. But let's just see what happens now. This is from 6 o'clock. We'll see if it holds this 14,950 area right down there. And if it doesn't, of course, we already have our plan of action. The market was weak. We obviously understand that here today. You're breaking lower. You're about to turn red on the NASDAQ. So any kind of a bump up, man, it's fool's gold not to get out, I feel like, right now. Want to hold something. We're only out of 20%. Want to hold this back up to the upside. But we have taken the L so far. And again, it's only 940 right now. So let's not let this bias long for some reason kick in here. So we'll scalp it out as it goes. But we do have a break of 106 as our out. The name that really hasn't performed well, although we did get another bid down here at 135, Amazon. Amazon did come back into the money for us, or close enough to it, back up to 135.50, but this one's bleeding pretty good here with the market. So yeah, it looks like we'll probably take an L on this long here as it's not working out. We liked it at 136. Whenever I get filled in the pre-market like that, it's kind of like, bleh. It doesn't ever really work out for us, so we'll have to watch out for that. Is it?
We have another halt here.
Is
just
Walmart tanking?
There's
SPGC.
Everything is tanking, but there's actually a halt to the upside on SPGC.
Oh, okay.
Oddly enough, it's at 425. I am now into JD. If it fails a 35 break, I probably add to that position. I'm shorting the lower level here. If we trend down, fine, but I'm going to have a relatively tight stop because we didn't get the short we wanted right away. This is it's flat tap, but it's essentially right at yesterday's lows. This is a recovery play. It opened up as an IPO at 420, so that's a pretty significant price. If it fails 420, understand that's where the stock opened 2 days ago. So it's worth watching. I do think it's probably a fade if it gets out of hand too much to the upside. But keep your eyes on that. HE has not opened up yet. It should be in the next minute or so. You'll get that reopened, and I'll probably go right back over to it. I'm still only really thinking short. If it fails 11, I probably jump right back in. I do have JD off of yesterday's close range. I like the short. I just thought we'd get something off those highs. It never happened. Palantir is already at the 10s. So Palantir, that didn't take very long. So yesterday's lows, which was in the pre-market and then right away at 9:30, and we're here now. So sometimes you get to film, it's like, yeah, that happened a little faster than we expected. 15 is the big level on Palantir. Let's see if we can do a little bit of a bounce early.
Someone in the chat, shout out to, what's up to JP Swede? What's up to everybody here in the chat today? Thank you for joining us. I like this one. Chip Greenside 24. Uber is driving higher right now. So I like that one. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I like that, but like driving higher, I don't know. I hope my Uber driver isn't driving too high. But right now it's a nice little move, or high at all. Nice little move there, so I like it. Breaking through 44 bucks right now. Nice little upside move, but are we getting ready to go on AMD or not right now? What happened to Tesla?
You're not going to believe it. This is freaking hilarious. The low of the day on Tesla is 222.21.
Yeah. And you're in.
I'm in, baby. No, it's just all jokes aside. I stunk bid this in my personal account at 222.22.
Yeah, that's funny when that happens, right? Like
it's only amusing to me.
AMD
you guys probably really don't care. That's just ridiculous. It should never happen that way, but that's a crazy bottom. Like, I shouldn't go long because of that. That would be insane to just do that. That's kind of random. It's obviously 100% random. I just found it hilarious. Thank you guys for pointing it out. HE opened back up. It's instantly failing underneath the halt price, which was 1088, which means give me one shot. I want to see it try to go over again. Maybe fail 11. Like one more push, fail another push up, and I'll try to jump back into the short. Here on HE. I am in that Palantir. It's not really moving just yet. Oh, it looks like it's still failing underneath. Come on, we're the sellers. I'm not seeing anyone really selling anything underneath 1080. It's just a bunch of ones in there. Someone joins on the offer to that downside, and I think I'll try to go in front of them and then give it to that local high here on Hawaii Electric. It's doing a ton of volume down here. I cannot believe that move on Tesla. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that was a good one. That is funny when that does happen. I'm looking to pick some up too near this level, but I still think I'm still bearish on some of the market. But right here we go, man. Let's just slap it up a little bit right now because finally Amazon does take off. you know, it's sometimes it's just about waiting. We talk about being as patient as you possibly can be with some of these trades, and obviously these fills is what's given us ringing the register abilities to the upside right now. But we did get stopped out. Obviously, it's just so funny because we were getting out in the 40s, 60s, 50s. We talked about that. Then we crashed lower here on AMD, and then once we crashed lower, I see that bottom here made of 90. We got out immediately once it broke 105, 106 there, like we said. But it seems to be holding that 90 level a little bit, but now the NASDAQ did shoot all the way back. There it goes. I was going to say, NASDAQ shot all the way back to VWAP. I was going to see if we could hold that. We could not, so we took the long again, took some out, and then just got out again. Looks like we should have just gone short everything. We crushed the chip name
Intel
short.
is at 33 and breaking already.
Yeah,
it is,
Intel is
dying right now. It's down. The market is down check that. The NASDAQ is up 0.03. And Intel just got to, I have a big line at 33 even. That's because it was a previous support level back
AMD
here.
broke, too.
So if it does fail this break, I'm probably trying a long in here on a fail breakdown. 96 is the current low. If it can hold like 95, 96, I'd probably go for an 01 long. That's absolutely wild that you're getting this kind of weakness. We were selling it all day yesterday, just never really got an entry. That sucks because I shorted the open. Actually shorted the first pop at the open. This time there actually wasn't a pop that you could even get. That move was only to the downside on the 3-minute candle here. So if we get back above 33, I do like that relief rally bounce. He never showed, no sellers came in underneath that 1080 price on he, so no entry for me. I want to join join sellers. I don't want to be the person that tries to say, hey, he's going to go down from here. No, I just want to be with the momentum. And once the buyer stepped up above that Hull price, no chance. Intel cannot even find a bid. Wow. So no one there at 95. It's still heading to the downside on Intel. I'm just going to check to see what's happening over NVIDIA because NVIDIA is holding yesterday's low. This is an Intel thing right now.
Yeah, it's AMD, Intel, both getting.
Are they
crushed,
both
right?
down?
Well, what is Intel down as a percentage?
1.6.
Yeah, it's the same as AMD. So, yeah, both these names getting hit right there. We did go long on AMD, but again, our net is actually fine today because Amazon's holding up. So it's all good on that one. But look at that. That's the short rate there for sure, breaking through 106. Instead of reloading the long, we could have just hit the short, and then now we'd make everything back. I mean, look how easy. I was struggling to make 30, 40, 50 cents right there. All you do is take the 106 break, and you're instantly, just in 2 minutes, down 50 cents. So great opportunity to do everything right now as this market continues to go to the downside right now. And I've been calling some of these downside moves. It's just been tough here today because we did get some of this Chinese news, and it looked like they were trying to do a little bit better than everybody thought with that sort of stimulus coming through. Wish that didn't even happen because we would be short Alibaba again. All right, we got out of Amazon right here at 136. It did pop back up. We make that dollar, but here's the fade back into 135. We do have our stop at 134.50, which was yesterday down here. So we'll see about the close and then the aftermarket a little bit down there at 134.60. So this name's trying to bleed down a little bit here as well. So yeah, man, market is a short today. What about the big dog? We heard Apple gave a nice little $220 million check. That me is 220. 220 million over to Berkshire today for a dividend payment. You could see we did break that pre-market level right there of 176.50. Not as weak today as maybe I thought. Sometimes Apple's been leading the charge to the downside, but it's actually weaker than the market. So I feel like this is going to be a short again, but I'd like to see this name get back to 177 before we deal with that. So here comes, I was going to say, I'm just going to put a little bit more on Amazon right now, but my out is 134.50.
So while all that was happening, you probably see, it did show up on the position board. Sometimes it's a little bit of a delay, but Palantir broke that 15. So I was in there off yesterday's low. It breaks the 15 even. I'm just going to show you going back to the last time it was underneath. It actually held 1490. So this reverse. Maybe I should have waited till underneath 1490 to reverse it, but I did get out of the long. You'll just see one purple, but that's because I got out and reverse short at 97 here. So I probably only give this back to like 1505 because if we don't break 14, 90, then this isn't really necessarily falling apart. Maybe it's an add, so I'm going to add to this if it breaks 1490, and I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on this Palantir. Because when you zoom out a little bit, you realize that this held 15 by not breaking 1490 earlier. So I'm going to adjust my stop to be a little bit tighter here on Palantir, and then add to the position on the way down if it breaks the low on last week. Brendo, what's up, bud?
Target after earnings yesterday, better than expected. We come all the way back into 130. Just broke to the upside, guys, on decent volume. A number of positive notes here this morning again on TGT.
Wow, so that's where the strength is?
I saw Tesla up there. All right, we now let's wait to see if. So the thing about this is, let's do a little bit of work here on the NASDAQ. Obviously, we're not looking at any, current breakouts or breakdowns here on the NASDAQ, but you could break this right there. That bottom of 14,900. Yesterday, 14,920 coming into play. There's that 15,040 level that we need to get back to in order for anything to really happen. This is just a 30-minute chart, so let's just see if we can get back down and start to break this level, because if you do that, then like what's next, right? I mean, you can see this is a pretty epic fall here. There's 14,900 coming into play right here. Then you have 14,850. So that, just giving you guys some downside looks. Like if we could break this, we've already had a lot of consolidation. This goes all the way back to June. So, there's a lot of consolidation back there at 14,900. Maybe that's what's happening right now. So let's give that some consideration there. But if you do break 14,900, that stop was 14,850. So that's not very far. 50 handles is not a big move in the NASDAQ. So, it's a little different as 15,000, a little different than the ES, a 50 handle move. So let's just trade that properly. Okay, well, we're long Amazon, which is great. That's in the money. But here we go, man. We re-shorted AMD. Not re-shorted, for the first time, actually. We just got reloaded on this. Let's see if it does want to work out to the downside now. I'd hate to be short then long on this name, but there's VWAP right here at 106.50, so I'm not going to try to get too cute. We made a lot of money yesterday on AMD and NVIDIA. I think it was just NVIDIA, actually. We didn't trade AMD yesterday. Let's not give it back in the first half hour here today. 106.70, I feel like, right up into here, where we had some problems with it. I feel like that's a good dropping off zone. We'll average this in a little bit more at 106.50, but then we have to be gone, because I don't want, again, to get run over. We've seen NVIDIA go to the upside in the last couple of days, the last few days on some upgrades. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing right now. Yeah, so NVIDIA is shooting up now as well. We'll have to wait for 444, that key level from yesterday, but it's AMD that's we're sort of in trouble with here.
Well, I just got, I went for Intel here. It just made that breakdown at that 33 level. It got back above, so I want to take this like a replay into VWAP. 33 was good support before, so I have an 02.5 long. It's actually rounding down, not up. Doesn't really matter. I have 02.5. If it can hold on to that, no, it doesn't do it. Doesn't hold on to that 95. I just want that rebound play. I'm only in 2 shorts, and Palantir is still above 15. JD is kind of holding for it. I'm looking for that at the low of the day. I think that's more of a hold situation. But at this level, I want to give it one chance to give a bounce. That was the only level I wanted to play a bounce. Obviously, the short would have been nice, but I didn't get that short off the open, unfortunately, for myself on Intel. JD's coming up a little bit here. I have bids at the low of the day on JD.com. I did add to it 3 times I hit enter. I did add to it when it looked like it was going to flush, and then it just missed my bid at 34.6. So I'm looking at this curl here off of the closing range yesterday, about that 35. If the market wants to bounce to the upside, I'll probably just get stopped out. It needs to make another leg like it did at the open, and that's what we're looking to grab. Apple. I see you, Randy. I have to enter like 3. There we go. Apple is absolutely crumbling. This is insane what's going on with Apple. If you're watching HE, it's now at that $12 level, which I have my eyes on. But Apple is crumbling underneath that 77 level. Oh, wow. Everything is being dragged to the downside. And if Apple can't hold on to 77, that has been an absolute brick wall. Yeah, not holding on to this, it gets just nasty underneath. Like, why was I trying to go Intel long there? I could have just curled that 33 to the south side. I need more shorts. Palantir is definitely set up at a level that I like. It's just creeping back underneath 49, 99 right now. My plan was to add to it if it broke at 1490. I don't want to adjust that plan. So I'm looking for something else to be short unless we find some kind of a bid on a big name. Tesla, that bottom, yeah, that was good for a hot minute. if you like 222 down there. It just got to VWAP, and even that's reversing. So it's all weakness in this market. I got 2 shorts on. I'm looking for another.
So, I mean, we wound up taking 15 cents on AMD there, but obviously waiting for a lot lower. I'll bid again another 10%, less than 5% at 106 if that does come through again. But the market is pushing lows right now, and it's a little strange why AMD is still hanging up here, considering it went for that little skate downside there early when the market kind of went down, and now the market is still going down and still trying to break some of those lows. So I am a little bit nervous. Remember, I play off support and resistance, and then I also play off of relative strength and weakness. I mean, those are like sort of the 2 sort of things that I'm looking at every day. And for right now, this is what I talk about, sort of getting the feeling that like, maybe this isn't the right name to trade here today because A, we're down on it. We're not down on anything else, although right now the market's heading down. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, I want to focus a little bit on Amazon here, but look what's happening right now. We got to watch out for that 134.50 as we are starting to collapse here on everything. I do have that target to get out of Amazon just in case that does come back in, but we'll take one more fill against it as, yeah, it's not great. We're long at 135.10 right now on Amazon, obviously looking for some higher takes. I can cancel that 137 breakout now as we are loaded up now into this one. So let's see if we can't get a little bit of diamond hand action here and see about a take on Amazon. But you know what? We're almost back to Greensville now on AMD as we flipped over to a short. Neil mentioned there, like, why try to get Intel long? I tried AMD long the same way. And look how easy it was for it to fall back down in to get some of these bids now. We just got an 88 bid or something like that there on AMD. So let's see if that one wants to continue to work one way there. And if it's going to work anyway, hopefully it is to the downside. As Neil, there goes the market, 14,900 on the NASDAQ there. But AMD's trying to go back up.
Don't fight it, man. It's a flush there. I did end up adding to Palantir, and it just got into the 80s. So I got bids now down at the 70s. The market is really starting to come down. You know what? Sometimes it's like you look for something else. Okay, well, if you like something, just short that more or add to it when a level breaks. So that's the other way you can go about it. You don't have to find a new stock necessarily every single time. 34.5 just saw that local bottom here on JD. So now we've played yesterday's range in the afternoon, which would have been the bottom here at 34.5, and then we shorted the consolidation top area. So if it busts down, next decision would be at 34 even. That's that triple bottom in the pre-market and then bottom at the open on JD, which we were short into yesterday. So I want to play that range. It probably bounces off 34, anticipate that. But I will probably trail it if it gets down. I have a bid there in case it flushes. I'm more likely to pull that and then trail at some point. Palantir still headed down, but it's consolidating a little bit at that 14.8 level. You know what's holding up is Hawaiian Electric is actually holding up pretty well. It's up at $12. So congratulations, Hawaiian Electric. Oddly enough, the market is tanking, and that's my losing short is going to be Hawaiian Electric. Go figure. So it's at that $12 level. I like 14. It's a big one. If it gets up there, I think it's probably worthy of a curl. There was something else I wanted to get to. I see people saying Mullen at $1. Oh, it did fail the break of $1. I missed that. A bit of a miss by me. So it got above $1 and went to 101. Well, 9 times out of 10, I short that and stop out at 1 because it's a cent worth of risk.
All right. Wow. I mean, I cannot believe that we're gonna.
Oh my God.
Say this, but Amazon is in the money now, pretty nicely too in the money, back up to the upside as we just respect the same levels. We talked about support and resistance. Now the market is way down now, whether or not we're bouncing off of that 14,900 like we talked about before we threw it over there. Let's just wait to see. Here we go. All right, Amazon. All right, we'll take it. Huge moves back up to the upside right now, putting us 30 cents in the money on AMZN, but still not a profitable name for us yet here today as we have to get out in order for it. So my net right now is red on it, but we're going to have to wait to see of what exactly is happening right now with Amazon. What, Neil? You can't have heart attacks off the air. You got to have good content and have a heart attack on the air.
No, I was moving my HE. I was moving my HE level 2 to a Palantir level 2, and you might have saw I was going to put a bid. I was going to put a bid to get out of some Palantir, and I actually punched long at HE. I just got right out. Thankfully, HE is actually strong right now. So like there's a bid. It's pretty strong. It's trending to the upside. But I just keystroked. I got in and out flat, but I do not want to be long HE. Even if it goes up, I don't want to be long that stock. I just think all the risk
The
is
best
in the
part
other
is when you
direction.
keystroke something, you can use the word flat after. That's good.
Yes.
You know, because
and when we say flat, like we just mean get out. Like flat means no position to a day trader, or it just means you get out at the same price you got in, which is very, very fortunate there. So, you know, I just didn't hit enter. I put in PLTR and I didn't hit enter, and then I almost executed a trade. So there we go. Well, I did execute a trade. So we just got 70s on Palantir. I think we can get down to 1450. It was obviously a mistake to try the long first, the reversal, the add to it, and then it's going to flush downside, allowing us to get it back. What else we got going on here? I mean, there's so much moving right now that I'm just not even in. Oh, JD's popped back up on me. Is this going to be a reload for me on JD? Let me just look here. No, not really. Not necessarily at this level. If it gets a little higher, I'd probably look for the reload there. It is arrows down, man. This market is still flushing. And I got to look for something that's joinable. Ford was low-hanging fruit. I guarantee you're not going to be able to get that. I'm offering in front of 12 on Ford, but I'm not going to get those. I can cancel my offer on Ford at 95. I don't think you're able to get into that either. Market headed down here, and I want something else that we can dig into, and I'm not really seeing it. Tesla's making a double bottom for what that's worth.
what do you want me to, hold on a second, what does this guy want me to short here?
Ooh, Tesla's not bad.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just look in here. What is it? Says right here, average in, shorted again, Sean. What, AMD? I mean, I am shorting AMD again right now. I don't know if you're trying to like tempt me to do it or not. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on here right now in the market. I mean, I'll take a long. We did just go short on HE. So I'm going to go short against 12. I know we wicked a little bit higher against that level, but I'm short right now at 60s, 58s right now. So it's a flat trade for us. Yeah, it's halted a couple times. We are obviously nervous about any possible halts one way and then getting stuck in it. But we have a decent position now in HE. So maybe if this does crash into 11. I don't know if that's a crash or not, but if it does come back into this 11 mark, if we're going to use 12 as an out, that's 40 cents worth of it. Let's just call it with slippage, 50 cents worth of a hit on that name. So if it does come back in, we should take some 11s to give us that 1-to-1, and then we'll just see about a lower move here. We are news dependent, obviously, on this name, and we are getting very, very close. There it is. We do have more AMD shares right now at this level, but looking to break out above this level here of 106.70. If that does happen, then we will get squanched on AMD.
Squanchy, no squanching.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. All right, here it goes. AMD is going back up to the upside. So we were long, that was wrong, and then we're short, and that was wrong. So we may just have to stick with NVIDIA, but let's go over to Brendan, see what he's all about.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just got the U.S. leading indicator print there at 10 o'clock. Comes out in line with expectations. Negative 0.4% versus negative 0.4% expected there. Again, on the U.S. leading indicator there at 10 o'clock. Overall, futures back higher right now, but a little bit of a bounce after we had a bit of a weak open there. Sentiment back to the downside overall as analysts continue to discuss what is to come next for the Fed. Trying to hold pre-market levels here on the SPY. 440 coming into play, but yeah, pretty significant volume there on the downside as we get things going at 9:30. If you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on a whole bunch of stuff, including Alibaba, Walmart, and Cisco on an earnings beat. Sales up 16% year over year. I mentioned this one, Target still grinding to the upside, even with the market, yeah, pretty weak so far today. So retail strength coming back into play here for individual names. Anyway, Cisco 4.25% trying to get going again. 55, guys, seems to be holding so far for Cisco.
Okay.
I guess the long was okay off of
Let's
54.
look at Cisco.
You know what, though? I was saying a failed breakdown anyways. It never happened. Never broke 54 to trap anybody short. It just sat there and ran. One way, and that one way was to the upside. So sometimes it is those earning plays that give you that strength. All that being said, just going back over to Walmart here, that's kind of a nothing burger. I am in Mullen, you'll see. Man, if that gets above it, it's kind of an easy out, but maybe almost too obvious. But since it just came in, I'll pop on over to it. I just got the fill right in front of it. It's going to round up to $1, but it's like 99. You get extra zeros in there, but it rounds up to $1. If it breaks the high, it's an easy out. So Mullen short. If it breaks 101, 110 could be a squeeze on this stock. If it ever gets there, I think it could be a bit of a long. JD now might be in a reload zone. I was being patient with this load as it bounced off that 34.50, looking for it to get back into here where we started at 34.80s, into that curl at VWAP. It's now VWAP, I should say. Doesn't really matter in the first few minutes. But if you can get that nice little curl in here off that 34.80, maybe I try to sit there for a little bit, and then if I can add to it on maybe an up-down move over VWAP there, 34.90, we can get more JD.com. Just going to quickly check out what's going on with Alibaba. Yeah, that's making a bounce into VWAP as well, so I want to keep an eye on that. You can also look, I could have just looked at an ETF as well, but Bob was the first thing that came to mind. So I'm going to reload on JD, but I have to have an eye on this market, what's going on with some of the Chinese names, not just the market in general. Just to go over this very quickly, because you might see me pop in and out of US Steel here now that it's made a bottom. I thought we were going to get past that 30.5, and I was going to get down to $30. But that 30.5 level looks pretty good. It gets under VWAP, I probably start trying to buy it with a stop underneath 30.5. So that's if it happens. If you see it pop in, I'm probably stopping out like 30.40 or 30.44. But I might work into something as we break VWAP to the downside.
Like, I need some of that Costanza, like Serenity Now stuff, because once again, man, we made the high. Yeah, woosah woo. We made some high there on AMD as I'm watching. We got right back in because I didn't. So stupid to have a stop order as numbers are coming out at 10 o'clock. Like, what kind of an idiot am I for that? But we got back into this one, so it's all. You just kill a fly or something?
No, I missed it.
Now, you're very emotional.
Sharif got one.
Oh,
Actually,
Sharif
this
got
morning.
one, eh?
No, it's like buzzing by my head all the time. It's really annoying.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So just real quick here. Okay. So that sucks because we got stopped out. I got to do a better job of this, and guys, tweet at me or whatever because I got to figure this out. Like, it's literally running the stops that I'm putting in and then just making that move down. So there's two ways that I can combat this. The first way, in my opinion, is just stop getting in right here when there's really nothing to do. I mean, once we break VWAP, that's fine. I'm okay getting into this level right here at 106.40. But what am I doing here at 106.50, right? There isn't anything. I should almost be getting in at this kind of break spot and then giving that 20 more cents so that we don't come back in. So I think patience is what's going to have to, and again, I tweeted that out this morning, man, to try to be patient and wait for your key levels. So that's what we did. But the problem is we shorted into the key level, which is fine. I mean, this part of trading is hindsight and going over some of the stuff that you've traded and how can you just trade it better next time? I mean, I feel like that's really the thing, because any trade that I've already put on, that either damage is already done or whatever.
Sunk cost.
Exactly, good word there, Neil. Sunk cost is to the exposure side of any trade. Here comes HE. It was just down there for me. We had a better play there. We went short as it started to rip up, but now it is starting to come back down a little bit. Of course, we talked about Hawaii Electric and that we wanted this short against 12. So it did come up. We did get an 82 fill. They're giving me this average price now on HE of 63, so right here. So we're flat on this trade right now. We're just holding it against 12. So again, it's still that 40-cent game, right? I mean, if we lose now, we're going to lose about 35 cents or so plus slippage. So here it goes, starting to get ramped up. We are very, very aware that this name could halt one way or the other. So we are putting bids, we do have a stop order, sorry, just breaking through 12. I know this high right there is 12.15. I just don't, you break 12.15, people could start to sort of hit the alarms kind of thing on this name, and then we get back up into 13 bucks. I don't want to be here for that kind of a move. So if this does come into the 40s where we're for some reason not breaking right now, let's take a piece out. I do have a bid in the 40s to take 10% out, then hopefully we have some lower bids. Well, not hopefully, we do have lower bids down here at 11. So let's see if it does, make that move down here for
Watch out for a bounce here.
Watch out for a bounce on HE or pound,
no, just
or the
general.
market. Yeah, actually that's a good call because we are watching this right now. AMD did bounce up, and then so did Amazon right now. Let's put an offer at 06. There it is. Yes, sir. Awesome trade there on Amazon. 40 cents in the money on this name right now, AMZN. But it's AMD that just dipped down. Okay, here we go. I'll get another. There we go. I'll take a bid at 20 for AMD for sure. So we'll take that on the way down in again as we just touched 60s there. What made you think about a bid there?
Just come to my chart. The NASDAQ double bottom at the overnight lows. So the overnight bottom was 14.9, so you reject 15. I mean, it's a round number as well, but you just bounced off that 14.9 a second time. So my action there was the second I saw it, we were kind of at a local bottom on Palantir. I'm like, bid, enter, get some out there, take some profit on that short. But let's head on over to Brendan at the desk.
A little one just popping up here. MODD, they announced after the close yesterday. You can see this thing barely trades. After the close yesterday, they announced a new deal with Philips Medical. So this is a medical equipment maker teaming up with Philips, guys.
Muffin. Fabian walks past
Fabian
me.
just walked by with like literally like 4 croissants,
The
3
entire
donuts,
platter.
And Ramin, I mean, what do you guys? You know, to be young again and have like the metabolism. Although
Everyone else has to eat too.
I've been this way for 20 plus years, but to be able to eat like that, what are these guys doing over there?
It's hard work working that board. But I got jealous. I mean, the croissant looked delicious. I couldn't tell what flavor the muffin was, but good on you there. Get her done.
I like. What is your favorite muffin? You know, I think I'm like in the minority. I actually like a Raisin Bran, something like that, like just simple.
Oh,
I like banana nut as well.
I'm a banana muffin person 100%.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, I used to love the raisin.
Raisin,
Raisin
good.
bran
Okay,
muffin, which is
okay.
weird because most kids don't like bran.
Right.
When we're talking about the market bouncing, they're 14.9. Not everything. Like, look at the 3-minute candle on Apple here. This is really giving it up. It is super, super weak here on Apple. It's not even trying to bounce as much as, like the ES bounces like 7 handles and Apple bounces 30 cents, which is a heck of a lot of nothing for an Apple. If you want something which is holding a bottom, oddly enough, as weird as this sounds, like 222 is a thing on Tesla right now. It is wicked underneath that twice. Like, this could be a really good bottom here on Tesla. The problem is the market's just trending down. If we break 14.9, like, don't you want to be adding to shorts if we get lower, if we break the low again? I'm not really thinking of the long at this point. I'm still thinking short, despite the fact that Tesla's showing you some signs of strength. It's the only one. It just feels like everything else is just cratering. I want to go back to my regret of,
Oh man.
I had a Palantir, but exactly the moment where I was trying the long, like if you're just overly biased to the short, that's a wick through 33 and an entry there instead of a try the long bounce. Hindsight's 2020, but we're only shorting until yesterday, and the first trade I make is a long, which is kind of weird.
I mean, let's just keep the party going here, I guess, at the end of the day. I mean, AMD is really cratering. I mean, I guess the market's trying to go back down here, so that's a nice. But there it is, a nice little move down here for AMD. And again, it's funny because we have 2 longs, 1 short, 1 long, plus HE right now. The AMD long is 60 cents in the money. So that's a good one. The Amazon long is 25 cents in the money. So they're both working out for us, which is keeping our net like moot point right now. It's not really moving around too much. The only thing that's moving my net around is this HE because, you know, I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. And I look over and it's this name here that's getting excited. So let's just watch it. Hands off. We are short at 63. Again, not a big position because we are scared of pending news. There's no way I would put even like 1,000 shares on this or anything like that. That seems too much. I don't. You know, at any point something could hit the wire. I'm not so nervous about a volatility halt or anything like that. What I'm more nervous about here is any kind of a break of 12. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sitting here being like, oh my God, I'm worried about 12. It's like all of a sudden a story hits and then boom, you know, it halts automatically, news pending, and then I have to deal with this. And I feel like being short is a little more reasonable for a news break, but again, we have to play off levels, and it looks like it is trying to break right now, breaking down through 12 here, or above 12, looks like the more likely play, but holy shnikes, and it is your first member. I don't know if you've had one yet today, Neil, but we are trying to get AMD into the dollar club. It is 90 cents in the money to the downside. Now, we just made that move right there. In order to be a dollar club, it has to take out the day's low, which it's trying to do right now. So
if Palantir ends up a dollar winner, I'm a monkey's uncle. It's a $15 stock. I don't think it's getting down.
No, well, I hope it does.
Well, the reason, okay, well, it can move a dollar, but I didn't enter it till underneath 15. So it had already moved from 15.5 to 15. So yes, Palantir can move a dollar. I mean, it's only 7%. But it's very unlikely that after you've already traveled 50 cents down, you get another dollar to the downside. But it's a $15 stock. JD could. JD could. It would have to break 34, but you know, we again didn't get it till it was consolidating underneath. We did get the win on it, but it has not really fallen apart. And if Mullen falls $1, then it doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
So like I'm literally short at 99 cents. It's impossible for that to fall $1. Let's go to the desk with Brendo for something.
And we had a number of these type of movers yesterday, little penny stocks that get going on crazy volume. IONM, not seeing much on this, but the latest, it would appear, guys.
Oh, yesterday was IonQ. Now it's Assure Holdings. The cool thing about the day trader
Are
was
you
I can type in the symbol, and in the drop down it'll show me the name of the company.
That's the best part now.
So I didn't know what the name of this company was. Like I'm not going to sit here and pretend it, but it's just cool to make it seem like we do based on the platform.
Oh my God!
Another penny stock running. Maybe the 50-cent level something. I guess wake me up when this gets to like 65 to 75. That would be an obvious area of concern there.
Oh man, oh man. Okay, well, I mean, forget about Dollar Club. I always get messages from people that say they dance when they hear this kind of stuff. So let's celebrate that and dance it off again right now because we're $1.25 now in the money on AMD, and it's like, that stop right there. Although we got back in, it's just like, it sucks when you lose 40 or 50. I don't even think it was that much, maybe 30 cents or whatever it was there. And then we made the wick by well, we didn't make the wick, but we're about 10 cents away from that top there, and then it collapsed down. But this is why you'd want to hold something for these moves so that when it does come back in, at least you're on it and able to take advantage of that. So that's good. Our Amazon, though, got dropped off right now. I feel like this is another buying opportunity for Amazon down here. Again, AMD is completely collapsing down to 105. I'm going to put a bid down here at 105 right now. Take that fill again right now and ring that cash register. Wow, okay, now we're really starting to go down on AMD, which is kind of funny because we talked about it on here that we wanted 106.50 long, and look at this. 106.50 is basically where we got stopped out, right? So the level was completely fine. It's just respect what the market is doing right now. It is making that move down.
Tanking.
So,
Tank,
yeah, maybe.
14.9 again.
Yeah, just based on that news right there, that the market's trying to get back a little bit here, let's take something out now on Amazon if we can get a 60 print. And just trying to, again, there it is, yes sir, just trying to make a little bit back. We are, just so you guys know, I try to do this every single time, we're light on AMD. That just hit 105. We put the bid, we grabbed that. We actually got light right there at 105.50 on this, so not too many shares available for me to trade now on AMD. We'll wait to see if it goes back up, and that's really what I want to happen now, is an upside move. See, again, we get stopped out at 134.50, which is completely fine. I don't feel like we traded Amazon incorrectly today. All these bids out, before eventually it dripped down. Just before we got stopped out at 134.50, we were taking 135.13s right there. So, it's all good on that front, and we just took some money back on the upside again. So let's just see what happens. I'm hoping Amazon can find a bid right now. And then, of course, to beat a dead horse, really, HE is still bouncing off 12 bucks. So I think we might have a level here. Obviously.
It is definitely. I'm staring at it like.
Yeah.
The entry that would be ideal. I mean, obviously, I know you're short, so I don't root for it to happen. But if it tried to break 12 and failed the 12 break, I think it would just tank right now on HE. I got my first bid there in front of 97 on Mullen. Waited for it to break 98. So if you're shorting, I did add some at 99. So my price, which was tight to one, is now underneath like 99.5. So it's going to round to 99 cents there because I added on a 99 breakdown. So I have bids all the way into the pre-market range. If it gets through that pre-market range, this is also the aftermarket, the dump support level at 93. Once it gets underneath there, it could absolutely crumble. There have been buyers stepping up for like 500,000, 1 million shares, trying to push it above $1 from time to time. If I see those, I usually just jump in front of them and then try and take some liquidity out. So that is working to the downside. Right now, ringing the register has been shorts. Palantir, again, tried to get through the low of the day. Wicks the bottom. I'm like, okay, I'll take some more out at 14.70. But this is headed to 14.5. My next bid is going to be at 14.5. JD.com, which was the first thing that we were short. I got that nice little curl back into the same entry point and the same first exit. Like we get some more shares off that 34.8, and then we take some out at that 34.6. So gliding to the downside, it's the same three names for me. I do want to go back down. into HE at some point, Hawaii Electric. But man, it's weird. It's doing nothing here. It does really feel like this is it. Like it could break down 1150 and that's a short, or you could just be sitting in it off 12 and maybe give it to 1215. It's hard not to be in this one to the south side. I understand, like, you never want to bet against a situation like this because you do want, you don't want the shareholders to get hurt, and you do want if there's a lawsuit for people that needed to get something out of it here. It could be like PG&E, where it takes years for this to settle anyways.
Okay. Yes, that's the problem.
I mean, it will. What am I saying? It will be like that. It's not. This is not resolving itself, any lawsuit, for a very, very long time. And the shares could go all over the place in the meantime.
Yeah, that's the worry about all of this. Yeah, Amazon is at a spot now where you can start to trim some of your trades. I do see somebody there in the chat. What's up to Rainmaker? What's up to Jay Lee? Hey, Canadian Bacon. What's up? Oh, you want the hot dog gun? Well, you have the hot dog gun. Right there, Pfizer is saving you one pill at a time. That's hilarious. Shout out to Hamster as well.
Yes.
Right now, good look on that one. Although I wouldn't know what you mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, other than that, yeah, shout out to everybody there. Jennifer Schultz worrying about Ford. You were trading that yesterday. We can have a look again today. I can't believe Ford's back down to 12 bucks. I have to look at that one for my long-term portfolio there. I've already been into Ford a couple times, not out of Ford. So I like it. I feel like this is a forever play. But the thing about Ford is that if you're looking at it, it's pretty much at the same levels it's been at for years. It does bounce up and down. You had a great move to 15 bucks, but look how sick this name looks here on the daily chart. So I feel like this $11 mark is a good spot to start to buy some Ford up. But again, some of these like US, like, you know, big time names here. I was going to say like generational names, like a Ford, like a Disney, getting hit. Right now. So there goes Ford and Disney back both down today. Actually, no.
Well,
Disney's
Ford's up 1%.
I was going to say both Ford and Disney. I said the wrong way there. Yeah, both Ford and Disney up today, as it looks like the tech names are definitely leading us to the downside. Look at the ES, man. Here's the difference. The ES right now up 0.8. And the NASDAQ down 0.28. So, or sorry, 0.1 was just 0.08. 0.11 versus 0.25 to the red side. So right now the ES and some of those bigger names like the banks probably, maybe oil, we're gonna have to check out something else. But right now it is the NASDAQ that is bringing everything down.
Well, the JPM bounced off 150 again. So that's,
okay.
I don't know what the other banks are doing, but JPM's been, since yesterday, but JPM's been bouncing off that 150 level. So it's showing strength. Ford at that 12, it's too strong right now. So I liked the short yesterday, but when the market's going down, this is exactly how we sniffed out Intel yesterday. When the market was going up, Intel was making lower highs. Market's going down, and Ford is bouncing to the upside. So I don't short Ford in a situation like that. Not at the 12 level again, unless it's a failed breakout through that level. Let's go to Brendo in the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a few moving around here. I'll talk about three right now. AHI, I was touching on this in the pre-market a little bit, back to the highs essentially right now. 550, definitely a level if you go out to the daily chart as well. Heads up on that. New Deal, this is an Australian company, primary listing over in Australia. So an ADR, just be aware of that. But New Deal for them have announced Advanced Health. Mod was that one I brought up earlier, still grinding back to the downside, 120 trying to hold right now. But yeah, that was that deal with Philips Medisize, which is Philips Medical Division. So good look for MODD. And then PRZO was this one, trying to get going once again off 110, but looks like this one's pretty much done for the day. Volume all in the pre-market for PRZO, guys.
It's I call it Prozo because that's what it looks like. I like a symbol like that where I can give it a nice little nickname. Derek Sissel, where's Kathy Wood when you need her for Palantir?
Let me see if I know.
It's entirely possible she's right here.
No, we want Kathy Wood, man. Kathy Wood.
She
Remember
might be,
Fabian, we want
yeah,
that changed.
we need to get that to like people that we would have, like Uncle Warren, Kathy
Uncle
Wood.
Warren would be a great one.
Michael Burry. We need one for Jerome.
Yeah,
We'd
that's
be able
Uncle
to call
Warren.
Jerome.
Yeah,
Warren Buffett, Jerome Powell. Like just that's
Fabian's
who we
like,
want
what
to
about
call.
Warren Buffett? But that's what we mean with Uncle Warren.
That is who Uncle Warren is.
I'm sure we may have. I have an Uncle Rob. We talk about that all the time.
I don't have an Uncle Warren.
Thank you, Rob. I say that because Rob, again, just in my, cheers.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a reload.
You have the Toronto mug I've got.
He said if I wanted a cappuccino or not, but you can't have a cappuccino past noon. So I'll have my first one here today as I was finishing off.
There's no rules in Europe.
Yes, there is.
Okay, well, there's actually
Literally,
yeah,
if you
you're
go
not
into a
supposed to.
bar in Italy and ask for a cappuccino, it's almost like asking for pineapple on pizza. If you do it
Screwface.
before noon or afternoon,
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
get on the plane, bro.
I was told some weird things when I went to Paris,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to call out who said these things, but apparently
not?
You're not supposed to, like, only tourists wear shorts. Like
No,
I'm walking around all day
Is that
long.
true? I don't
And
think
it's
that's true.
it's like 30. It's sometimes like 35 degrees. And
Yeah,
it's a
oh
walking
yeah, oh
city,
yeah,
and
oh
I'm not
yeah.
supposed to wear shorts. Like, come on, son.
Come on, well, you're a tourist.
But I am a tourist. But look, just on the Kathy Wood thing, the reason I brought it up is there's a buyer at 1470 on pound like right now. Like every single time it gets down there, this is me taking the outs, but it wicks underneath, it regains it. It holds above, it wicks underneath, it regains it. It wicks underneath, it regains. So, and now it's bouncing off 1470. So I'm going to respect whomever it might be that is buying shares at this price. I don't know who it is, but there's clearly a bid on this name. One, we're at 14.9. Interesting when the market's at support. Palantir's at support as well. Hopefully this does not follow the market if the market bounces here. But every now and then someone steps up and just says, I want 100,000 or 200,000 shares of Mullen, but it is grinding lower. I think the next step will be if it breaks 96. I have bids in front of 96. I think if that gets taken out, there's a bit of a bigger flush. So we're sitting in it pretty much all day. I did join in he. It's hard not to be. Like if it's just going to sit here, fortune favors, like a VWAP pullback gives you 60 to 70 cents and your risk is up to 12, like 12.10. 12.15, so you can risk 40 pennies for your first out to be 60 to 70 cents, and if it goes to the halt down, you could be back at $10 rather quickly. It's hard not to like that. The other shorts are just fine. JD is back into the lows. I want to give it a chance to break the low. There hasn't been a green candle since, well, there's kind of one in there in the 3 minutes since we got into the short. Maybe that should have even been an ad there. So I'm going to let it break the low and then trail some out, and then I still have a bid in front of 34. So it has been arrows down. I think if you're looking for home run swings, they should be to the short side today underneath that 15,000, with the notable exception apparently of Tesla, because Tesla's actually above VWAP and strong today. So I guess it's a little bit weird, but 222, like this local bottom here is again 222.21. It's like it was a low on this little wick here. I'm long at 222.22, my personal account now. Well, I have shares from before, but the new entry. And then here, 222.22 again. So that is the bottom on Tesla. Apparently that's where everyone should be buying it. I have no idea why, but Tesla is super strong today, relatively speaking. Other names out there that are strong, I think we already pointed out Cisco on earnings, but not usually a name we trade. A miss, because if you're looking for a long today, Cisco was the jam. Is, I should say.
Jam. Yeah, no, for sure, the jam today. Okay, well, I don't know, man. We're now almost, let's just do it again. This is almost $2 now in the money on AMD as we continue to break lower there. We should probably be on NVIDIA. All right, this is another crazy story, but I was at 75 here, right where this teal was, and it just kept bouncing off of me on Amazon, and I actually didn't get any fills whatsoever right there. Neil, you are the rub there on HE. It seems like as there
I'm
goes.
bad luck.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to
It's
take.
like Neil gets in the
I know,
HE,
Neil,
and it's
why,
like the
man?
worst timing ever.
Why? But that's okay. It was going to break at some point
I'm the
anyways.
jinx, dude.
I will. That's what I'm saying. You are that guy right there. But that's okay. We do take the L there. That's what's going to happen. I thought it was well worth the risk. Here it goes, breaking back up through 12. Now I think we can wait for 14, but I'm not going to put any pending bids or offers on this right now. If it does float up into that 14 area, then we'll look at that. But sitting in something for that long, we could have got out for profit. It's too bad because we only stopped at 50. We were waiting for 40s. We did talk about that. So it was a couple pennies away from getting at least something out. But let's be honest with you, this trade never worked. It was just hovering around, and we could have scalped it for sure, but I don't feel like it was worth that. So I didn't do it. So that's that.
It still hasn't moved when you think about it.
No,
So
that's what I mean. It's still not in any danger
you
zone.
can scalp trade this stock. I just don't think that's the play. Like I would rather sit in it looking for the big move with a stop than try to scalp trade this stock. Like if it gets up, no question, if it breaks 13, I'm going to start thinking about the short again. And it might even still be a wick out there, and it could be a short again. But obviously, it doesn't work. So I don't know how much you want to dwell on it. Just going back, and Tesla is so strong, but the market keeps fading. It's got to drop. You should never say that. Like, that's
Right.
not the attitude to have. But you're now at yesterday's close. Like, the market is breaking 14.9 and Tesla's trying to go green. I don't know if I believe that. Like, I'm looking for a fail at yesterday's close on Tesla and with the market underneath that 14.9. Shout out to Zenod 1066. We appreciate the super chat there. And note to Darren there, Netflix dumping. You aren't wrong about that. But Tesla feels like this should not be happening. And if it goes green, it's a bit weird for a stock to go green. A major one when the market is breaking the absolute lows. So here's a bit of a curl. Maybe I'm going to be the jinx on this one again. But the market is breaking lows. And Tesla is pretty much running into that high. I'm going to give it a little past that 50 area. Sorry, 50. That 225 because the close was at 225 and a half. So I think you got to at least give it to that. But if we roll back into that low, I mean, you have so much room to go with the market breaking down as this is trying to go up. I know it's strong, but at least I have an obvious out of previous close.
I feel like right now we are putting in this range here on the NASDAQ that we have to watch out for, 14.9. We are downside right now. And by the way, there it is right now. We will have to stamp an L on Amazon today. You know, I thought strong retail would come through. It just... Again, I feel like we did good getting out. I don't have any problems with any of these outs. We did miss that fill right there, which sucks. But again, that was just a part fill, so we would have lost on the end of this anyways. We averaged it back in. It just dumped through. Not huge hits on Amazon today by any stretch of the imagination, but not a green name for me as I just kept on fading out over and over and over again. So I don't want to flip short. I feel a lot different about this as this is now clean $2 in the money now on AMD. I feel a lot different about Amazon than I do on AMD. AMD we know has the pedigree to continue this move lower. Amazon, I still am pretty positive on that name and think that it can go, especially if the market goes. It's been relatively strong. This is what your boy looks like right now on AMD. We've broken levels and starting to head to the downside right now and just continuing on pressure. We don't have any, I don't know why this hasn't loaded back up down here, but I'm going to try to find on a different chart where is there some support if there's anything right now on this name. So yeah, good
Wow,
name.
TTO.
TTOO, what that was at 30,
Sometimes it ain't that.
44.
I got to shout out. Who was this? It's Carolina. Thank you for the super chat. That is a gold standard look for you on TTOO. Your TTO trade from yesterday making my cha-ching for today. What you mean by that is you actually observed the chart, saw the pattern, and made the nice trade. So this was the short yesterday. It kind of Huadunked, it held at 42, and then the curl was off of this 42, like into 52, down into this lower high. Higher low, I should say. So that was a good short trade in there. And then today, it just basically dumps into the support and gives you the reverse trade. So you just go long off the support level, right back into the same 52 where it was the curl. So shout out to you. Sometimes you just look for a pattern like that. I wish I was watching TTOO instead of HE today. And if I was, maybe it'd be a different story. Then we'd have no losing trades on because we'd be in the right one. But that wasn't where my focus was. Actually, the penny stock today I was determined to trade was not even a penny stock at the time that I started looking at it because that was Mullen.
Right.
Technically speaking, it was at $1 when I started to look at this one because I wanted a fail break of $1, which it did. It's now at that 96 level. I'll have a third of the position if it breaks 93. We get underneath there, I'll have 1/3 on looking for a bigger move, but you got to take your profit when a move like this does happen into the downside. So let's see what happens with Mullen. Can it go any further? Tesla is still pretty strong as the market's trying to bounce. It is going into that previous close, which, you know, kind of all the way down here. I chart some aftermarket. So if it gets above that, it also happens to be the pre-market low. If it fails at 225, great. I think at this point, get some out at VWAP, get some out at low of the day, and then have a hard stop down there. Where 15,000 is in the rear view, as was put to us in the chat, which is just dead on. But you do still have the overnight bottom. So you could be bouncing, recover 14.9, and then there's a bit of a bounce play. But if you fail 14.9 and keep breaking lower, I mean, if we can't hold on to the overnight lows, there's only one thing that can happen here. Let's go to Brendan to see what's going on in the world of crypto.
Overall, a little bit negative price action today across the board as far as major coins are concerned. This kind of an interesting note as well. Ripple, the SEC going to appeal. Remember that decision on Ripple. I'll show you the chart in a second. But Ripple coming out voicing, obviously, their disapproval of that, and obviously not happy. But 2-3 days in a row here, downside on decently heavy volume as well. This is XRP. This was obviously the date that they announced that initial decision, but the SEC going to appeal once again. So XRP under some pressure today. Bitcoin under some pressure today as well, 2.5% downside, 28,380. Same story for Ethereum, back below 1,800 once again, 1,780, 2.25%, mostly red in crypto land today, guys.
Well, mostly red everywhere, so I would expect crypto land to be as well. I actually didn't trade Coinbase. I'm gonna have to alert to that previous close on Tesla. We just got there. It's kind of bouncing away from it. If I like more, it has to be showing a lot of weakness underneath, which it's not, right? So it gets pretty binary. Bid at 1-to-1, and then I'll have one down at the low of the day, or maybe make a trail stop in there. But we're in on the front instead of the back end of this trade. So that usually means I got to sit and wait and be patient with it and not try to force it. The market is taking out the low. It's back underneath 225. Okay. Now that's the back end of the trade. So back underneath 225, I add to that. I did want to quickly go to Coinbase, as Brendan was saying that, but Tesla was at a key inflection point. Coin hasn't broken 77 again. So you can still, my goodness, like this is still very gently moving to the downside on Coinbase with the opportunity for it to really flush. Local support at 76 maybe. Man, if we really fall apart, it's hard not to like this consolidation short on Coinbase. Although I've never had the best luck shorting Coinbase at the lows. Every time I win shorting Coinbase, it usually is on a pop. So maybe I back away from that because history usually tells it when I try to short this at the bottom, it doesn't work out for me. So, but it looks really good for a break at this low of the day.
Yeah, Coinbase, a lot of news obviously there, as we just mentioned with the XRP and everything like that. So we'll hit siren alert because we're in a new position. It's Google. I mean, again, strong name. Like if there's a market bounce, right? If there's a market bounce, then this is something that I feel like we're just coming back into this low that we just made at 930. It's been upside ever since, all day. Now you're starting to fade out. We do like 128 on Google, obviously, but I'm going to try this name right now. But we are, yeah, it's just, this is probably, again, it's not a big position. We're still holding on to our AMD short, which has been great. This is the NASDAQ that we talked about, and we're trying to find where. Remember I said, this is just, I'm just doing what I'm trying to do as I preach a little bit here. I said if we break 14,900, there is an area down here, and I gave you this. This goes all the way back to June 26th, of course, of 14,850. So that's a level to be watched out for, and that's right where we are right now, pretty much. So as you can see, we're at 14,870 now. So there is a possible area of some kind of support, but definitely being net short right now is what you want to be, right? I mean, you want to be.
There hasn't been a green candle in that.
Right, exactly. So that's exactly it. You want to be underneath right now. I think if you're trying to pick bottoms, you have to look for support and resistance, right? Yeah. So I did put that video out this morning, and so if we're going to stretch the trade out a little bit right now, try to find a strong stock. So that's
Cisco.
Yeah, or Cisco. Earnings plays a little bit different for me, but Google's been strong. And like a name, this is just how different everything can change, right? Like, look what Amazon is doing right now. It is absolutely getting like stomped right now. Like, this is why you get out of the way and you don't keep fighting your bias. If something changes and you're like, wait a second, like this is not as strong as I thought. I thought Amazon was going to be a strong name. I even wrote it on the sticky note. Play the strongest names in the market, man. Play Amazon. And I mean, Amazon, although the last 3 days we have red ticks to the downside, I was liking that 137 area and thought that if we could get a break long through 137, that's really what we wanted. But I've just learned something right now. If you don't break the levels that you like for the long side, don't average in underneath that level, right? Average in above it and make sure that it's support, right? And so that was a pretty easy trade there. And I just, learning every day, trying to get better, but there goes Amazon to the downside. And the one thing is, we do have to say, and give a little bit of credit to ourselves because look, these are all longs and then we flipped short on AMD. So, able to get out of the way and make some money back there on AMD. Not able to do it on Amazon as the chips be dying right now. And you mentioned
there was a good
strength.
Quote.
Yeah, what is?
I'm going to get to Tesla in a second,
Yeah.
but there was, oh shoot, I just lost it because, the chat obviously is going fast here. There it is, Zanky in the chat. Quote, if I'm going to lose money, I'm going to lose it by trading the trend.
Right.
I agree with that. The only difference I usually have is I will typically say I usually know where I want to lose the most on something. Like it's like, okay, well, an A+ setup would be the only other thing. Like this setup or this stock at this level, that's the one where like if I'm wrong, I should be wrong here because I feel it's the best setup. Sometimes that can be counter trend. Like yesterday, I was perfectly expecting that VFS, it was a counter trend trade. It was kind of going up when we were shorting it. But I fully expected if I was going to lose and be red on the day, if VFS was going to be the reason because that was the short that I liked. So I think it can be a counter trend trade. An example of that would have been not Mullen today, but Mullen the other day, the last time I traded. Sometimes it can be something like that, but you're absolutely right. Get your chips in when it's good. At the highest probability or the best expectancy. Aces get cracked all the time. It doesn't mean you shouldn't shove when you got them, or just sit back and wait for an idiot to shove into you and then lose anyways. That's what happened to me the last time we had an office poker game, by the way. So we just broke 95 on Mullen. We're going to the downside. Congratulations.
Some idiot, eh? Okay.
Oh, did I say? Oh, no. Okay, that was harsh. He's a good guy. It was a ridiculously bad play that he made. It's just he's a good dude. I shouldn't have said idiot. It was just a really dumb.
I don't even know who you're talking about, so I wouldn't worry about it.
I won't say their name, but essentially, like I was on the button with pocket aces. We're down to 3. We're playing tournament style, and there was basically like a call, and then he basically raised, and I kind of like min raised him up again, and then he shoved into me, and he had like king 10 or something. I'm like, okay, like that's an easy snap call. And then he rivered a straight, a gut shot straight on me to end up winning the tournament that day. But that's fine. Like I don't mind. Like you kind of you lose when you had
that's
it in really
poker,
good.
baby.
But it was a really dumb play that he made. But it's fine. That's what happened. That's poker, baby. As we go to the downside, let's talk about something else, which is trading related. We just got down to VWAP on Tesla, so it failed the previous high, which is yesterday's, which is also the pre-market low. I said weakness there and back underneath 225 is the only condition to add to the trade. Show me weakness, but it's bouncing off VWAP. So you ring the register, take profit. Don't look at gift horse in the mouth. This is trend with the market, counter trend on Tesla. So you got to be able to respect that. Shout out to Zenod again, $5 super chat. Could send profits from HE short to relief efforts. That's actually a really good idea.
Well, I can't send negative
Here's the problem. Like I only have 2 bad stocks today. One of them was like that inadvertent, idiotic move to go long Intel instead of just continue going short it. But that didn't last very long, and it really wasn't that bad, which at least is a good thing. And then I'm down on HE. So I think it's a great idea. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I would applaud any trader that's up on HE to take those profits and send it to really fun, or just do it anyways. That's not a bad idea either. If we're going to talk about every single day and try to short the stock, then yeah, why not? Like I actually don't know anything but the red cross. So if you have something you want to throw in the chat, we're more than welcome to that. I cannot believe this Intel chart the more that I stare at it. If you have a fat line in the chart that you think is a big level and the trend is to the downside, I don't mind trying a bounce. I do mind not shorting this level at some point. That's what I really hate. I hate looking at that. It just makes me sick to my stomach because I didn't have another area that I wanted to play the stock that wasn't 34 or that line at 33. Why is it not transferring to my 15-minute chart? If it's on my 3, it should be on my 15 as well.
Right.
But anyways, it's a huge miss for me. But the shorts are on. The shorts have been good, so power up if you got them. We'll go back over to the one that I've been sitting in for a while for it to make another breakdown. Well, we're through 1470. So if Kathy was buying there, we're now stalling out at 1460. Maybe she's also buying at 1460. And if that's the case, let's get on the bid in front of 1460 and see if we can't catch something.
All right, we'll go awesome so far here because we're going to see if this can start to go back up to the upside here. And that, of course, is going to be Google. So we'll wait to see if it wants to continue its movements to the upside right now on Google. Yeah, so it's going to be right here. Nice trade, man. 40 cents in the money right now as we're trying to barbecue up something today for everybody on this trade. So here it goes, man. I mean, it's always nice. It's not, I talked about this trade, right? We talked about this, trying to find stocks. And we just made 0.5%, right? Google was 0.4, now it's 0.9. So we talked about finding names that are relatively strong into a market, especially if we're going to bounce off that 14.5. Like, so if you took that long right now, it's 20 handles in the money on the NASDAQ. That's why I'm doing this work. So it's a nice upside move, needless to say here, on Google. Let's take something else out if we get up to 120. Well, 130 is VWAP. So feel like a little foolish not to do that. Let's get something at 85 and put again another little something at O's, and then we'll be out of 70% if that does hit, and then we'll work on the trade from there. Oh, and just because it broke above 105 there, we did take some more out of AMD, giving us $1.50 of a win. So yeah, man, despite today being a little bit back and forth there, what's HE doing? So now under 12. You know, today's day is actually going to be okay for us here, especially if Google can get back up to 130. That would be a good trade there off that bounce level that we gave you guys in the NASDAQ. So I hope someone took that. What's up to Nita Stonk with those memberships? Oh, there it is. We just got to fill on Google there. So a nice little trade again. 50 cents now in the money on Google. So all right, Brendo, let's go over and do some recaps.
About 50-50 right now as far as red versus green on this board. However, we are seeing stronger green, which is offsetting some of the weakness here, specifically in this group. Nice bounce right across the board for energy stocks today. It was notably weak at the end of the day yesterday with crude oil downside, but 3% back to the upside for XOM. A lot of them, 1+, 1.8, 1.7, 1.85 there as far as energy names are concerned. But yeah, big tech, the story once again, Amazon red, Meta red, Apple very red, down a full percent. Here's Google though, up 0.5%. Remember, I mentioned quickly that note from the Wall Street Journal this morning, essentially saying that even though ChatGPT and Microsoft with Bing had a head start, Google's still controlling AI-specific search volume on the interweb. Tesla, 0.5% downside, everything else kind of there or thereabouts. There's definitely strength coming back into some of the consumer stocks as well, both staples and durables, guys.
Thank you very much, Brendo. Some relative strength in Tesla. It's holding on to VWAP here. I did take another leg out. Now I'll wait for the low of the day. It did give us that, like based on the average price, it gave us like a dollar in there. But I think it can get to the low if the market keeps on flushing. But you are at that bounce point, and it is a higher low. So respect that strength. Shout out another super chat. We appreciate you, TRL. I remember the TRL. $10 super chat. The Qs and SPY fell around 16% in 2021 in a good market, and 20%. In 2022, August and November. 20% from the end of July would put us right around the 200 period MA. So it's a great point, because in a good market, you want, like, pullbacks are a healthy thing. You get a bull market, you will have big retracements. That is absolutely normal. I'm going to just pull up my weekly on the Qs so you can kind of see what's going on. Did you say the weekly or did you say the daily? Oh, we said the daily MA.
Yeah.
Okay, so
no, it's not. No, there's no moving averages. There was just that support level.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're looking for the support level. Yeah, you mean if you look at the levels on the Q, I was actually going to talk about the 200 period right down here. Like I think that's where you could easily get to, and it wouldn't be that bad of a pullback, especially if you look at it on the weekly, down at like 318, 320 on the Qs. I mean, a lot of people would be dollar cost averaging into that, or some people just wait around to buy it. Into that level. So that's what happens in a bull market. Like you wait for these pullbacks sometimes and be patient with it. And it does mean for day traders that we can play the trend. And it doesn't always have to be one direction. It can be in either direction, bull or bear market. So there's that strength in Tesla. Bounces off VWAP, takes them out. Now if it fails the high again, I can try to add back in, though I will need to see some weakness and get it on the back end instead of the front end. I hate doing that. When you do it, you should just tell yourself, like I am, that you always want to be a little bit more patient. That it looked like it was curling, but it didn't show me that it was curling. And there was one other press up, and then you saw the sign of weakness. That's generally your entry point, especially counter trend. You can be sloppy-ish with entries when you have the trend. When you are shorting something that's relatively strong or long something that is weak, you really cannot be sloppy. Your price is your best friend if you're trying a counter trend trade in any regard. So that 1460 buy in Palantir, it's going right back into that reverse zone here into 1480. If it gives that up, fair enough, the short's still good, but you got to take profit on the way down as the market's trying to bounce here.
All right, who has some Google with me right now? This is 50 clean cents. We tweeted it out. We put out that we like this trade bouncing off the 200 period moving average. We talked about how we liked Google earlier. There it is, almost 1% of profit now in your account if you calculate it like that. There it is on Google. So far, so good here on that trade as it just continues to murk itself to the upside. So that's great. 60 cents now, trying to ring the Reggie on that one as our day is all of a sudden okay. I mean, it is just what it is here. We pick up some bottoms and we go. Let's check in on a weak name here with Amazon. 133.50 seems to be the bounce spot. We will keep our eye on that. I'm not sure we want to go long anything, but we are taking some profits out as we continue to slam higher here. I do have an offer on Google into the at the 20s. So if we can get that out right now, that's maybe some possible resistance levels up there that we've seen earlier before that quadunk down to the downside. Shout out to the Pharaoh beside me right now on that one. You know what? What's the difference if I was waiting for 18s there? I'm going to put an offer at 14s. Money, and get that fill right there on Google. So we'll give up a couple pennies there. There we go. Wow. Okay. Good thing we took that fill. We are now officially out of half of our Google trade. So it's always good when it's at the target spot for us and we still have half left, because now we can start to make that decision. Is it something that we want to cash out of everything, or try to let the rest go and play with house money at this point? And again, just going risk to reward, right? This is now 60 cents in the money. You could see our out on Google would have been 129. So it's about 1-to-1 now for those of you that are doing a little risk to reward action there. It's a little better than that, but we are now out of half, and we did take a lot out there. Not a lot, but as it goes upside, each one of these is 10%. So we did take them out at this bottom level of 129.90 or so. So that gave us that 40 cents. And again, take your licks as they come. Oh, I want to talk about this quickly before I go off here. And that is that I just tweeted this out. There's, I don't think Brendan brought this yet to us, but there's a bear cave out on Roblox not too long ago. Head over to my Twitter right now to find it out. I can put it in the chat right now what exactly they're talking about right now, but let's just go over to here, put this in there, and you can find out what's going on. But there's Roblox. Let's just call this out. I tweeted out the chart as well with that, so you guys can go find it. But there it is right here, straight off the jump, 29.50 all the way down, man. We wanted to go long on Roblox at 29-ish. We talked about that. Bad earnings, actually. But you could see right there, huge move downside. And then let me just give you a better look on that. Let me see if I can zoom back out a little bit. We were trying to hold this $30 level right there, but now it looks like if you're going to zoom down a little bit here and look at 26 possible as an area of support. But there it goes right now. Hells yeah, 75 cents. Uh-oh. It's almost another one here for a certain member of a certain club. So let's wait to see what happens here now with Google. Really proud to have taken this one and given it to everybody live. This actually went against me as I gave it to you, so some of you may have better prices than I, but definitely ring the register right now as we'll look for a nice little rally back up to the upside. Anything you want to talk about before money talks?
Not really. I mean, I'm not giving up the shorts until they run stops. I'm hanging on to Tesla. I'm not adding to that one. I might add to like a Palantir on a rollover. JD is a possibility. Mullen, we now have that half out, so that 2/3 out. We got our target, but I'm just going to alert to AMC potentially breaking and trying to fill this gap in. So it's through that 380 level. If it gets through 85, that is the local high. Then the next is 4 and is a monster gap to the upside. So sometimes the meme stock try to go. I do like this break. We did have one the other day when it tried to go. It was decent, but not big follow through. It could be happening right now. Let's go to Brendo.
Hey guys, we are seeing a little bit of a bounce coming back into play right now as far as the US dollar is concerned. We did start the day downside once again, 2 or 3 days in a row. You can see some wicks forming here on the daily chart. So we are starting to see a little bit of strength coming back into play after. If you missed it at 8:30, weekly jobless claims, the week over week number was higher or lower in this case. It did drop overall, but higher than expected. The continuing claims, however, still moving in the right direction. So overall, the Fed still wanting to see continuing claims moving higher as we start to see a little bit of weakness coming into the overall employment market. But it's been this ongoing story of this V bottom through to 100. We touched down and then straight back through to 103.5 now, which was that high. Next stop, possibly 104.5, which would put it back up here for the DXY, guys.
The Dixie. Come on, it won't. AMC is right at that 85. If it breaks, I'll probably get it. Hopefully, it doesn't take all day. to make that move. Sometimes you sit there and you stare at a level break and we're like, oh, it's about to go, it's about to go. And then 5 minutes later, we're showing you the same level break because it hasn't gone. And when you take a breakout trade, the idea is I want it through that high on the week. If it doesn't break it, then to me, it hasn't really ran those stops. I'm not moving my stop on JD, but I do not, you know what, I don't generally like to short a level the third time through. I'll just let it either break out, and if it happens, fair enough. I do not like the long in this stock. I do not like the long in the group, so I'll just wait for another opportunity to short it. It has been good pretty much all morning, right into that bottom. It's a double bottom. We did hold through it. Tesla, you guys already know yesterday's high, so yesterday's close is my out on Tesla. If it does break that, fair enough. But we've already taken profit down in front of VWAP, and the last one is Palantir. This isn't really threatening VWAP. It's a reversal at 15. 15's been such a big level that if this market rolls over, I'm looking for somewhere to add into this short. Maybe it's back, maybe it's VWAP, maybe it's 15 even. I'm not really sure just yet, but that's a trend break, or at least, I mean, it's still a downward trend, but that's a consolidation level that I do want to respect in here and only want to look for the short there. So AMC just broke out. I got 86s, 185 broke. Shocking to everybody there that you get the next penny up when the level breaks. But yeah, it's starting to go. It is a local high for the week on AMC. And the gap fill, I don't think it fills in the gap because that's like $5. But I think this can get to at least that 4. And then from there, you never really know with AMC.
All right, guys, it is now official. There it is, man, back to back. So we got $2 Club members here today, AMD and Google, and the Google one was just so damn easy because it came off that level, right? And we did, again, if you're able to, man, we're trying to get, actually, we're almost at 42,000 followers right now, 25 away. So let's go over there and hit it. We posted this out right there when we took the trade on Google. Also, we gave it to you guys watching live right now. So I want to thank everybody who took that trade with us on Google. As there it goes right now. It's a huge move to the upside. So like someone put in the chat, we did it again. Shout out to Britney Spears, who I guess is now getting divorced or something. My wife was mentioning it to me. I was like, okay. So yeah, there it is. Well, actually, she was married for 8 years. So.
Well, the new one, I thought this was like a.
No, this is this guy. Apparently, they were together for a while.
Oh, I thought it was a new one.
She had that. Some Lebanese dude. Yeah. Well, I don't know. She had that whole conservatorship and all that stuff. So I don't. Maybe they weren't together that long. I don't know. But okay. Anyways, who cares? That's what that is right now. But we just say, oops, we did it again, or we could do this one. But we got to edit this because we don't. This is three. Like. This is just one trade that we had there on that one. But it is a good one as we continue to climb up right back into day's high again here for Google. So let's start to take something out as we go. Still in the dollar club is AMD, but it's moved up right now against VWAP again. I feel like this is a good short right here at 105.75 as the market is still underneath VWAP, which I like. So I feel like you could support this move and try to get a little bit more short here against 106. So I think I'm going to do that. Let's put some offers right now at 105.75. As Neil and I are going off air in just a matter of minutes here, make sure that you do join the boys. It'll just flip right over, and then I will be reviewing some of these trades and posting positions that I am in and whatnot here as the afternoon goes on. So pay attention to that. Neil and I back, of course, at 2 p.m. And then I have the closing show as well. That's been really popular and going really well and really fun to do. That's at 4 p.m. I'm trying to put in my stops here, but they keep failing on AMD, so I got to figure that one out.
Sometimes you have an old one in there. I've had that.
Yeah, that's what I have to do. I have to edit said stop.
There's a stop on, if you trade with Day Trade the World, there's a really cool new stop order in the last year where you can, it automatically flattens your position regardless of direction, but you can take 25% out, 50% out, 75%, and you can just set it manually. However, with that key, you can't have any other type of stop out on that stock, otherwise it doesn't work. So as said, hands were off the keyboard. We had Tesla into VWAP. It then broke yesterday's high. Even if it does it by just a little bit, or the local high there, I just get out. So that was my stop at that high of the day. Did not favor the reload on Tesla. We just get out of its way. And that's the only way that you can kind of preserve things in there and not make a mess. Now, if it ends up working from there, that's fine. I have other shorts that I like to hold on to a little bit better. Like I said, Palantir feels like a better one to even try to get more shares of. Tesla almost going green there and showing some relative strength. Let's get to the earnings board because we're not quite done with earnings just yet. There's a little something in the morning, which I think has a decent chance to move. Tomorrow morning, that would be XPeng, not John Deere. I shouldn't say that. Maybe Deere does move. I have no idea. But XPeng I expect to be a big mover. AMAT, I don't know. It's usually a pretty interesting name to give you an idea where the chip space is heading, being a key sort of bellwether in the space. I don't know that we ever really trade it though.
Yeah, John Deere is a great one. I think we want to pick up some more John Deere as well. I think that's a good one. The industrial's making moves around there. Any Chinese names there? VIP.com, Xpeng, right? So, yeah, we'll have a look at that as the Chinese names are always in play these days. But yeah, there you go. The people have spoken. They want a Brittany button. So Fabian, I was a very busy man, but we'll work on that for you guys as well. Just check back on HE.
Probably tanking. That's my bad.
Oh, it's tanking. Yeah.
See, here's the thing, right? Like if when you know you're the jinx, I should just not trade at that point because it was holding steady. I'm like, yeah, let's join this party. Don't wait for a failed break, Neil. Just join the party then. It breaks the top, and then now it's going to go down. But that's it. Like if you don't have if you don't have a stop on that stock, like anything could happen, man. Like they come up with some headlines saying, hey, it's not their fault, or they found some evidence, and next thing you know, it's halting to the upside and going up like $10. So. That's the risk. That's the risk you run.
That's what it is.
You have to trade. I think with a stock like that, you have to trade with a hard stop because if you don't, you're going to get run. I had a hard stop on this one at $1, and we're now getting to that 93 level on Mullen. Again, some trades are like that's just that dollar level. Like you take 99.5. You risk it to 101. If it flushes, I think you get to 90 cents there. So I still have a third on. Now looking to get that next leg out, which is into that 93 to 90 level, and then see what happens after that. So it's flush city for Mullen again, because that's what it does. AMC's not really doing a heck of a lot after that break. You know what? The other day when AMC broke 365, it was the same thing. Like it was this breakout here. Like the first 5 cents took forever. And then eventually it did give you like that next leg to the upside, but it just took a while. It never really threatened against you, but you just kind of had to hold on to it as it went up. Like it just
in it? Nice.
Yeah, it's not like this is not the AMC of old. When it takes out a top level like this, it's not like it's flying to $4 in the next 5 seconds, but that's what happened 360 to 380. It just took a while to get there. It was still a good trade, but this has taken, it's not the same breakouts, thick levels. It doesn't have a 40% short float anymore. So we'll see what happens with that. It is now 11 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. It's been an absolute fun one.
I just want to talk a little bit about HE, just because I know we're just joking about being the rub and everything. Oh, it's at 11 flat.
Of course it is.
But I just want to say it did. It did go to 12.50. So that's I feel like although we're often joking around about some of these levels and things like that, it's like if you don't get out at 12, then you're picking out some other levels, right? And then the thing is like, do you want to hold it for this top? It is matter of fact that it stopped there, and that's fine. If you were shorting, you could have re-shorted it. But I always think that getting out where you feel like you're responsible for it, then you get out. And then if you do like to short, it did give you another opportunity there. So like to lose 30 cents there, like we did. If I was playing 12.50 the same way I was playing 12, you would now be in the money at $1. So I just feel that, you're not always going to pick the tops or the bottoms in anything, and just be careful with that. Why is everyone going whoa, whoa, whoa right now?
Why is Pfizer up?
We just took out another fill there on Google. But okay, hey, we can't cover everything now because then there'll be nothing left.
Yeah,
but the best part about the stock market is it don't sleep. Well, maybe 4 o'clock it goes to bed a little bit, it goes for a nap. But right now it is open and it is live, so we're going to throw it over to the guys beside us, Sharif and Max. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, Neil, Brendan, everybody there. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, our guy, Raheem.
Raheem, great.
Raheem came through today, talked a bunch of names. You asked him a good question on steel. We talked about some retail names, Dollarama, Canadian Tire, and others. So, all right, thank you for watching one more time. Check us all out on socials, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Let's go over to the midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. And don't forget, August contest, 6 days, 12 hours, and 57 minutes. I feel like their clock is off. Like, I don't really know why it's off here. Well, here we go. Max, I got to take some profit here on this bad boy because we held that $1 level on BGLC.
Oh, baby. 10% move there?
Not bad, not bad. There we go. We get gap up into that 11. It was basically a dollar break and looking for that dip trade, and it continues to come in here, my friend Max, and we'll wet our beak again there. There we go, right at 12, so we'll wait for this one to continue to head up, but this was a dollar play. Remember that I adjusted my scanner to now not filter just $1 stocks, but to actually from 85 pennies onward, so that I can get the jump on these $1 breakers, right? You're not going to know about them unless you kind of have a bit of a leeway there. So BGLC, don't know anything about this company. Let's talk a little bit about it. What's the look here? I got to keep my eye, though, on this name because, well, the bamboozlement can be fast and it can be furious. Let's go ahead and de-risk. What is this nonsense coming up here on my... Let's go ahead and de-risk just a little bit here, my friend Max. There we go. We'll take a little bit out there. Okay, BGLC, BioNexus Gene Lab, through its wholly owned subsidiary, Chemrex Corporation, focuses on wholesale of chemical raw material products. The company is engaged in the sale of chemical raw material for the manufacture of industrial, medical, All right, let's see what we get here with respect to float. 6.5 million shares. So definitely one on the smaller end. New do to boot it. Let's hang out here at 16s. We're a bit of a resistance level here at 15. A couple of touches right at that level. And yeah, we'll see. We've got a resting order here at 16s. If we get filled, fantastic. Tonal Tunes, shout out to you. Can I trade futures on Search Trader? I got no idea, my friend. They give me a script and I read it. But you can check them out. I'm sure that they have that information on the website. Max, what do you got for us today?
You know, I really don't have much on the board today. Just one big loser and pretty much everything else kind of flat. Cisco, I went a little hard on that early break. I got in a little late this morning and missed the open, so I missed those money fills, sadly. Tried that Cisco $55 even break. There was like 3,000 lots on it. I thought that provided a decent amount of edge for the potential, you know, blast up into this 55.5 level and then 55.80. Sadly, got stopped out, and the liquidity was a lot worse than I expected. I thought I'd be able to get out like 95, and ended up getting out in the 80s, which kind of sucked. Yeah. And then a little bit of a FOMO punch here, getting back in and losing again. So yeah, Cisco, big loser. Everything else kind of flat. I tried Tesla a couple times. Tried the long off 223, I believe. Yes, 223 was my level. I said I want to go long 223 yesterday, or short 233. For whatever reason, the low was 222, which I didn't think was a level, but I'll have to go back and do a little bit more studying on that one. End up getting a little nice scalp to kind of make all my money back here off that like 222.5 hold. But it didn't want to continue, so just bailed out of that one. And we end up kind of double bottoming-ish around that 222.5, but you know, I didn't really see a way to execute on this one. I would have taken the low of day again if we double bottom there. But really nothing on that. Apple also just kind of bamboozling me a little bit today. You know, Neo is squeezing.
Popping or sinking? Up. Go Chinese ADRs. Come on. Yeah. All right, I'm going to look right now. So the Neo telling me Neo is pumping up here. I'm looking at my blotter. I don't see Chinese ADRs rise on the hopes. No, this is all old stuff. All right, let's pull it up. I can't get rid of this stock here because I'm in it at the moment. Oh baby, we're pumping up huge here, Max.
Oh yeah.
On this name,
BLGC.
on BGLC, there goes the 20. We're moving up big, high a day. We get top wick for now. Caveat for now, 65% of the good. This $1 hold is absolute money. We're going to look at Neo in 1 sec because that is important, and I am in Lee, and I'm furious about how it's been trading lately. Shout out to the Katina man who's been sending the bad juju. No, I'm just joking. Of course, he doesn't do that. All right, Neo is pumping up. 11.55 right there, Max. We broke through 12. 12.20, I want to say 21 is the high of day. At the moment, we just waked up.
12.41 is the high of day.
Okay,
on this
my
one.
mistake.
I just got long on the pullback. See if we can hold these pre-market highs here above $12. Would bail on a $12 break. But if we hold that $12, we'll see. Might add to this one. I don't know what's going on with NEO, but this is just a technical kind of hold of these pre-market levels. Do we get out here? Don't want to get kind of quad-doomed on this one. I'm going to get out and see if it holds 12. Yeah, I don't know what the news is. I don't see any. I don't see any specific news, but this is a huge volume spike. There has to be news on this.
Well, we know today that the Chinese government, Chinese Communist Party, essentially is saying that they are looking for ways to maneuver around the Biden administration's new sanctions on AI, quantum computing, and microchip sales and investment by American firms, individuals, what have you, into their own sectors in those, into their own companies in those sectors. Pardon me. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if anything came out. Now, I'm not seeing it. Chat, if you know, at me. You know how it's done, at Sharif Gobriel, and let me know. Many eyes better than one now because of the all the melee that was happening here. I fat-fingered and got out of the entire position here on BGLC, which is fine. Yeah, that's the way she works here. Yeah, so got out some there 19s max, and I'm sadly out of the entire position now, and it is still going 125 to good. I was all excited. I'm like, oh, look at me holding a small capper. You know what I mean? But not to be the case. We are moving up very nicely on BGLC with a 129 high, and there we go, 128s again, very much at days high at the moment. Got this one at $1. Right, we initially got in $1.04. It dipped into $1. We got it at $1.01 with a good average price. 130 now, the high a day. This one continues to head to the high side. I got this at 40-something%. We're knocking on the door of 80% now. I don't even know what the headline is. We read about the company, but I'm not even seeing the headline here, dude. Refinitiv, Edgar Bio, Gene. No, this ain't it. This is just telling me that it's moving. What is this? It's a Form 10Q. What the hell is a Form 10Q? Quarterly report pursuant to Section 13 of the Securities Exchange Act. Don't know what this is, and I'm not going to read it live on the air, so we'll have a look later. 132, the high on this bad boy. It continues to head up BGLC. I'll get to my Google trade in a minute, but I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I just tried NEO again on that 12 breakout, but I don't know. I guess there must be some type of news, but I guess not a big deal. So I'll forget that NEO. Nice fade if you took like that 1240 or 12. I guess. Oh, Sean is short. Of course. Taking that kind of wick high and failure. That's pretty nice. I don't know. I mean, do you get all the way back down where we were trading before? That seems unlikely, but. We'll see on this one. Now starting to bid up a bit, so maybe should have hung on to that back down to that low. But I don't want to get quad-doomed on this, and I never win on NEO, so whatever on that one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any trades going right now. I don't have any great ideas at the moment. I was telling you I had the low on CVS there, Sharif, and ended up punching out.
Yeah.
Yeah, before.
What was the headline on this, by the way? I heard the guys talking about it this morning. I can look.
Some
Don't
client got dropped or something. I don't remember.
I'll look it up.
But yeah, it gives you like this nice bottom at 64.70. I got it once, and then it dips back down. But tried again when it tried to wick it here off the 60s. Stop out one more time, and then I didn't try it again. There was a clear reserve here on 64.70, and I don't know. I figured it would just break and blast through the bottom again. Didn't take it again, and that ended up being low of day. Now trading at 66, so that was like $1.50. Almost could have got off the bottom there. Interesting that NASDAQ's kind of putting in a higher low here as well.
Yeah, a little bit. But Dan will probably say watch out for that IB.
Of course.
But here's what I want to look at. Google, I know the Katina Man had this. I took it early as well. It was obviously strong on the morning. The Katina Man hitting the bang there. We talked about it on the big desk, Brendo and I, in the morning, that they are now incorporating BARD into the search results. We don't have it in Canada. We can use BARD if we use a proxy, but that's really the only way it's going to get done. But south of the border, you guys have access to that. And now, much like Bing, when you do a search, you're going to get not only the organic search search results and the AdWords. Let's not forget about that. But on the top of the page, you're going to get the AI-generated response, which is also going to have multiple different and related queries and give you information on those through a click of a button. Now that's big. We've been waiting for that. This has been kind of the look that this is how search is going to evolve. It's going to be more, response related and direct information given to you rather than you having to filter it through yourself. In any event, now Endless looking at Google as basically, they're getting the jump here on our friend Microsoft. And because so many more people use Google search rather than Bing, even though Bing incorporated that technology first, Google, at least according to the analyst, stands to benefit from it more, at least in the short term. And as I'm talking about that, BGLC is just absolutely flying, and I'm furious. 142 the high now on BGLC. That's 40 pennies removed. That's a 40% move, man, off that $1. I love these $1 breaks, Max. I'm going to definitely keep my scanner tuned for these so we can see them. But going back to Google, here was the trade. It was basically a big move up. It was green. It was a big couple of green candles. It was a bit counter market. We saw weakness in the NQ early on. Google has, even the daily chart reflects this. Google has not retraced back nearly as much as the NQ. Do your comparison between the stock and the index or the future, whatever. You can kind of overlay them depending on what program you're using. It's down $3 while the market's down like several hundred points, right? 900 points, I believe. Now the NQ is down. Anyway, so we get in on the dip. 129.97, and then we wait for the break, 130.31, and then we get out here into the 130.50 for a nice 50 penny winner. We don't involve ourselves on that retracement. I think this is where the Katina man got in at that 129 dip area. And now, I don't know, are you still holding? Ooh. Yeah, he's still holding. So now into that 130, 20% left, but it's not bupkis. At least you didn't fat finger at a BGLC. Anyway, 130.5 is where we're dancing now. One and a third to the good on Google. Very, very much counter market here, Max.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't know what to do at the moment. Sharif, we haven't done enough of like a pullback kind of bounce in order to get short anything. And I am not necessarily believing in the long at the moment. That ID,
yeah, Dan the Man Emmons dropped that
whatever
on there
it is actually like low of the day, basically.
Yep. I see you, Dan. I see you.
So interesting that I guess you could get the bounce from here. You could theoretically try to find a long here, something that's at the low, but I don't know. I don't know about. That's not my style of trading. That IB low kind of situation. So I think I will. I don't know, just stay away, wait for a pullback up, wait for a bounce, and then try to get a short somewhere at a decent level after the market has bounced. I think the trend is your friend today. The trend has been your friend. The fact that we gave up 15K and we've given it up pretty strongly here after trying to bounce twice. I mean, we basically just touch off of there this morning once, and then we're all the way back down. So key support gone. That 14,850 is exactly where I thought we would go to if we broke. I think if this chart will load all the way back to like a month ago, then you'll see the last wick down was to 14,850. But I think that we can definitely give that up today. There's probably more downside available in this market. Michael Burry finally happy with his position. I think it must be in the money at this point after holding it like 10% out of the money. But, I mean, I guess those puts, you're basically just holding them. Maybe you're like 50% out of the money when the market's 10% out of the money on puts.
Dude, did you hear about this Goldman article?
No.
Well, Goldman doesn't write out, but they released like a statement saying that the sell-off, the huge sell-off that we had on the NQ on Tuesday was as a result of these zero-dated what are they called? Zero DTE. Zero DTE.
Yeah.
Zero dates to expiry.
Yeah.
Puts on the SPY, on the SP, on the ES, essentially at 4440, and there was like 100,000 of them in like a span of 20 minutes, and it caused all the market makers essentially to go offside, have to short to get into the actual future, the SPY or whatever. And it's basically possible because of the low liquidity, and therefore you're able to manipulate it a lot more aggressively. And based on the current liquidity, the market makers can't handle. Their system's not based for that kind of move. I'm going to pull it up off my email because it's very, very eye-opening, especially for intraday trading, because this affects us directly. Like you could say that this would be just a blip on the SPX or.
And this was when?
Tuesday. Tuesday. And if you look at the price action on the ES and the NQ on Tuesday, oh baby, did it ever. Let me have a look here. I want to show you guys the article. I'm not going to obviously read the article verbatim, but I want to show it to you because this has to be something, homework, a case study that you guys need to do. Here it is. Now look, Bloomberg is behind a paywall, but we have an affiliate of Bloomberg in Canada called BNN Bloomberg, BNN standing for Business News Network. It used to be an independent news network until it bought the license for Bloomberg in Canada. They have the article for free. So here it is. You can just search BNN Bloomberg, type in this heading, Goldman Sachs blames zero-day options for fueling S&P 500 sell-off. Read it. Understand what's being said here, because if it can happen once, it can happen again. We need to be cognizant of it. Now, how do I kind of defend against it? I have options data that I pay for with my brokerage, so definitely I'll be looking for any unusual options activity, whether it's on the SPY or the. I don't think you can get options on the index, right? It has to be the SPY or the futures contract. Can you get options on the index? You can. The Katina Man says yes. Okay, so that's all. I don't know that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? It has to be on either the ETF or the future, right? But in any event, so digest this is what I'm trying to say. So here it is. Come back to it again if you're able to. Yeah, this one right here. Google that heading and learn. Homework for everybody. There's going to be a test tomorrow. I'm kidding. BGLC continues to go here, Max.
Does
yes,
it?
SPX options, says Cody Lowe. Thank you, guys.
Do you take the $1.50 break? GLC.
I know, you see that.
For some reason in my brain, I want to type BLGC.
I'm going to put the link in the chat, guys. Here it is. Go.
All right, let's look at the daily on this thing. Is $1.50 a level? $1.50 is typically a level, but I don't really see much there. $1.75. Yeah, there's really nothing here at $1.50, so I'm not going to take that. Looks like next stop $1.80 probably on this one. Is my chart just not loading, or is this a recent IPO? Let me look at it on. Yeah, it's just my chart. When's that IPO? 2020. Huh. All right, interesting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the weekly chart on this thing, that $2 break looks like 180. Yeah, $1.80 break right here. Looks pretty interesting on the weekly chart. You got the low here from 1 week, and then this past week's high. I feel like $1.80 is the Alamo on this one today. We'll see if it gets to $1.80. What happens? Is
that what you charted? I wasn't looking. Okay.
Yeah, if you look at the weekly, I'll pull it down from Trade Ideas here.
Yeah, Trade Ideas is a good sponsor.
See it?
I see.
Like that $1.80 area right there.
100%.
3 touches there at $1.80. Yeah. You break that, who knows?
That's interesting.
We were just at like $9 not too long ago. So I don't know what the. Did you find the news? Some form was filed.
Oh, it popped up here. I was trying to look for the BGLC quickly here. I'm just trying to find out the short float if there is any BGLC. Come on, Trade Ideas, bro. I don't have time for this nonsense. There we go. No short float here. So let me go back to my blotter. Let's go BGLC. Yeah, it was a filing of sorts, Max, but look, this one moved, right? This has been a multi-day mover, so we got to go back to the date at which it moved. So let's go to the daily and figure out the first day it started moving here, and then I'll go back to the blotter. Yeah, this goes back a ways, eh? So it goes back to July, early July actually really started getting going here. But it's been in a full state of hwadunk, right? This one got up to $18, just minus 10 pennies. So, and it reverse split a lot. I can't even read that. It reverse split on July 20th. I don't have anything before July 31st on my blotter, so sadly we don't know too much about that. Yeah, anyway, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. When
It really doesn't. Honestly,
no.
like the news on these doesn't typically matter. The market will tell you what to do with it. Right? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it was at $9 not too long ago. Then it went below $1, and now it's back above $1. So squeeze is what's happening on this one. That's really all that we need to know, and appropriately manage risk regardless of any headline. Chesapeake Energy, CHK. Old COVID name, I recall. I believe this was at like 2 cents or something, and ended up running to $60 in like a matter of weeks. Back during COVID, I'm sure people in the chat can tell us about that. I do recall, yeah,
Moving up
I see
nice
it here.
today.
It was negative 70 cents. Yeah, this was the one that went negative.
What?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
This one went negative. All right.
Explore oil,
pull up the, monthly
NGL.
here.
What is this? Natural gas liquids. Yeah, because oil was
Yeah,
negative.
Chesapeake went negative.
Hold on, how can an equity go negative?
I don't know, man, but it went negative. Let
I
me
don't
tell you.
get it.
I recall
I thought
this
it was
one.
0.
Why is this not loading? All right, trade ideas.
possible?
All the way. All right, but yeah, just
Google's
let me
pumping
pull up my
still.
other chart. This did go negative.
Oh my God.
Oh no, it didn't go negative.
No, how can an
Why does
equity
it-
go negative?
12 cents.
It can
said
go to
negative
0,
before.
right? Your liability at
Yeah,
an equity
yeah.
is always
Okay,
0.
when oil went negative, this went. Why is it telling me anyway? Whatever. These platforms
Negative because
are,
of the FX, says Jeffrey Andrews, because of the foreign currency
So
exchange.
did it go
Possibly, I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know. My chart was showing me negative for a second. Now it's telling me
31
12 cents.
incoming. Google 31 incoming here, guys. This is super strong now, completely counter market, a complete secular move here by Google. We're almost 2%. We're 1.78, and we are knocking on the door of 131, and we now have opened that door because we're at 131.05. Lots of strength coming into this name. It has been a very good time for Google. I'm not talking about it actually making gains. It just didn't go down. And compare it to the other big 6 or big 5 or whatever. They call them the Fabulous 7 or the Fantastic 7 or whatever CNBS is saying these days. But this one has definitely been a secular mover, and it continues to be on the day with beautiful dip trades into 129 1/3. That came in at about 10:30 a.m. and we are almost almost $1 removed from that price to the high side. It continues to squeeze, and it is going, baby. Now 131 1/5. Are we going to see a quarter? We are. I saw 23 show up. Yeah, Google doesn't usually move like this. We're almost 2% to the good now on Google. Very, very nice flat top break, you'd have to say, through that 130 3/4. Multiple touches in and around there, all with higher highs and higher lows. So it's kind of trending, but still flat top-ish a little bit. We might see some selling come here as people take profit. Let's go to the chat. Wave 3 trader Sharif, only way to lose more than invested would be margin risk of over leverage like futures. Yeah, sure. Super Spacman, Super Inflation 7, sure. Let's call him that, whatever you want to call him, baby. It's dealer's choice.
I figured it out. It went to 12 cents. It didn't go negative. My chart was showing me negative numbers for some reason on this other platform, which it usually doesn't. So yeah, it was like 12 cents, then it squeezed up to like $75.
Interesting.
I recall. It might have been a reverse flip, but I'm not sure. I remember this one was nuts during 2020 for sure.
I bet.
And currently taking off 89 area is the recent high on CHK, and 9% shorted. So there could be some shorts feeling it after this recent move up.
Yeah,
So,
no doubt about that.
I mean, I'm
All
paying
right.
attention to this.
BGLC.
I feel like 89 is too far away, though.
Eh?
I feel 89 is too far away on something like this,
On
where like the
CHK?
ATR,
Yeah.
ATR is $2. It's already put in a good move. I wonder if I can buy a dip on the trend on CHK today.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. What else is moving on the day? We talked about Walmart in the morning show. I was looking, I talked to Max when he sat down, like, is this an interesting flat bottom break here? And he's like, you know what, maybe the long off 57. We're right there right now. 157 is where we're trading, I believe. This chart is frozen for some reason, so let's go to P Pro 8 and see what's up. I switched Walmart to NEO, so let's flip back to Walmart. There we go. Walmart trading at exactly 157 right now. So this 157 holding, we dipped into that 156.58, and then we made a higher low. At that 156.89, we're trending back up. Now look, it was a good report. The only thing that they missed on was gross margins, right? Gross margins are your margins prior to paying tax. So why did it go down? Well, the call started at 8 a.m. The earnings came out before that. And once, the CEO got on the mic, the CFO, investors and analysts heard things they didn't like, mainly that there was a reasonable probability that the forecast, the guidance essentially, would have to be revised. There is a good degree of uncertainty still, they suggest, on the rest of the year. So, as a result, you had a bit of a sell-off because the initial spike was very much to the high side. This is what I'm talking about here. At that 7 a.m., yep, they dropped it at 7. We got up into 164.44. We're talking about 157 now. I bet you if I was to look up the ATR on Walmart, it's probably like 50 cents a dollar, right? So we are doing much, much more than the average true range on a regular day. WMT, let's find out what the ATR is on this bad boy. You have ATR on yours. I don't have it on mine. Do you have? Look at it.
I'm gonna guess it's like $1.50.
It's got to be something like that. What is it?
201.
$2?
$2.01.
Okay. Well, we've done a lot more than that so far.
On Walmart. I did trade Walmart today. Early on, it was holding this 160.50 kind of area, kind of trending up, so I was able to get in on a dip. I added through 161. A little bit of a short-sighted move there because that 161.15 was the opening high. So should have waited for that to break before adding. But as soon as that failed, I bailed out. Still made a small amount on that trade. And then I got in a couple more times when it looked like it was holding. Market was kind of holding up at this point, and tried to get that move through 161. I liked the earnings. I liked the beat. They beat kind of on everything. Yeah. But obviously, you got to figure out what they were saying on the call if you're going to trade the stock, and I didn't do that. But I did end up getting a nice reversal off the pre-market low here, 157.50 into 159. Didn't get the big move that I wanted, that I figured might happen, back into that 160 where we seemed pretty comfortable trading early on. But it was a good trade here, this little bottom reversal. And now we're kind of, we're kind of holding bottoms here again. This 157 level seems like something on Walmart.
All right, I'm looking at the economic calendar on my phone. Very important. We have several treasury auctions coming out in a few minutes. They were, so they're right now, 11:30. We got the 4-week bill auction, the 8-week. It only gets 1 bull out of 3 in importance, right? So we're going to keep that in mind, but they tend to be market moving. Now I'm waiting for the results to come out. For the 4-week, the previous was 5.280. For the 8-week, it was 5.280 as well. There's no consensus this time, at least not one here, with respect to what the projections are, and I'm waiting for the actual to come out. So we'll have a look at that. And I also keep my eye here on Walmart. Now, what I do see is a higher low, but I don't see another higher high, and I see another rejection off the 50 period on the 1-minute chart. That is the red line right here. So if I'm going to get involved in this one to the long side, it's definitely going to have to be with a higher high, but not coming in at the moment. MK Raid and Sharif. News says there is stimulus. Hope for Xpeng and NEO, perhaps the reason behind the hike. Yeah, we know about that, brother. We know that the Chinese government, they talked about pumping stimulus into the economy there because it's lagging. But then there was a question of whether it was going to come. And then if it was going to come, would it be in the quantum that would be required? And then we started talking about the delay in getting it out there. So there's been all these things that have been holding back some of these ADRs, but we know fundamentally there are bigger fish to fry in that country. They seem to have a major economic problem that they're going to have to get over. Super SPAC man, scalp out pennies on BSFC below the buck, wait for the break. I haven't looked at BSFC. I see it here, 96 pennies, done 1.5 million shares. I'm not going to be interested in a stock that did 1.5 million shares. That's 96 pennies. I can tell you that right off the bat. So that's a pass for me. Reliable Rudy, NEO entry off 1175. Thoughts? Let's have a look at that. Go back into our friend NEO. here, and the thought was 1175.
I think if Neo's going to sell off that entire pump up, it's probably not worth the long.
It's probably not worth the long?
Yeah, because we did that whole like news pump or whatever that was, and then we sell it all off.
I agree.
I don't know.
So here it is. I agree with you. Like, but price action wise, there's an interesting level at 1175. I think that's what he's referring to because you had
As
a couple.
a short or as a long?
Well, I don't know. He wants Neo entry off 1175. Are you want to go long or short? I'm covering some. So the Katina man's covering at 1175. Some. He said some. So here we go. With respect to price action, there's no doubt that there is something afoot
For sure.
here at 1175, whether long or short.
It's clearly proven that it doesn't want to trade over there though, because we do the pump up all the
Right.
way back down. I think shorting there.
What's going on? Yeah, get the watch list, guys. Brendo does a lot of work on that every day, baby. And but I like it. The watch list is awesome.
yeah.
I get it every morning. The Katina man was very upset the other day that he wasn't able to get into the watch list prior to the market. He made me copy and paste it in the chat for him. So I've become the de facto watch list distributor on this desk, Max. But I'm kidding, of course.
But yeah, I think I feel like Neo, if you're gonna go long, you gotta wait for like low of day.
Fair.
And if you're gonna go short, it seems like you're kind of shorting in the middle. It seems like, I don't know. I feel like just doing anything when you're right in the middle of the range is
It's a little-
there's
yeah,
just really nothing there on Neo right now for me personally.
All right.
I don't know.
That's a look out of the Mad One's mouth. Direct to you. We're watching though here Neo dance with that 1175. There definitely seems to be for now a buyer at that level. How many wicks do we get? We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1-minute candles bouncing off that 3/4 level. VWAP. Where's VWAP, by the way? On my other side chart here. One moment, please. I'll tell you where the VWAP is. VWAP on my side chart is at 1182. So there you go. Send it, Neo, says Roger. Yeah, brother, if it's going to pump, I wish you all the best. What else we got here? Let me look at the big tech names. How is our friend Google doing? Apple definitely at lows. That 174 dip buy into Apple has been interesting, but it looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break. I'm not going to lie. I might have to send out another dip order there for the long-term account, Max, as Apple continues.
I mean, you wanted that 175.
And I ended up jumping in at 177 like you know what, but
a little FOMO on that one. I mean, the market
Exactly.
looked pretty, although like you're off the high of almost 200. So at the end of the day, when Apple's trading at 200, because we pretty much know that Apple buys up every dip, you're going to be laughing and saying, oh, whatever, I held it $3 out of the money. Who cares?
right. Well, exactly. I mean, exactly.
Especially
to
if
blip.
it's super long term.
Well, it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, this one I'm trying to build into. Neo getting a bit of a bounce here, 1175. I mean, look, Reliable Rudy, if you wanted to, you could get in here and then give yourself like a 5-penny stop. It breaks 75, you're out. The end of the story, right? Because you clearly see there's buying at 75. Whether it holds out or not is a different question. But with respect to risk to reward, you're risking 4 pennies now. I think you can get filled at 79s or 80s. Give it a shot if you'd like. Not financial advice.
Joe
you got?
Finero in the chat asking about the golf stats yesterday.
Ooh, take us through that. The whole
Heartbreaking defeat. Obi and I were teamed up. It was a 2-man team scramble, 6 teams. We ended up coming in second.
That's all right.
Mark,
Who won?
the absolute GOAT, just undefeatable. That
Mark's
Mark.
good, man. He's got years under his
Yeah,
belt,
and you know
baby.
there was a handicap system. Obi and I were +7.
How come?
Mark and Nav were -2. So
Why is that?
we ended up losing by 2 strokes, and we bogeyed the last 2 holes. So it would have been a tie if we could have just pulled it together. Part
How's
of the
Obi's
last
golf
2
game?
holes. Obi's learning. Obi's
Yeah?
learning. Yeah.
Yeah. He said that. You felt like you were holding something back there. No, he's good?
No. I think we
Yeah,
actually made
okay.
some progress on Obi's swing
Nice.
yesterday. He takes instruction very well.
Really?
Yes,
Really?
yes.
That's very important.
And also Nav, brand new to golf as well. So he was. We found a little something in his grip to
Ooh.
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But we ended up +4. And then plus another
bad.
7, so +11.
Okay, 'cause of the
overall.
handicap? Yeah,
because of the handicap. So it was a pretty good round out of us, but
That's cool.
The smooth criminal over there, Mark, just that guy just putts.
He's a good dude, man.
His putts are just so calm and just never miss by more than a foot.
Really?
Yeah, he's good.
Where'd you guys go?
Dentonia, the worst golf course in Toronto.
There you go. You heard it from the Mad One's mouth.
Actually,
direct to you,
there might
baby.
be worse. There might be worse. I don't think
the Katina Man says there is not.
I have not been to worse personally, but
I've only been to one, and it's the one in front of my house. So that's it.
Don Valley's tough.
Is it good? Is it 18 holes?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. I don't know. What
Yeah,
the space.
that's like a real golf course. It's pretty tight.
That's a real course.
These guys play what, par 60?
Par 50, no, par 54, I
Max.
think.
BGLC is making another test at the highs here. This one is not done for the day, and I'm lamenting not having gotten in at the $0.25 because I would have been 20 pennies in the money.
Looks kind of interesting.
Yeah,
now.
well, we're only 3 pennies removed off that level on the high, so we're about to test it again. If we get continuation, I'm seeing 42 show up, 43s here on the ask. Lots of strength. We're talking about 100% now. I started watching this one through the dollar break, and that was 40%. Now, this one's really come off its recent highs. Quick look at the BGLC of the daily will show you where we were and now where we are. Yes, that is not a misprint. We did get up to almost $18 there and then had multiple red days, huge red days to the downside. And then, you know, we still continued to have red days, even though they split. These guys definitely probably trying to stay under compliance with that split on the 20th of July. Prior to that, the trading had been very light. You could tell the volume really started coming in spades during these days. But today, definitely a day. And there goes the 50 level. I'm seeing 51s show up. Now on the ask, I don't think we crossed. Still, technically, the high a day is 50. So strong is this name, 180% now, 108, pardon me, to the good. But I think it's going to halt. No, fake halt. There we go, right back down off that level, but right back up into 50 again. So this one, all the bamboozlement coming into this one. The spread really tight though, 1 penny, which is good news. 51s, it's gonna go. 52s. I don't see anything above the bid though. Above 50 on the bid, above 50, pardon me. I saw 52 show up on the ask, and that is a high day on this one. Continues to go. That 125 retracement was absolute money. But is it the end of this trade? Is it the end of the trade? I mean, Max identified that 150 level. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, the 150 just a psychological level, not a daily chart level. So I don't know if there's that much edge there. I want to see it at that 180. What happens around that price? I missed the dip on Tesla here. I like the 223 level. We've established that I like the 223 level. Market's on support. Tesla screaming into it. Does the wick. I missed it. By the time I could have punched in, it was at 25.30, and that kind of ruins the risk allotment here. So I could not take that trade, but gives you $1 on that little retracement on TSLA. I think this is a good name to get long if the market is going to bounce from here. We are sitting on support basically right now on the NASDAQ, this 14,850 area, which was the prior dip price. I still think that there's more downside in this market, but I mean, you look at this trend on the 5 minutes, pretty gross. Just lower highs all the way. If we end up cracking 14.9 again, maybe there's like a legitimate bounce in this market, and maybe there's something that we can find off the lows. I don't know. What Walmart's still chilling down there, but no.
175 is, sorry,
Nvidia.
1175 is definitely holding here on NEO, guys. And now we're curling back up above VWAP. So this 1175 is a very interesting level. There seems to really be a buyer, and we know that that was the case early on. We had two crests reject off that level. And now we got the big boy Huadunk off that still unknown news that brought this all the way up into 1240, retracing back into 1175. That's a hell of a move back, no question about it. But this 1175 is very interesting. Your 10 pennies removed off it now. What's 10 pennies risk to reward here? Pretty good, I would say. but definitely, you know, it's going against the trend in general. Now, maybe not on the day, because you're up 3%. You're 3 2/3% on the day. So we'll see. We'll see here. This might be another interesting dip back into 1175. But shout out to you, Reliable Rudy. I think it was Reliable Rudy that was mentioning that 1175. Good look there. You know, you haven't printed too much on it. 10 pennies here in the money if you took out anything at 1185. But good look on that level, no question about it. Let's keep it. No fills to the upside yet for Neo. I'm on the ask at 1190. Shout out to you, my friend, and I hope you do get filled at that level. There is interesting level here at 90. Kind of dipped into it and then retraced back up. We'll have to see if that ends up being a thing or it's just a momentary blip here on the overall move. Google back into 130.50, and here comes 131 again. The strength on Google is undeniable. Let's get into this one. This is going to be an interesting one here. I think this one probably trends the rest of the day. Well, let's see what the future's doing. Yeah, the future's holding. Let's get into this one, Max. Let's get into a little bit of Google here. The out will be the break of the trough. The trough is at 130.50. Let's see if we can get a nice test through that 131, maybe trend up a little bit on our friend Google, Alphabet, of course. What's the other one called? So there's Alphabet, and then what's the other one? Is it just Alphabet?
Yeah, Alphabet's
It's
just
B
the
and
parent
C.
company.
Oh yeah, A
It's,
and B. Yeah, A and B. I forgot.
Yeah, it's like a different classification of shares. That's
So
it.
what the hell?
One of them has, I think one has voting rights and one doesn't or
That's
something.
right.
I
I
don't
thought
know.
one was called something different.
I'm not sure why they're both, whatever. I don't know.
sure one
I'm
bit
watching
is
Cisco
different.
right now at 55 bucks. This is the big earnings winner today. This is, well, it's the stock that I got smoked on this morning. So going to go a little lighter on this. But if we do hold this 54.95 kind of price for whatever reason, I would like to take that double bottom if the market's going to bounce, although we are selling this bounce off. So maybe I'm talking myself out of this one. But we have been holding in this nice consolidation range. I think that there is some room to make another push higher. I don't know how much further we can go, but I think that we can go back to high of day, certainly. Still up 3.85% off of a very nice earnings beat. I believe 56.5 is my next spot on this one if we can get there. But I think this stock was pretty comfortable trading in the 55 to 55.5 range previous, or 55 to 56.5 range previously. So if we're going to break back into that range, I think we can take a kind of range trade on this one back to the upside, back into potential high of day. So I'm watching for this double bottom, and I really want to see like a bid somewhere or some kind of reserve or something. Just like that trade on U.S. Steel yesterday, where we had that weird reserve at 31.30 and was able to just get long that with like 2 cents of risk and end up getting that nice move up. So that's the kind of style of trade that I'm looking for right now. Just want to see something on the tape to kind of convince me to get in. But we've done 23 million shares of volume today, which is pretty solid for this this stock. RVol at 5 today, almost 4.81 according to Trade Ideas. So nice move out of Cisco.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah,
there's more.
I definitely had an eye on it. Like, look, I mean, AI is not going to transfer itself. There's going to have to be a networking component, and that's kind of what the call was all about today. That they're upgrading their systems to handle specific AI. I mean, I don't even know if that even makes any sense. I don't know what the difference between the AI data and other data is, but they mentioned AI a lot.
difference.
Surprise, surprise, Max. On the call, analysts, I guess, liked it. It's up 3 3/4%. Google testing 131 again. It's above it at my level. I've got resting orders at 131.10. Google's strong, guys. Very interesting name. Obviously, I mentioned earlier the reason for the move up today on our friend Google, incorporating AI now, Bard, into the organic search. Now, I had my little foray with Bard. I saw on my favorite social networking or social media app, social networking, I haven't heard social networking in a while, social media app, TikTok, a video that showed that you could ask Bard questions about like videos that were on YouTube, because obviously they have the data with respect to transcription and whatever. So you could ask like, oh, what did Sean Katina say on August 17th about whatever, Google? And it would be able to tell you, but it misquoted me multiple times. Obviously, it's still improving. That was really my only foray into it. Otherwise, I use ChatGPT. There's really no reason for me to want to use a proxy and use Bard. So we're going to keep an eye on our Google position. The out will be the break of the trough, which is 50, but back to BGLC. This one keeps going, guys. 158, the high now, 116%. Very much near highs. That 125 dip was absolutely money. You had 3 touches off that level, and it really didn't break down below 123. So it was a good look at that $0.25, and now we're looking to test the $0.75 as we broke through the $0.50 at this point. But the bamboozlement could be real. It could be fast. It could be furious. It's a 6.5 million share float, and it was a recent reverse split to gain back into compliance here on July 20th. So be wary. These small cap gappers, they can be crazy. And yeah, that's the look there. Back to Google, we're still holding that 131 for now.
Yeah, I'm along on Cisco. It looked like it wanted to hold that 95, kind of wick down, back up. So looking for this to get back above 55 pretty quickly. 2 cents out of the money right now, which is no big deal. So I would like to see it crack this 55.15. Once we get above VWAP, I think that you could start adding to this position and look for that kind of extension continuation move. Don't want this to really print any lower than it already has. So that's kind of, tight risking this one, looking for a bit of a reversal on this downtrend right at that kind of key support level, and needed to get back above that 55 price very quickly. Google, double top?
Of course. Rivian says, I believe, chill vibes. Yeah. Says Rivian's holding up quite well. Yeah, and they're not wrong. Let's have a look at Rivian. Good look there on the name, up 3.25% on the day. Definitely counter market because we are negative. Yes, we are negative on the market. Here is Rivian. I don't think there's a news catalyst, but we'll have a look. No question about it. RIVN. Let's have a look here. Let's see what Rivian is up to. 6:12 a.m. More automakers plug into Tesla's EV charging. No. VinFast. Potential crash could drag down to, okay, that has nothing to do with it. Not seeing anything here on Rivian. Rivian owners rejoice. Get your EV serviced when it fits your schedule via app. Yeah, welcome to Tesla 20 million years ago. Tesla has this Model X that will come to your house and repair your vehicle, right? Even if you're not home. No, I don't see anything specific here on Rivian except maybe this article from Benzinga saying that they are offering a new mobile software update that allows its vehicle owners to self-schedule service appointments. I don't know if that's new. Coming in this morning for me at about what time? 2 a.m. So probably a headline from yesterday. Anyway, good look on Rivian. Let's see the half an hour here and look what the levels are. Definitely breaking through yesterday's highs. No question about 2140-ish. Was yesterday's highs. We're about to get to the 200 period here on the half an hour, not quite. The 15th, we got as high, almost touching 22. We got to 2190s on the 15th, but not quite today. 2180, the high, no question about that. We'll have to break through local highs here before we really get excited, but good look on Rivian so far. See what Google's up to. Still holding that 130.75. But I'm weary of a possible double top here, but we haven't seen a newer low. The out will be definitely the break of the trough.
I bailed on that Cisco. Didn't like what I was seeing out of it. Didn't like what I was seeing out of the market, but looks like that was the wrong call. Made a little low by 1 cent and then back up. I think I'll just try above VWAP on that one. Tesla, I'm also looking at this 223 is holding. We've made a massive move down on Tesla. It's still down 1% on the day again. I mean, eventually, this is likely to bounce pretty aggressively.
Wow.
I would like to be involved to the long side on that day. I don't know if it's today, but if this market recovers, Tesla seems like it's kind of off the bottom at least, stronger than some of the other names right now. you know, you got Nvidia that's kind of just chilling at its lows. You got Apple chilling at the lows. Obviously, Google is strong. So, you know, if Tesla can kind of take out that 226,
Dude,
I think that we can start to fly on this one.
there's a dude in downtown Toronto dressing up as a soccer referee, giving people yellow cards and red cards when they like stop in the middle of traffic. This guy, come on, bro, get a job. Like, what's going on here? Toronto is funny. And people don't even care about soccer here. They're gonna be like, what is this guy? What are these cards?
Yeah, what is this?
This guy's
Are you
hilarious.
gonna throw me in the penalty box? That would be
Yeah,
funny. if
that
you had,
would
like,
make it, yeah, but then that would
You
be
get that
assault.
big plastic penalty box,
Puts it around
your
them.
car.
Forcible confinement charges. I would see that immediately. Metro Toronto Police showing up at your door. No question about that. All right, Google. All right, back into 131 again. We do that dance, higher low. This is a good look here if you're long, because we definitely got a higher low that time around. We dipped into that 130.70. We didn't get down into that previous low of 130.50, but we haven't made a higher high. The highest high, pardon me, here on Google, 131 and 131.23. We need to break that top in order to really get going here and continue the trend. We have not done that yet, but it's a good look for my friend Google. I'm sitting here at 10s max, waiting to get filled. Resting order at 131.10, not coming in quite yet. We'll see what we get on this bad boy, but I think it's a good trade. It's a in the direction of the trend trade. Sadly, it is a counter trend trade when you're comparing it to the market, because the market definitely not its best day. But we'll see what Google brings. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're not much out of the not in the money that much. What are we in the money? 15 pennies, 16 pennies here. Not much on Google. So keep an eye on that. Keeping an eye on my scanner as well. This BGLC continues to be all the rave as it holds above 150 for now.
Yeah, that one's looking good.
163 the high so far. I mean,
Maybe a wick top there though.
maybe, yeah.
I think if we get back below 150, that looks pretty bearish on that name. But if we hold that $1.50, to the moon, that BLGC.
Oh, we
you have
have
that
that
950
animation,
high
maybe.
from recently. I don't know that we're getting. I would say it's highly unlikely that we're getting there, but you never know. I'm just going through the volume leaders list.
Not a whole lot.
And it's looking pretty nasty today.
Not a whole lot.
Really nothing going on. It is definitely August today. Tesla's still
yeah.
leading. Tesla always leading. You got NIO still at that 1175 level. I don't have NIO up on a chart, but I guess that maybe there's some weird reserve there on NIO. I'll check that out in a
Right?
second. Palantir getting smoked today. Our BLGC with only 31 million shares of volume on a dollar stock is number 4 on the market. So, you know, definitely not a high conviction, high edge kind of day. If you're trading futures, then you're probably kind of laughing today. If you've got the short off 15K, that was, oh wow. I wasn't even watching the futures off the open this morning, but look at that, 15K goes to 15,007. You're just risking this high of 20s, and you get that 200 or 150 handle down move. That's probably the simplest trade of all time. Maybe I should be a NASDAQ trader. If like, I can show you my.
You wrote it down, eh? In the notes?
What happened?
Phone is not
Oh,
responding.
there we go. There
That's
we
a
go.
cute dog.
It is. He's still alive, 16 years old.
Yeah?
Yeah, his birthday just
Dog-
passed,
young-
actually.
smaller
I missed
dogs?
his birthday.
No way.
It's my dog when I was growing up.
Yeah, I got you. What's his name?
Bam.
Bam. Love
After
it.
Bam Margera.
We're going to hit the bam. I like
Anyway,
it.
I got all these NASDAQ levels.
And you got him, yeah.
And they just like, you know, it just bounces right off my own levels.
There you go, man.
I should be a NASDAQ trader.
Let's go, Fuge.
I'm changing it up.
Max, I want to talk
I'll get
about...
into a position right now.
All right, go. I want to talk about the SPX and September retracements. Let's go full screen here, guys. All right, this line over here, this horizontal line, is the beginning of September 2020. Look where we get into August. We get into 3580, and then September brings a full huadunk back into 3200, okay? That's September 2020. Let's go again to September 2021. Same, you know what? I wasn't going to use it. The Katina man has got exclusive domain of that. But there we go. We go up to 45.44. This is September 21. We go down into 4,300. Another losing month for September. The year after that, September 2022, everybody remembers Jackson Hole and what Papa Powell did to the markets. We talk about August highs. Look at that. We get up to 42.23, and then down we go in September to 3,500. September, the last 3 years, has been absolute crap, okay? So what I feel is, why change the trend? We're probably going to have a bad September. And usually it precipitates in August and then, it initiates in August and precipitates into September. So let's see. Do we get it? Now, Google is not crap. Google is an absolutely fantastic trade as it continues to break through the 131.25 high side. We jump at the Katina man hitting the bang. He's long. I'm long 130.90. It is 131.25. This is a counter trend move on the market. Google is secularly strong. No, we're not talking about secular. We're talking about Google as it continues to print newer highs of day max. Here comes 131.30. Old man hands has a resting order here at the 10 penny level at 131.30. We're going to have to wait on that one because it's retracing a little bit. I think it did print actually 30s. Yeah, 131.30, but it's got a cross. We were late to the gun on that one. Google having itself an absolute one hell of a day. In case you're wondering,
Yeah.
it is the incorporation of Bard into the organic search engine.
I'm long Cisco again on this kind of trend up. We'll see if we can add to this back over VWAP as well. I think, we're looking good. Double bottom here. Obviously should not have punched out there and could have gotten back in the 90s, but we're trading nicely over 55. There's some bids that we're chasing it up. So I think Cisco has the juice here. It tests low, can't get any lower. Now we're kind of taking out the high of the consolidation and going back towards that VWAP at 55.20. So looking good on Cisco. Market looking like it wants a little bit of a bounce here. So yeah, we'll see if this market can give us what we need out of this bounce right now.
People yelling BTC?
Yeah,
What's going
BTC
on?
is flushing apparently.
Flushing.
People were saying Bitcoin through
We
28K.
broke 28. Yeah, we broke 28, brother. We're in the 27s now. Thank God. Max and I was telling Max like confidently yesterday, Max, we haven't broken 29 in a while. This is the bottom. I'm loading up on Bitcoin and buy the rumors, sell the news for that spot Bitcoin ETF that may or may never come. Because Gary Gensler, our friend Gary Gensler at the SEC has dug in his heels with this one. He's taken it to court, and we know that Fidelity, BlackRock, ARK, Coinbase, they're going to challenge him. But this is going to go to the courts, and so that's always a wild card. Depends on what district they bring it in, what kind of judge they have. There's so many wild cards, so many variables there. Obviously, there is the appeals process, but that just kick another year on top of that. So you may be holding this one for a while until we get the news, right? Before you get to sell on the news. Anyway, 130 acting as a bit of a local top here, Max, on Google as we come near that level again, and then there's another rejection. I think we're going to have to be patient with this one, knowing that we are moving against the market. We're not going to get parabolic movements, but I think we may be stair-stepping up here on our friend Google. Let's see when the top comes in. All I see is a series of higher lows and higher highs. There's no reason to sell for me at this moment. Peter Petrov, I sold the news, boys. It's called a short. All right, attaboy. It's a nice look for you on Bitcoin. I don't know where you got short, but if you got short anywhere recently, you're probably doing well. Happy
you're probably laughing on that Bitcoin short at the moment. Yeah, Apple also kind of at the highs of its consolidation. So Apple looking like, I mean, that 175 break was pretty nasty, and these wicks are pretty nasty too. Let me try to correct this one. High 1745, let's say. Oh God. All right.
By the way, Max, Hawaiian Energy's curling up.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, curling up off the WAP here. I mean, I don't want to take this long because it's so counter trend, and like any negative news catalyst could huadunk this. and there could be plenty, right? I mean, there's a class action suit. There's all sorts of stuff, but I do see the price action curling up 11.75 now. Good look on HE if you were long. VWAP was 11.25. Now we're knocking on the door of 11.80. Let's bring that chart up. Here's the HE. Look at this Quadunk Central. My goodness, this is the daily off that 40 level, and we're talking about $11 now. This has been absolutely hammered. Now, the question is, are they going to go out of existence? I mean, they need the electricity company. Is this a buy the news type thing? I mean, buy the dip type thing? I mean, you could be holding it for a while.
I think maybe you want to go options on something like that.
That's why you're smarter than me. This is exactly why you're smarter than me.
You don't necessarily want to be exposed to that equity in case it ends up, on the pink sheets or whatever. But
that's a good point.
It's definitely an interesting situation. Aren't we down from like 60, 70 bucks? 40 bucks?
The breakdown level is about 40-ish, I would say, right? 11.80 right now,
35.
looking good.
So yeah, you get like a triple up, 35, 38. I mean, you could definitely. I don't know how expensive those options would be, though. They could be pretty expensive given the volatility recently.
Got it right here, baby.
Let's
bring in this bad boy, and you're gonna have to explain this to me, Max, because I don't know how to look at options. But here's the option chain. Let's go HE, and we're gonna take Hawaiian. So explain this to me, because here's the options chain. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. I see open interest, which I know is like one variable that people look at. There's a delta, the gamma, the vega, the theta, excuse me. So I don't really know what I'm looking at. How do you determine premiums by looking at this chart?
Where's the price?
We're at the strike. Talking about the strike price? Yeah,
yeah,
right there.
We got strike price, then the bid and the ask.
Yeah, the bid and the ask over here. I can add columns to this, by the way. Configure, we'll do this after, but.
We'll have to figure this one out.
Yeah, multiply the price by 100. I know that there is I remember reading about options, but that was a couple of years ago.
You want to know the cost of them?
Well, how do you determine the premium on the actual different options? Yeah, I don't know how to do this.
Where's the price here?
Right here, right in the middle, the strike price. This one right here.
Yeah, it's the strike price.
Yeah.
So calls for $55.
Yeah, calls on the left, puts on the right.
Yeah, where's the price of the option? Because that
right
doesn't
here.
make sense. That's the strike
I
price.
see.
Oh, okay. Here's the call price. All right. So
right
calls are dirt cheap on this thing.
Calls are
they're
dirt
on the
cheap.
left. So this
I see.
These are the put ones. These are the call ones. So
I see.
There's no calls
got
available. It seems there's no bid or ask on the calls on this.
Very interesting.
But maybe that's just on Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, I need to learn more about this, bro. I feel like I'm.
But
completely
those
uneducated in
12.
that
I mean,
regard.
it depends on the day. Yeah, that's one day.
Yeah, no, I can.
So
we can go
if you
down.
go- if you go out
September
to, like,
15th,
October or
October. Here we go. So then you have.
Calls.
There's like no
nothing.
action. So September the 29th day seems to have a lot more action around there.
Yeah, so like $25 calls, 30 cents. That's not so bad.
I see. That's very interesting. Okay, I gotta look at this. This is all delayed, by the way, because I don't pay for the live data on this. All right, Google back into 131. We're long 130.90. We're gonna look for a 131 hold, but I don't think anything changes for me, except maybe that I have to move up my stop from that 130.5 into that 130 and 70-ish, because that is kind of the bottom end of the trough here. If it breaks that, I'm gonna have to get out of this one. I'll keep my eye on it. Wave Trader saying volume is traded just today. Open interest is total outstanding. Gotcha. Okay. No idea. No idea about options. Completely ignorant on that regard. What do you got?
This Cisco started to bounce up to VWAP now, so I would not be taking profit yet. That was a nice little volume spike into VWAP. Looking like the buyers are finally here on this one, so in the money now. Looking to potentially add if we take out this 55.20 and then kind of hold VWAP for a bit. But obviously, if we reject off VWAP, got to be careful. I think, yeah, I mean, really the target is 55.40, so I'll throw an offer out at like 55.34 kind of thing and try to take some profit there. And maybe like 24s if I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get there. But this is looking pretty decent. So potential decent trade here on Cisco. Really wish I was still long at the low here, which is a much more obvious spot. Or even when 55 was breaking, could have had that or bought this on a dip. But regardless, we're in the position. And yeah, looking for this one to go to the high of day potentially. We'll see if NASDAQ can continue this bounce move and hold off of 14,886. We did get through 14,900 briefly. Let's see if we can get back above that pretty quickly here. Definite consolidation going on at the low. Not getting a tremendous bounce here on this market quite yet, and still lower highs. What's going on?
No, nothing. Let's see here. Are people yelling? Guys, buy NASDAQ now. Come on, man.
I mean, it seems like a good spot to buy a bounce, but I don't know. Definitely at the lows of that 14,860 is a good spot to buy. Right now, you're kind of increasing your risk by an unnecessary 30 handles, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Just as you said about it, thanks. Interesting look. Okay, let me have a look here. And no, how does this do this? How does it do this? Okay, let me just remove this. All right, I got to fix this real quick here as I cannot see my ticker. Can you just take over for a second as I try to fix this?
Yeah, let's see. Did Apple... Okay, so Apple kind of failed its consolidation breakout there. Looked like... I mean, it was consolidating below 174.70, got to 78, and then tanks. So Apple ultra weak today. This 175 breakdown was incredible. I was actually looking at this for the reversal back through. I figured it would just kind of bid right back up after a weak break, and I could scalp this for 30, 40 cents. That did not happen at all, and I got short here at the wrong prices, thinking that we were going to get continuation through. There was something there. I don't recall what. I think there was some kind of reserve offer that was a little bit weird here, and I ended up getting short a couple times trying it out. Didn't try it a third time at this 175 price, but that was pretty awesome and gave you it twice back down. We still haven't touched 175, so Apple feels tremendously weak today.
Oh yeah,
and
very.
I would expect that if anything is going through the low today, it will be this name going through that 173.80 level. I tried this 174 once. Should have tried it the second time too for that kind of trend back up, but you can't have them all. And I think I was trading that Walmart off the bottom at the time as well. Cisco looking back towards VWAP, looking good here. Slow, definitely real slow, but this is a slow name, so we got to be patient with this one. But looking good at VWAP here. Waiting for that VWAP touch. See what happens at 55.25, which was kind of this support area back here. So 55.25 could provide resistance. If it doesn't, I think that we fly right into the 30s and maybe we see this 45.50 price. Who knows if we can see high of day, as NASDAQ actually getting a really nice bounce in it. So that is adding a little bit of confluence to this trade. If we can get back through 14.9, which we just got back through, take out this high, then we're looking here and looking at VWAP. It wasn't like, it was a pretty bad move down, actually. Never mind. That was a pretty nasty move down. The liquidity in this market is so bad right now that, not that much buying could send us right back up into 14.9.5. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And obviously, those options that you were talking about, because they're so, because we're so illiquid right now in the summer.
Are you talking about the Goldman call?
Yeah. I mean, we could
days to expire
theoretically
options,
see some kind of buying frenzy or whatever. But
really interesting.
I mean, ultra weak right now. If we get back to 15K, would you be looking breakout off of 15K if we got all the way back up?
Don't ask me about Future today, man. I mean, the Future is really. I mean, it's just. I don't know. I feel like anything up, unless you're taking intraday, very small intraday, it's just so counter trend. There's a trend line that if you draw on the ES, we just reject off that trend line every day, and we have been since late July, so it's been tough. And again, we looked at the data. I mean, the quants would be probably all over this. And they have way better data than me, obviously, but I'm just making observations on the chart that September and late August have been bad for the market, and then you end up getting bought up later in late August, late October, early November. We start getting that Christmas rally, the Santa Claus rally, whatever anybody calls it. I just got a fill on Google. We're gonna spin the money a little bit here. Nothing really too exciting. That 131.30 fill, 40 pennies in the money on Google as we touch 2% here, Max. Holding 35% of the trade. It's been a small trade. New due to boot it around that because we took small size, and that's just the truth. So we're going to continue waiting on this bad boy. But yeah, taking them out at key levels, knowing all the while that the market is against us. And so that's why we're taking them out here. And Google, to be quite honest with you, I don't know what the ATR is on Google, but it doesn't move all that much. And you only need to look at the daily chart to know that. Unless it's like an outlying day, earnings, a major headline, Google is more stable than some of these other names. I would posit to you guys. I was about to say submit, but I exhausted that one yesterday. So in any event, we got a little bit out here at that 130, holding 35% of the remaining position. Let's see if this one continues to run to the high side. Someone was saying BBLG. Sorry, I was going to get to it. Here it is, BBLG. What's the volume on this one? I didn't like it earlier. It's a dollar stock, and it's only done 4 million shares. I don't like that, okay? It's just not the type of trade that I like. Now, I think Max would say the real, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when something is illiquid like this, the real spread is not really 1 penny, is it? We see 19s on the bid, 20 on the ask, but in reality, this could get quadrupled.
You try to punch that bid with like 200 shares, who knows where?
Yeah,
Who knows
and
where you
a
actually get filled at.
2.7 million share float.
Yeah.
Okay, that's micro. That's one, it's not half
With
a million.
a dollar stock too, that's crazy.
Exactly. So I don't like it. I got to tell you the truth. It's fantastic in terms of like if you're long that one, much in the same way that we did with BGLC. That one came into your purview, and then the breakthrough one was very strong. You have now the high of days, $1.24. You're almost at that $1.25. Several wicks up into that $1.25 rejection. But the good look is you have a series of higher lows here. Look at it. Holding the 7 quite well. Definitely not breaking through the 20. The 20 is the orange line on my chart. It's a fantastic look. I'm just not going to involve myself in it. The small capper that I will keep an eye on definitely is the BGLC. Now this one looks like it's ready to flat bottom break through 140. Neil, what do you see on BGLC? Flat bottom break, possibly 140 if you're not busy. We'll let Neil have a look at that. But several touches at that 140, 1, 2, and now 3. And look at it. We had that as a former area of resistance. Now looking at support. So if we break through that, that would be quite interesting for me. Now, that would be a counter trend trade because we are up almost 100% on the day. So size in accordingly on this, knowing that it's a 6.5 million share float can go against you quite easily. But that 140 break is looking very interesting. I don't know what the short situation is on that. So whether you're able to secure shorts or not, quickly Google is still doing its thing around 131.30.
Cisco
BGLC.
just took VWAP as well, so it turned around off of that 55.25 price that I was talking about previously. So I got a little bit out there, but holding the majority of this position for that move into 40s, 50s, 60s. Yeah, if we hold 15 again, maybe that's a spot to add. If we're not holding 15 or we get back to flat, I will be out of this. Not going to turn a winner into a loser on this trade. So yeah, we'll see if we can get through that 25 and then kind of start to blast up. Futures very lazily doing a bounce, but not really going anywhere off of that quite yet. If we hold 14.9 here, that looks good. If we're back below, I don't know, I guess like 14.885, that's looking pretty bearish. We'll see. Yeah, I think this 14.920 price is kind of the line in the sand. And I mean, I guess if you actually go over to ES, that's probably the one that's making the decisions here at this 44.18 price. All these tops here at 44.18. So yeah, looking like ES needs to crack this in order for a market bounce of any kind. We are still holding that 14,850 level, which is a good sign for a potential bounce, and we are at the right time of day for that kind of bounce. However, pretty bearish market recently, and the fact that we finally gave up that 15K, like I feel like there's way more downside in the market after you give up a key level like that, like 14,450. 4,400 we're almost at right now. I feel like we just cracked 4,500 on the ES.
And look at the Goldman analyst here at the end of the article. Look what he says. There has been a clear shift in sentiment over the past few weeks across my persistent IB. Shout out to Dan. Zoom's trading call, says Rubner. This is no longer a buy the dip market. I mean, I think these guys, obviously you have to always take everything contextually. They may be trying to position. We know Goldman hasn't been having a great time because of the lack of deal making. Max and I have talked about that on the show, but seems to be supported by some evidence here. So, and definitely we know that this time of the year is not really great for the longs, historically anyway, at least going the last 3 years. If it happens this year, it'll be the fourth. And then, you really need to take that into consideration. All right, Google. Still dancing with that 131.25. We have on Google a high of 131.35, so we're 10 pennies or so removed off the highs. We're long 90, still holding, looking to stair step up through the highs, no question about that. People saying pins in the chat. I will look at that in a second once I put a resting order here at the highs to get filled. 30 again, 31 showing up on my ask. I'm going to look at 32s, 33s. Let's go 35s. We're sitting at high days waiting for that fill. 34s coming in. The more I look at it, the less likelihood it'll trigger. So let's keep looking. Let's look at pins. What's pins up to? Okay, it's trending. Now we know they had an Amazon headline yesterday. No question about it. They're up 3 3/4 today. Again, counter market trade on pins. Look at the move yesterday. This one comes in. Somebody knew something here early on because the volume was not supporting the move. Why do they maximize below? That drives me crazy. Now I got to do it like this. All right, let's put in the ticker for everybody. Yesterday's close on Pinterest was $26.20. But the majority of the time, especially when we really started moving up there around 120 or so, the buying comes in. Now the volume didn't really get going until about 2 something. Suspicions. 2:15 or so, we start moving on pins on the Amazon headline that they're gonna, I believe, have some sort of ad deal with them. It's a good move. We get up to 26.60. We end up closing at 26.20, like I mentioned. We gap up at 4 a.m. this morning into 26.5. We don't really look back. The lowest we could go today was 26 1/3, and now we are knocking on the door of highs again at that IB high, 27.40. We're right there, looking to take it.
And what was the news on pins yesterday?
So here it is. I'll bring it down. Let's bring in the 16th here. Press release: 2 Pinterest directors resign. That's not the move. It's something with Amazon here. Is it? Okay, I guess not. Piper Sandler maintained. Traders circulate posts about BuzzFeed to show. Oh, here it is. Okay. Traders circulate Twitter posts, Pinterest, BuzzFeed to show Amazon-sponsored product ads. That was a news item I believe Brendo mentioned, but also yesterday, Max, 2 Pinterest directors resigned from Nextdoor board of directors. So 2 Pinterest directors resigned from Nextdoor. You know you can serve on multiple boards, obviously. And so it looks like maybe they're focusing their times on Pinterest here and not distributing it between Nextdoor. In any event, we are headed to the high side. Pins continues to go. Let's put pins up on the side chart here. Let's get rid of NEO. NEO, by the way, broke 1175. That level's come and gone. We're trying to retrace back into 75. I wonder if this will be resistance now. Pins is on New York. Let's go to pins here.
That's looking like a great breakout right now
on pins, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
But into a weak market, that news seems kind of weak to me. So I don't know.
This has needed a headline for a while.
I thought that Pinterest had quite a high short float. It's only 3%. So I don't know. It's not really exciting me as much as I thought it Might, but looking at the chart, that looks pretty sweet. Pins on
Good
New
call on
York.
Google. Good Tina, man.
Yeah, 27.40, the prior high. Taking it out right now. Where are we at on the daily on this thing? Kind of in the middle, but
Google's pumping, guys. Google is a pump city, guys. Here comes 45s. We got filled at 35s. Waiting for 45s, and there it is. 50s incoming, question mark. Their size at 50. Let's see. Google squeezing. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
yeah, market at VWAP too. So you know, watch out for Mr. NASDAQ trying
don't have
to
much left
get through that VWAP price. See if we can do that. I mean, Cisco's going nowhere, even though the NASDAQ's kind of pumping. But that Google dragging the market by
It is,
itself
really,
today.
literally.
I didn't even look at Google this morning. I didn't realize that there was a headline.
Yeah.
Yeah, but really, really nice move there off of that key level.
Yeah, 2 entries.
Where do we
into
go
Google
on
today.
Google though? Like, can we go much further than this?
I don't know, bro. I mean, it's just headed. I'm not. Yeah, it's
You
hard.
know?
Yeah.
You just trail
Hold
stop
it,
it,
yeah.
and it
Yeah,
is what
exactly.
it is, you know.
Longs are in for now, says Adrian. Yeah, we'll see, brother.
Yeah, ES did
or
the little
sister.
breakout there too. So ES getting close to VWAP as well. Kind of a tighter range on ES today, if I am correct. I'm not. This feels like a tight range on ES. Only 10 handles basically we've been trading in all morning. So yeah, we'll see if we can kind of break out from here. Maybe this is the bottom. Maybe this is the liquidity grab below those key levels, and then they just send it right back up once they get the shares that they need. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna hold my breath for a market breakout here. That is for sure. Looking back to Walmart, absolutely tanking. So very wrong on the long today on Walmart. Got to listen to that call, or at least know what was said on the call before trading these names. Earnings looked amazing. Stock was up a little bit off the open. Now we're down almost 2% on those good earnings. There's that pump out of Cisco. So let's see, can we get through that 25? This is happening very, very slowly, much slower than I suspected. So looking for that 25 to break. Now stop is going to be below this consolidation, so 55.13 is the stop. Just going to trail this. Don't want to lose on the remaining shares. Looking to get that kind of explosive move up and the continuation to the high. I don't think I'll get much out between here and like 55.50. I think that's probably the decision point, this spot that we kind of broke down from before. That looks like the spot that people actually make decisions at. So I'll just hang on until there. Trail stopped in profit, probably slips to my price. NVIDIA, it was doing a triple bottom. I was considering the idea of the long on the triple bottom on NVIDIA while we were sitting at support on the market, and the market is still going. So let's go market. Can we, okay, now really starting to pick up through VWAP. So NASDAQ breakout there, market picking up. Let's see if we can get back up to this 15K. I think that would probably be a banger spot to fade the market if we got all the way back up here. But who knows? Maybe that's a breakout. Maybe that's a short squeeze kind of stop out if we go to like a 60-minute chart. This trading below 15K could be considered like a liquidity grab. You get back above there, and then we're right back into these higher prices, 15.2, 15.3. Could be, daydreaming here with that one, but let's see if we can get a decent move on the market today. I feel like it is much more likely that we just revert back down to the mean and just kind of chop around VWAP for the rest of the day, but who knows? Who knows? Summer trading can surprise sometimes. BBLG, no, that's not the one. What was the one that we were, BGLC? Oh, that is forming a flat bottom at 140, eh? BGLC.
Really?
That is quite the flat bottom
Yeah,
at
that's
140.
what we were saying. That's what I was saying.
So okay, this breaks the flat bottom, hits VWAP right back into 140. That's got to be a long.
But the bamboozlement can be real, and it can be fast. It can be furious. I mean, we can get break below 140, and then you have this crazy buyer on an iceberg taking us up through 160.
Philip Byers in the chat. What are we talking about at 15K? The NASDAQ futures. So NQ on the Chicago futures. This is the NASDAQ 100 futures contract. This is 15,000. All of these, even 1,000 numbers are very key psychological levels. Typically, this one has been traded around for quite some time now. So basically, QQQ if you're trading individual equities, or similar to the SPY, which would be the S&P 500 ETF. We're looking good, man. You got up.
We are, yeah.
Did you
Google.
have like an offer out that was holding the market down or something? You get up, cancel the order.
Who do I
and
look like?
Suddenly we
Max?
Suddenly we go
Sean?
up or something.
No, bro. I'm not. That's incorrect. No BP of that character over here, guys. Much smaller than these two kahunas. But guys, for real.
Lone Sofa is pretty upset.
Yeah,
that he
I saw
doesn't
Lone.
have
I'm
the,
sorry, brother. I
know.
saw you had a dip trade set up there. That's just the way the market goes. I know you would have been like 30 points in the money. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah.
It just happens like that. And what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
And that
how many
dip
times
trade
have we
that I
been
missed-
bottom wicked on this show?
I
right?
know. I know.
But Google is an absolute print factor here. It just a printing press, because we're headed up here through the $0.75 and it is squeezing. We're almost a buck in the money. We're 10 pennies removed off that. We're waiting for this one to hit 131, 130, 190. Yeah.
So you buy like 40 cents off of high of day, and then you're still $1 in the money.
Well, it was
on a weak market day. That's
because there was a defined
crazy.
out. The only reason I got into that is because there was a trough at 130.50. I said
What
to
a
myself,
banger.
yeah. And it was a second trade. I had an earlier trade on it too, that early morning break. We took this as well. So this one was an interesting one. It was definitely a with the trend trade in terms of the specific equity. It was a counter trend trade in terms of the overall market, but we're dancing with a $0.75 level right now. We're 2 1/3 to the good. Do we get continuation? I'm going to wait for possible 132 touch here. I'll probably get everything out on my $1 at that 90s. We'll see what that brings. The future dancing at the moment with, I believe, I want to say break even. Yes, we just got to that level yesterday that we closed at 14,942. That's where we closed yesterday. We just wicked right there. The selling came in, surprise, surprise, at that level. We'll have to see if we get continuation. 15,000, obviously the next level I'm looking at. If we get above that 14,950, kind of a random number. The ES topping out at 4427, dancing now with the 44.25. We'll see how that one works out. But the one that I'm eyeing here is BGLC to the downside through 140. Flat bottom break incoming question mark. Here's the look. Lower high, lower high, lower high, but not lower lows. You have flat bottom. So I'm looking for this one for the break of 140. It's looking good. It's definitely a risky trade because we're 97%, but you know how these small cap gappers seem to mean revert on the day? They do that in spades, baby. So we're going to keep an eye on it. I'm definitely interested in taking this one south. We took it north. We fat fingered. We got everything out mistakenly here. That was not my intention. So now I'm looking to exact revenge to the downside.
Yeah,
Get
I'm considering.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, the 170 is the level, or 180 is the level in that one. So
On BGLC, pardon me, right? Yeah.
We spent 3 days below $1 and then get right back above. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see the short float. I'm going to look on Float Checker on this one, see if there's a significant short float on this, because if they're getting squeezed out above $1 and you were kind of expecting that you would at least trade below $1 for a while, so you could maybe get some fills at 50, 60 cents,
right?
And then it just blasts right back above. I mean, this could have some serious squeeze potential.
And that's what scares me a little bit about it. We looked at the float. I mean, the short float is kind of negligible.
There's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why maybe that makes it less risky. But then you know that the actual float is 6.5 million shares, and that makes it more risky. I mean, there was a trader that I would follow. on the net when I first started, and he had this position where you do not short low flow stocks. That was his kind of look on things. I mean, obviously people do short these, no question about it, and they short it with some success. But his opinion was, don't do it. AMC here having itself a quiet, good day. We got up to 4. We rejected. We're at 392 now, but we're still up 4.5%
AMC got
on
to
AMC.
$4?
Yes, sir. We rejected off that $4, technically the high on AMC. And what's going on with AMC stock? Let's see here. Shares are trading higher Thursday. The stock appears to be bouncing back after experiencing heavy selling pressure for the most of the week. Okay, tanked Monday, so no news headline. All right, guys.
$4 is where I like this. It's too late to take a breakout, though.
It's rejecting now, right? I mean, what's the look on AMC right now?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. We're back at BGLC 140 here, so I got to keep my eye on this.
All right,
I'll send it to you for AMC, though. Oh, and there it goes, Max. There's a Huadunk.
Let's see if this one holds you up, actually. You know, AMC, whatever. It's done 30 million shares. Interesting. AMC kind of off the radar. Okay. If this just reserves 135 right now, which is what it's doing, it is SSR as well, which I didn't realize before. Blast right back through 140. That could be a bit of a short squeeze. I think I would take that to the long side. But obviously, if we crack VWAP right now at that 135,
this would be interesting.
Probably
VWAP is a saving
going all the way
grace
back down to the dollar. But yeah, we'll see. I think back through 140, given how long that was consolidating there, could be a decent trade. Lots of people who would be short intraday, thinking that this 140 is going to be a banger trade, trying to short through it, now get filled, and then we blast right back through. They should, in theory, be stopped out. And you can take a tight risk trade on that, trying to get back up to that high of day. So we'll see on BGLC. AMC, I do like that 4 level. There's not that much size on it. It is almost 1 o'clock, so not a good time for the breakouts. So I don't think it would be smart for me to take this $4 level. But if you look at the 30-minute chart, since this moved down, come on, load, $4 has not been breached. So the next kind of even dollar level after that 395 level, which was the high after this move, makes sense for a stop out level. You know, people would have their stops at 401 very likely if they're short after this this down move. So maybe there's something there. I don't like, if this was at 945, I would definitely have the order in to go long 401. But yeah, at this time of day, I think probably asking for it.
I agree.
To be honest.
Guys, HE's making another move here, man. Looking to touch 1244. I believe we just got up to 1227. And retracing a little bit now, but good strength on this name. Yeah, it's probably, you know, a relief rally. Let's call it for real. I mean, there's a lot of negative news headlines with this. It's still down 14 1/3% on the day. Weak. It's weak, no question about it. But right now, it's experiencing a relief rally. I'll keep my eye on it. I've got it on the side chart here. Pins as well. Good look. Just rejected off 27.5, 10 pennies, into 27.40s. Is this a healthy pullback? We had some action around this level. Look at the opening range break. The IB high here was 40s. Yeah, it was. So we'll see if we get any area of support around this level and get bought up and break through the $0.5, up 4.5%, continuation from yesterday on Amazon News, and it looks like board members as well. Interesting there. Google, I still haven't gotten my 89 fill. We're now back into the 60s, a bit of a retracement on Google, as with the overall market, as the NQ rejects off yesterday's close. For now, we'll see what happens there. And there goes the Huadunk on BGLC, flat bottom. Flat bottom break galore. It was obvious, bro. I'm an idiot for not having taken this, but
the thing is, Sharif, you wouldn't have gotten filled on the breakdown because it's SSR.
Good call, Max.
So as much as you're upset about it, you might have been even more upset because you put the order in and then missed the fill. The best price I think you could have gotten would have been 137, which is fine.
I would have front run it.
You would have front run it?
You know how I roll, bro.
Yeah,
I front run, and I would give it to about like 150, 10 pennies.
Fair enough.
Whatever. It's
Whatever.
you don't get paid for making calls, right? You
That is-
gotta punch
that is
in.
true.
So
That is
in any event, here it is, retracing. Small cap gappers, it's not the same as trading big tech names. You're not going to usually get these type of movements off big tech names, and you gotta kind of know the characteristics of the stock in which you trade. So there it is. Let's see if we get support at that 1.25. That was definitely the bottom end of the trough over here. So there could be support at this level. Keep an eye on that. Now you know that you're running. You're up 80%, so it's a bit of a counter trend trade. So tread carefully. Pins just Huadum. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right
That
back
was,
off that 27.5 max, and we're looking to test 27.1 here. Healthy retracement? Question mark, or
Well, you
trend
look at the
reversal?
last flush off of 27.5, and it got all the way down to 26.5.
Correct. Yeah.
And this is looking eerily similar, although much tighter trading going into that 27.5. Do the shorts just pile in now and push this thing down back towards VWAP? I mean, you are on an uptrend on the day, so if you did put a trend line here, I don't know. I guess you got to get through 27.20 or VWAP or whatever to break that trend. So yeah, I mean, nice short there. Did it get to 51s? It looks like it did. Yeah, on trade ideas it got to 51 as well.
Okay.
So yeah,
Right.
it looks like it just broke that 27.50 and then Huadunks 22 cents. I mean, that's pretty good on this name. You know, kind of stairs up, just getting from here previously all the way up took 15, 20 minutes and then 2 minutes to get back down. So we'll see if this takes out 27.25 now, you're probably looking at like a 27.10 kind of bid. I'm not going to take that trade. I did get stopped out of Cisco previously. I forgot to update that one, but as I said, my stop was on 55.13, so bailed out of that one at 13s for break even on the remaining shares that I had, looking back towards that $55 level. And probably or possibly the reason for this market turnaround, the biggest name in the market, AAPL, gets to 175.02 and rejects. So easiest short all day, just go short Apple through 175, retracement to 175, and then, I guess retracement again to 175. Now heading down again, but now in an uptrend, Apple. So we'll see if it can hold the 50 period here, this red line, and maybe bounce back up. I think breaking through 175 on a nice market move makes sense. But do you want to go long this name that got absolutely, smoked today?
Exactly.
Pooped on, as you might say, all day. I mean,
I don't know what's
I
going
haven't seen. I was watching the 175 break.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a, mega cap tech breakdown as good as this 175 trade all year. I don't think. We were seeing these very often last summer when we were getting, smoked on all these Powell comments, and you take these breaks, which 175 key level on Apple, obviously. But I was totally expecting a bad break reversal, given that we were already down on the day.
Right.
But this went directly 50 cents,
It did.
then another 20 cents, right down to 174.30. You were risking basically nothing on that 175 break, maybe 10 cents.
Right.
And end up getting that 70 cent move right away. And then the retracement several times. I mean, that 175 level, I haven't seen as good of a level in quite some time recently. So if we break back above, maybe that's inflection on the day, and that drags the market back up. But we'll see on that. I don't know. That selling on that candle was pretty nasty. You look at this, the volume spike on that 175, really quite something for sure. Pinterest continuing down. Cisco finding support at 55 again. I'm not going to take that trade again. I feel like that is a VWAP rejection. And when I was getting out of this, I was considering just punch short through that 15 level. But I don't know. That probably would have been a good trade. We'll see if it can continue. I mean, we still are holding 55 right now, but we get through this 54 85 price, I feel like, you know, there's definitely some downside. We got a big shelf and a big gap, still up 4% on Cisco in a market that's flat. We'll see. We'll see on this one.
All right. So I just got a little bit of an update here for the state of the market. You know, we're saying the look is here. Wall Street's main indexes fell choppy on Thursday as losses in healthcare continued to eclipse the gains in Cisco, while upbeat economic data kept alive fears of interest rates remaining higher for longer. And as a result, the 10-year has hit its highest point, guys, since October of 2022. Last time we were up at these levels, and we didn't close above these levels, by the way. This was an intraday wick. We got up to 4.368. That was in October of last year. And we have not been this high on the 10-year since that time. Look at this series of higher highs, higher lows on the 10-year. I haven't looked at the 2-year quite yet, but also healthcare dragging down the market with CVS Health coming out and saying, it's actually Blue Shield, I believe. What are they called? Blue Shield of California plans to cut its reliance on the company as its pharmacy benefit manager and work with others, including Amazon.com. Hence, the earlier strength in Amazon, but then that kind of quadrupled as well. United Health, also UNH, and Cigna also down the day 1.3 and 7.6%, putting pressure on the S&P 500 healthcare index. Well, as I said, the 10-year hasn't been this high since October. The Labor Department came in with the jobless claims today, which came in higher than expected. That's typically, not a good thing, but in this environment it is because, well, the Fed keeps a close eye on that, and we are not looking for any more rate hikes here, or the market, I guess, really looking for the Fed to kind of take its foot off the gas with respect to rate hikes. So we'll continue to watch that. And while we continue to watch that, we can watch this BGLC continuing to flush off that 140 flat bottom break. And now it is knocking on the door of 1 1/4. Did we get to 1 1/4? We're at 127, I believe, right now. We got to, yes, we did get to 1 1/4 on this 5-minute candle, but have not broken it. Some buying coming in here at the $0.25. Max was talking about this level. I don't know if it was Max. It was me, I think, saying we possibly could find support here because this is the bottom end of the trough where we did find support last time around. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so we'll see. Do we find some support here? Now, this is a small cap gapper, so these levels, they may or may not mean much, but we'll trade the price action. We'll see if we do find support here. We've earmarked it as an area of interest. Definitely that 1 1/4 in much the same way we earmarked 140 as an area of interest. So we'll keep an eye on that. Google, I gave this one room only because I got in early. It got all the way down to 131 1/3, now curling back into 131 2/3. So do we get that eventual 132 touch? That's what I'm waiting for here, right? Secularly strong name on a headline. Let's see if we get that curl back up, but definitely market is uber weak. The NQ still negative on the day, 0.12 to the south side. The ES absolutely flat at that 44.20 that it closed out yesterday. Not much doing there. It's 0.0% literally right now as I look at it. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see what the chat is up to here. What are they up to? When the iPhone release says what? Okay, I believe that is mid-September. They have their event. You can Google that. Just type in
It's
Apple.
September 12th, I think.
12th? Okay.
Usually, or 13th.
My mom's birthday is the 13th. I should probably know that.
Yeah,
right?
it's always like 12th, 13th, something like that.
Got it. Okay. Good
First
to know.
2 weeks of September.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't know what we're looking
It used to be
expect.
exciting.
It used to be. Well, Max, I'm long the stock. I need it to be exciting. Damn it. Come on. No, I'm kidding.
What's the over, sorry, but the past few years, what's been the move on Apple in September? I feel like the past few, they've been a little bit disappointed in the
market has been
the
disappointing
iPhone.
in September.
Yeah.
The market in general, right, has been disappointing. We just looked at that. From a statistical perspective, 3 years in a row, we have had bad late August, September, early Octobers. They don't have to be the exact dates, but that general area is a time for pullback in these markets. There's no question about it, right? The charts do not lie. So Google back into that 131 3/4. I'm sorry to keep talking about the same thing, but it's the one that I'm in now that I'm not involved in BGLC. Google, a good trade so far, 2 1/3 to the good. Definitely looking for that 132 touch. We'll see if we get it. Thank you, Comp SRX1. I do appreciate you. Nice comment there. I do appreciate it. John Sproul, buy your mama a phone for her birthday. Bro, she's got a better phone than me. I got the 13 Pro Max. She's got the 14 Pro Max. She'd buy me a phone. Right? No, I'm kidding, of course. I get my mama anything she wants. Sharif, how can you say that when the market pretty much bottomed in late September, early October? But that's what I'm trying to say, brother. I mean, if you look at before that, let's go back to the SPX. I mean, we don't have to argue about it. Let's just look at the charts. I was trying to outline this for you earlier. I don't know if you were watching. Let's go to the indexes here. We'll go to the daily, and we'll zoom out. Why are the things? Oh my goodness. Here we go. All right, there we are. So this right here, this is August 2020. All right, we peak out August 2020 on a high, 35.80. We quadunk all the way down in late September, all the way down to 32.70. We do kind of a retracement back down in October again to 32.50. We make a higher low, by the way. So a period of retracement. Can you argue that? I mean, you can't. And then September again, 2021. We make a top, 45.36. We retrace all the way into mid-October. Into where? 43.02. 4,300. Okay? So we drop 250 points. All right? That's 2021. Again, late August. This is Jackson Hole. Okay. This is 2022, August 2022. We top out at 43.21. Look where we end up in October. Late October, we bottom 3,500. What's to argue here, my friend? There's nothing to argue. It's data. I submit to you. I mean, we probably see the same thing this year. What does Huadunk mean? Haha, I'm curious. Yeah, you must be new. Because Huadunk around here means down. Yeah, it's just kind of a sound I made one time, and we ran with it.
It's stuck. It definitely stuck.
So
someone sent a super chat, Nathan, I think it was, about Snapchat at these levels. Mm-hmm. This is the weekly chart on Snapchat. I don't know, flat bottom break through $7. We're obviously at 9 right now. I think we are in the middle, but low of range. So I don't know if you're like long, short, whatever. This is looking pretty nasty. If you look at like this consolidation, I think that if you're talking about going long, you know, $8 is where you got to go long. And if you're talking about going short, you're either taking a breakdown and thinking that this is going to 0, which every earnings report Snapchat absolutely dumps. Since I've been in this office,
what a disaster.
Snapchat has dumped every single earnings.
Yeah.
And we always watch Snapchat because it's highly liquid, low share price, and goes crazy on the earnings report after hours, and then nothing really happens during the day. But
it's a dud, bro.
This is a dud. This is
Do you use
a straight
it
up
anymore?
dud.
Like I used to use it.
I get the occasional Snapchat,
but it's definitely not your main.
Maybe like twice a month I'll get a Snapchat.
Wow. Yeah,
Not that I
that's just
ever
not
used
enough,
it that much.
bro.
Although we used to have a group chat on Snapchat for some reason. I don't know why we decided to use Snapchat versus Instagram or Messenger or something.
What is that about?
I don't know, but that one doesn't get used anymore. All the group chats are on Instagram now.
Even like my niece and nephew, I asked them, I'm like, do you guys use Snap? They're like, look, if it's like for flirting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not really like an everyday. They use TikTok and they use Instagram. They don't use Facebook. The kids don't use Facebook,
No.
right? TikTok, Instagram.
But Facebook still owns everything.
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 Literally, WhatsApp.
Someone had some. Was it you that was talking about the case for the AI? No.
For Snap?
Yeah.
They introduced. Okay, so
That
did you hear what
someone was saying
happened?
to me, why doesn't Meta buy them for the AI on? But
Lena
like,
Khan
Meta
is not going to let
probably
them buy anything, bro. Lena Khan is absolutely anti-merger, anti-acquisition.
True.
She's an ideologue. She put her foot down on a number of occasions. She stopped Canadian banks from acquiring U.S. banks. Anyway, we can go on about that. The point is, they're not being used.
Yeah.
Now, they did have an AI headline. So their AI that they dropped actually like malfunctioned or something like that. Maybe it showed up here on the news blotter. Apparently it started responding to people. Something happened. Yeah, here it is. Snapchat's My AI.
I did see that.
Mysterious story, glitch or glimpse into the future. Here, My AI momentarily shocked audiences when it exhibited unprecedented behavior. The AI feature, which stirred controversy during its initial rollout, broke its programmed constraints shortly. Oh, baby, this is hilarious. It posted a story autonomously and refrained from acknowledging users' messages, leading to unsettled reactions. This sudden anomalous behavior troubled many of Snapchat's active users.
Sudden anomalous behavior
That's what you
on an
wanna hear.
AI. That's exactly what we all want to hear. We love the bots around here.
Right?
We absolutely
Of
love
course.
them. You know, we'll do anything for you, bots. Please don't hurt us.
I love when people do that. It's like they're hedging their bets, right? It's like, you know, Bard knows everything we're saying, so this is one day going to be in the database of an AI that may or may not like us, right?
The AI knows that we, on this show, love the AI.
Absolutely. We are
bots.
fans of AI. What happened? Descriptions of the autonomous story posted by my AI suggest a two-toned image with some users mistaking it as a shot of their ceiling. Okay, calm down, guys. Matters were further aggravated when, instead of the usual engaging response, the chatbot informed users of a technical issue. As a result, the virtual space buzzed with reactions ranging from shock to humor. One user even voiced their unease with X, formerly Twitter, expressing, "My Snapchat AI posted a random 1-second story and isn't replying to me, and I'm freaked out." Okay, you need to cool it there, bro. But in any event, there was a headline. It's not good, and I don't think it's a good company. But we digress. Let's see what's moving in these markets. We're getting a pop on the future.
Just pumped. Apple at that 175. So if you're thinking short on Apple, this is the spot. If you're thinking long on Apple, this is also the spot, I would say. Probably inflection on the day. I mean, it is, right? But, you know, we never bounced off of here really when we came down. So maybe not as good of a level as I'm kind of dreaming it is, but it's definitely, you know, the shelf kind of level. We've trended up into it. If we're going to reverse, this is very likely the spot for me that we're going to reverse. Maybe it's off VWAP 175.15 where we spiked into before, and that is like the breakdown spot on the 1-minute chart. So maybe that 175.15 is where we got to get through. That actually makes a whole lot of sense to me. So yeah, let's see. Let's see if Apple can get through this price. If not, I think if you're looking short, this is very likely the spot that you are looking at. So this 175 could determine the market move for the next couple hours, potentially. I was watching NVIDIA for a reversal at 437. That didn't happen. I didn't see anything that I wanted to see to get short. If you look at the 30-minute chart, 437 is where we supported off quite a few times here. There was this shelf, so I was thinking there's a potential for a turnaround there. Maybe look at the closes here on these candles. 439, I guess, is where these candles kind of close, somewhere around there. So maybe you're looking at 439 for the reversal. But, I mean, I guess lower lows still on this trend down on NVIDIA. Obviously, very nice move back up. Longer term, still trend down off of 480. So how do we get a breakout of that trend down? Getting through 455, I would say, would be the real reversal on NVIDIA's overall downtrend.
Your friend Apple is at 175 again. If you want to.
Yeah.
We saw that. Okay.
We covered that.
All right.
I think 175.15 is like that's where it has to really get through.
I see. Okay, you're looking for that VWAP
like we
area?
turn around off of it right here, off of 05s.
Yep.
We turn around right here off of evens. We turn around right here off of evens. So I think 15s where we initially turn around from, where we initially bounced from, maybe makes sense for the breakout, but I don't know. I'm just not convinced of this breakout move. I'm not going to take that, but I understand like the case for that breakout. You know, maybe you're taking 175.15s, risking down to I don't even know 80s.
I mean,
35 cents risk, and then you're trying to get back to 176.
You'd have to give it to at least. I mean, 174. That's where the trough is. There's no other trough. You literally have to give it $1. I mean, that's where I see it.
Give it to this double bottom here on 65s, triple bottom on 65s, I guess.
Yeah, it's
but then if you're going to do that, like, I don't know. It's just kind of whatever for me on Apple.
I feel you.
I do feel that this can drag the market, though, if we take out 175.15.
I feel the buyers aren't there on Apple lately. They're just not there.
No.
When you look at the retracements or the pull, whatever, the pull ups on some of the big tech names, you see Apple as the weakest of the bunch, and that's my observation.
Even on the run up.
Even on the run up.
Even on the run up, Apple was just kind of slow grind, not really doing much.
No.
So
With respect to this Google trade, I'm sitting here at 89s, and that will be the last out that I have. We made 86s high, so we're a couple of pennies away from getting triggered now. We pulled back a little bit here, a couple of red candles on the 1-minute chart, but looking for that 89 touch. We are getting support here from the market as we break through yesterday's close on the NQ. 14,942 was the close. We're at 4.3. So definitely not breaking by much, no question about that. But we'll see what kind of price action do we get around here. We got 84s again, 85s. Do we see 89s anytime soon here on the ask? Waiting to get triggered, and that will be the end of my trade on Google. Let's keep looking and see what's popping off. Pins, big boy retracement down into that 27. High teens, mid-teens, coming back into the 27.25 now. Good move up earlier on a continuation from yesterday's news with its association running Amazon ads. Apparently BuzzFeed will be doing the same thing. Brendo joking yesterday saying, BuzzFeed's still in business? I thought they were bankrupt. Here we go. Nice move back by pins into the third of a dollar here, 27.30-ish coming into play. This might have been an interesting one, to get on the pullback, especially because, it would have been going with the trend here. You go multi-day runner. It's a healthy pullback. You get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. The back end is the curl back up. So I don't know. Keep this one on watch. It's not a bad look. And there is the fill on Google. That's the end of the trade there as we break through 90s.
smoking it, Sharif.
Yeah, well, it's a dollar winner, bro. We're not even going to hit the dollar club because, well, it just sucked, right? So we're going to keep watching and see what else is going on. Oh, the Katina man hit it for me. A Katina man hit it. Coin, Max, $1.50 off that bottom. Almost $2 off that bottom. 75.71 the low. We're at 77.50 now.
I don't know.
So nice retracement there on Coinbase. All the while, we stay below 28,000 on BTC. So coin, a bit of a secular retracement to the high side here at VWAP though, so we could encounter resistance anytime. Google, uber strong, 2.5%.
Someone put something in the chat that bamboozled me, so congrats to you if, you said something about Joe Biden and made me go look it up.
What? Who?
Somebody said that Joe Biden died, and I had to go look that up on Twitter.
Bro, the market would have absolutely sunk if that had happened, right?
So I needed to see.
The market would have reacted immediately to that. Yeah.
Anyway, NVIDIA gets up to almost 439, so that's still on watch for me. Apple's still not through that price, but we are bidding up now. Just lazy,
rip-ups is Keon.
lazy action out of Apple here. I think that this is probably a short at this 175. I don't know. You know what I always say, right? Like one time,
bro.
2 time, 3rd time you break through. Mm-hmm. So I can't go short, but I don't like the long either. So I'm not going to touch it.
I hear you. No, some of them you stay away.
It's just like such a nice kind of level that it just keeps bringing your eyes to it. It's VWAP is right there. 175 clean level, nice clean breakdown.
132 Google size.
Yeah?
This will be interesting here. On our friend Google, decent size at that 132 level. It's not the biggest I've ever seen, obviously, but interesting nonetheless. We knock on the door, 131.99. Now the high on Google, 2.5%. It's worth looking at the daily chart, and I can overlay the index because I want to show you how secularly strong Google has been as of late. So here is the daily on our friend Google. Now, you don't really need to be a charting expert to know that this little bit since late July has been a retracement on the market. Let's go ahead and overlay. Go like this. We go to studies, and then we go to index comparisons, and we're going to overlay the NDX, not the SPX, and we'll go like that. There you go. This is flat, while this is obviously headed down. So consolidative for Google, down for the market. And I believe the index
That's
won.
pretty bullish, yeah.
Pardon me?
That's very bullish, actually, that 132. Like Google's been trading in the low of its range recently, I feel like. like below 130 quite a lot recently, so I haven't really been paying attention to it since its earnings. But you know, that 130, what is that? 133.50 post earnings high. That was only there for, you know, a nanosecond. 133 really kind of the the real breakout price. However, that 132 is actually looking like a pretty decent breakout price.
No question about it.
Hopefully we bounce off there right now and then, you know, do it tomorrow instead of today.
Sure, I'd be okay with that. I don't know if the market's going to wait.
Yeah, I don't think the market's going to wait. But yeah, tomorrow off the open would be really nice for a Google 132 long. Maybe we do it today. We get to 132.60, and then we can break 133 tomorrow into 135, 136. Yeah. That would be kind of nice.
Be fantastic.
I don't think taking it right now is a smart decision. I think we can continue to trend, but I think there's going to be a lot of garbage around that. You remember when Apple was breaking 180? We were sitting here all day.
Yeah. Oh, remember this?
And
then, my God.
We got smoked off of it. Eventually.
Yes, I do remember.
We were waiting all afternoon. I feel like 2 hours of the show we were just sitting here watching Apple 180. We both had like big orders keyed up for that. Like, I can't take my eyes off of this, but we also have to do the
And then
show.
it ended up running after the show. Surprise, surprise, right?
Yeah.
Renata's talking about the short on Tesla, and I got to agree with her because I think she wanted to take it off Tesla's close yesterday. Let's bring in the side charts because here we go. Open up Tesla down 1/3 of a point. Wow, look at support becoming resistance. I love when it does stuff like that, eh? So the pre-market, we have multiple support points at yesterday's close. We gapped up on Tesla as we did with the majority of the market, and then talking to me, Katina man? No. Okay. So here we go. So this is the dip at around 7:30 this morning into that 225. That was support. We break it down on the opening breakout. We try to touch 225 again around 11 o'clock, 10:55. We reject. We're right back there again. 225.60 on my chart. Yesterday's close on Tesla. And then you have another rejection off that level, 2 rejections. But Renata, I got to tell you, it's an ascending wedge here. So careful for the breakout through 225, especially if the market continues to go higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low with a flat top. Now, I know it typically resolves in the direction of the trend. Trend is down 1/3%, but we are making higher lows. So keep your eye out for that.
Those first 2 touches off that price were such easy shorts. I mean, that's pre-market low, 225.50. It only goes 10, 20 cents off of that.
Right.
I feel like I was looking at 225 for a short on Tesla earlier today, but didn't even take into consideration those pre-market lows at 225.50 and real easy shorts there.
Right.
As I just said, you know, 3 times you touch it, the 4th or 2 times you touch it, 3rd time you break out. Now we got 3 touches, 4th time I feel like you break out.
There you go.
I don't want to step in front of it, but that looks really nice. And the clean double top there just now on the 1-minute chart.
Interesting.
At that level, failure to follow through, as Obi always says, at that 225.50. Boom once, boom second time, slam short at like 30s. You got 20 cents of risk. You're $1 almost in the money, crushing it, probably looking for 224.20 as a, you know, at least first out, probably a significant portion out, and then probably hanging on to a decent little chunk for that potential trend move back into the downside. You know, market, if we're not going to get to 15K, then I think a lot of the dip by longs will end up stopping out somewhere down here.
Oh, look at this, Max. Mortgage rates jumped to the highest level in over 20 years, breaking 7% now on the average rate on the 30-year. Be nice to have a 30-year here. It'd also be nice to have 0 down payment as well, which we don't. They have that south of the border. Obviously, more.
That's it. Like,
it's riskier, obviously.
It's riskier, but I guess that's way riskier for the institution. So
well, it is, but if the institution wants to take the risk, well, who are you to tell them not to, right? I mean, anyway.
2008, I guess.
Let's not get into that. I think we're going to open up a can of worms. But yeah, demand, obviously, no question about it, Max, that people are not buying houses and they're not refining nearly as much, obviously, because of higher interest rates. But a quick little tidbit. Listen to this. Even though demand for mortgages is down over like 30% year on year, especially refis, New home mortgages for new homes, newly built
Yeah.
homes, up 25% year on year.
Well, it makes sense. They're building a lot more homes recently.
Who stands to benefit from that?
Banks?
I would say home builders and like
Well, yeah, of course.
Deere. By the way, Deere.
But the problem with home builders is that most of it's financed on debt typically.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You know, if your costs are going up on your debt, you're getting pretty squeezed on the margins. Very likely.
But we had commodity deflation, lumber.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
The labor still an issue. Labor's high,
Yeah.
Which squeezes margins, no question about that. But at least they're commodities, and we don't have supply chain problems much in the same way that we did last year. We can't bring in this, we don't have screws, we don't have power tools. Everything was in short supply last year. Not the same this year.
You know who stands to benefit?
Who?
The raw material suppliers.
Yeah, commodities.
U.S. Steel.
Go,
what are they
baby.
up to today?
Go, baby.
What are they up to? I didn't even really look today. Nothing.
Nothing.
But I mean, up 1.6. That was a decent move off the open.
Yeah.
Actually, wow. Okay. Finding resistance at 31.30, where we were reserving on the bid yesterday.
Remember that?
That's a simple trade.
That's interesting.
Back down
no question
below.
about that.
You know, you never get back above. That's 7 cents of risk there. So probably actually draw a line on the chart on that level for me on U.S. Steel. Not that I really trade these buyout rumor kind of stocks very often, but you know, you get you find a level, you got to draw that level so that you recall it next time. Definitely kind of an inflection level currently. If we touch that off the open tomorrow, I'll probably actually try to take that short. 'Cause that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just
Cisco.
reading through.
Oh, I should have reloaded Cisco.
How's it doing? Yeah,
That
back at
55
VWAP,
level is nice, and it did exactly the way that I like to
higher low.
execute. It wicked 55 by 2 cents and then gets back above and starts trending back up.
Right.
Now you have 2 cents risk in at or let's call it 5 cents risk in at 55.02 probably, and you know, that would be 18 cents in the money right now. That's almost 3 to 1, and I would be looking for the continuation move through 55.30 on this one, given that we now have this higher low at 55, which was, you know, supportive
nice.
previously.
That's real nice.
That's a pretty simple trade there.
A hold on the 50 period beautifully on the 5-minute chart on both dips. That initial dip into 54.80-ish, and then again into that dip at 55. They were both off the 50 period. Here comes 55.25, where we know we topped out at last time. I'm talking about Cisco. Let's look at the actual chart. Instead of just talking about it like that, let's go daily, 5-minute, CSCO. It's a good look, Max, I think. This is what I'm talking about. Dip off the 50, dip off the 50. You're dancing with the crest over here, which we know was 5 1/4. We're at 5.19 right now. You reclaim VWAP, possibly this break here. It's a good look. It's got a good catalyst now. You know, it's an uneventful name.
Sure.
You may have some positioning, big money positioning coming into this one. No question about it. After the earnings, we know how these hedge funds work. Man, I started watching Billions.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my God.
I like that show, especially
Yeah.
the first 2 seasons. Really,
So I'm
really
like
good.
in the 3rd episode of the 1st season. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
It's really, really
yeah,
good.
I really
actually.
like it. You
3
like
seasons?
the
Yeah.
Katina man likes, it gets worse?
Yeah.
Brendan told me the same thing, but he said it gets better because what's his name? What's the main dude's name in the hedge fund?
Axelrod?
Axelrod, yeah. He comes back apparently.
This season?
Yeah. Well, bro, I don't even know. I haven't watched it. Brendo
yeah,
told me
I
this,
heard
right?
that.
Like I'm still 3 deep in the first
No,
season
no.
here.
Okay, they released a
Yeah,
promo.
Brendo, he didn't say spoiler alert either, by the way. Yeah. Anyway.
That's not a spoiler. They released a promo with him in it.
Right, okay.
Neil knows. Neil knows.
No, I don't. I only know because Brendan told me that he left.
Okay, well,
right?
if you're starting from the beginning, you're 10 years late, and you know, that's on you. That is on you.
It starts
100%.
2016. We're 2023
I don't
right
know.
now, so
I'm
we're 7
living in
years deep.
2026. I don't know about you.
But I like it. The first scene, though, kind of wild. I don't know if you remember the pilot. It's the attorney, the U.S. attorney, getting urinated on and getting a cigarette put out in his chest. So it was a really interesting way to
do not
start out
remember
the
that.
pilot. Yes, yes.
I'll have to go and look
still
up that,
tattooed in my memory there. Anyway, great show so far. I like it, and I like seeing how these hedge funds work. I don't like the aggression of some of the U.S. attorneys, though. It's like they hate anybody making money. Anyway, guys, Google 132 obvious rejection here, and there goes the Huadunk on Google into 131.50. There were no buyers at that 132 level, at least not yet. Now, we did retrace earlier, Max, at that 131 1/3. We did find support. Do we break that trough this time around? Aggressive 1 minute candles to the south side here. What is the Fuge doing? Surprise, surprise.
Yeah,
the Fuge
kinda
did turn around off that 14,950 on the NQ.
Where's our boy Apple that we were talking about? Rolling over off of that 175. Why won't you load for me? There we go. I'm assuming that wicket is not real. No, it's not. 09 was the high. 175.09. Touched here, touched 08s a couple times, and we turn around. Sean says he's short Apple. Of course he is. Sean absolutely crushing it, seemingly these days. I don't know how he is just picking these perfect prices. I guess that's 20 years of experience in the market. But yeah, no, good turnaround there on Apple. Still holding the trend for now. You got to take out this 174.65 kind of area before we're really kind of confirming a trend break, I would say. But yeah, this 175, super great resistance today. That's 4 times now you could have shorted 175 and been in the money. I think we got to take out 20-ish, 175.20 to really, break out here. But not really expecting that out of Apple today. Down 1%, market flat. So Apple decidedly weak today. Tesla just kind of triple bottom there on at least on the 1 minute chart at that 224.11 price. Just as I bring it up, it breaks it. So we'll see if we get support at VWAP here. The market on NASDAQ at least is at VWAP right now. So this is where you would expect a potential turnaround at this like 14.9-ish area. If we crack 14.9 even, then we're probably heading back down. But if we hold VWAP here, maybe we get a bounce off of VWAP on Tesla. Hopefully, Renata's in that short around 225.5 and printing right now on that one. Good luck to you. I think seeing maybe 224 break, get down to maybe 223.80s, and then back through 224, back through VWAP would be a decent opportunity to try to get long if you're thinking that Tesla is going to get all the way back today. But you look at this 30-minute chart, Tesla has not been able to get all the way back any day recently, other than, I guess, the 10th. So almost, what is that? I guess a week ago it has been since Tesla's been able to put in any kind of decent bounce off of any level. I'm still waiting for the day that we put in the big bounce. I think it's coming soon. 214 was my my kind of good bounce level on this one. Cisco's still going. I have to get better at that. Like, something's in a trend, get out some of it, hold some of it, reload some of it. Could have been in here on this Cisco where I was, scalp some out, then like reload back on my price, say, as long as we're above 54.90, this is bullish. So should be in something, but scalping out at highs, reloading, scalping out at highs, reloading. That ain't my my strong suit.
Gotcha.
For sure. But maybe should try to
Reliable
put
Rudy saying long Neo and NVAX. Okay, we'll have a look at Neo. We know what it was doing earlier. What's the look on Neo right here? Okay, so I'm assuming you're getting the higher low. I don't know, because we double bottomed at 165. We know 175 was an earlier level and ended up being resistance. I don't know how I feel about this Neo trade. We don't even really know why the hell this one was moving. And I still don't have an update on it on my blotter. Or do I? Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, guys. There's a news headline finally to explain the shenanigans and ADRs that we saw earlier on. If it'll load, what I'm seeing here, the headline, and I can't see the deets, but shares of, this came in at 11:53. Shares of Chinese stocks are trading higher after Premier Li Qiang said China would make sure it fulfills its economic targets for the year. Oh boy, bold statements. Now,
Would make sure.
yeah, I don't know how you're gonna do that.
do
I
you
mean,
do that?
obviously stimulus of some sort to be, I don't know why it's not loading, but anyway, that's the headline. We'll see what happens the rest of the day. Oh, what's going on here with my charts? Stock scanner losers? No, we need gainers, baby. There we go. All right.
Gainers, baby, up only.
And then NVAX, not a name we've been trading lately. NVAX up 4% on the day.
Oh, yeah. I was meaning to cover
Profit.
this.
What do you mean? Oh, go for it.
Well, I don't know what's going on with, but Pfizer, Moderna, NVAX all up today. And
Okay.
people have started talking about some new COVID strain.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about
I
it. What is the
saw-
name of it now?
I don't know. I don't
Goodness
care.
gracious, I'm so COVID saturated at the moment.
I really couldn't care less.
Neither can I.
If that disease kills me, so be it. But
I've had
I
it,
highly
bro.
doubt that it will at this point.
Yeah, I've heard about
so
it.
people talking about this new strain. Who could have guessed that Moderna's up 6.5%,
Yeah.
Pfizer's up 3%, and what did you say? NVAX is up 4% right now.
Well, yeah, right now 4%, and they don't even have an mRNA vaccine. There is this viral vector, the old style, so to speak. Oh, is this what's screwing up the charts? Studies. Let's take this off. One moment, please. We'll take off the index comparison there, and that should help the bamboozlement. And there we go. Yeah. So good to look. Good look there. Look, the volume's still low on NVAX though. For $7 name, it's done 3.83 million shares. 762 high. Sure, it breaks yesterday's high there, Max. 745 was the best we could do. 762 is where the best we could do today. So we're right.
$7?
Can you believe it? Yeah, let's look at the daily, just for you know what and giggles. Let's go.
I
Zoom
remember
out,
the day
baby.
where we went like 70 down to what was that high?
$330 the stock came from. We're
Nice.
trading at a whopping $7. I bet you. I wonder if there are any bag holders on this, but yeah, this
You
one's better.
wonder?
Yeah, I probably don't even need to wonder.
There are
Where
definitely bag holders on that one.
February 2021, that's when the vaccine started getting released. I remember like December 2020, was it? When the vaccine started coming out. And then, yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, probably bet that I don't remember. $7, guys. Now I know we had earnings on this one in July, and it did well, popped up to about $10, couldn't hold that level, and we haven't been able to stay above $10 for a while. Now we've wicked above it on several occasions, but the last time we actually closed above $10 on our friend NVAX goes back to February of this year. So $10, no question about it. It's a local resistance level here, at least on the year. I mean, this is not something I'm interested in trading or investing in, so we'll see what else is happening here.
M. Av in the chat saying that they have the new strain right now and it sucks.
Oh, you have it.
Hope you get better
Likewise, of
quickly. Yeah, COVID always sucked. I had it like 3 times.
Same,
But
you get through it.
you know, I'm just sick of hearing about it.
Likewise, dude. I've COVID saturation. I think I
Yeah.
can speak for a lot of people on this floor when I say that we've had it up to here with that kind of
There's
stuff.
that 1 month where everybody on the floor got it. That sucked. That sucked.
And like we always try to figure out who patient zero is, because like blame has to go around, right?
Yeah,
right. Like
Brad
we
got
need
blamed
somebody.
one time, but like he wasn't even the first one to have it, and everyone's blaming him. That was
Like I don't know.
funny.
It's like everybody gets it. Now all that's left is assign blame.
Assign
Right?
blame,
Like
exactly.
Neil's he's approving. There we go, baby. What is the new strain called, by the way? I forget.
It started with
Nobody
an
knows.
E, I think.
Yeah, good. We
Yeah.
don't even need to remember that.
Yeah, we
garbage.
don't.
Google has given up the ghost here, guys. It's rejecting, no question about that 132. We are stair-stepping back down into that 131 and a third. We were 3% to the good, or 2.5, pardon me. Now we're 2. Stair-stepping down is probably a good characterization of this. Here we go
Wow, what
into
a
that
banger.
131 and a quarter possibly here, Max.
Look at Apple.
Go. Yeah, rejection and go.
It gives you like 6 times. Gives you the same price. 1 cent risk if you're a trader like that.
Iris or
Give it-
Iris or whatever. Iris.
Give it to 175.09. it gives you 08s. I guess you had to punch 07s here, so a whole 3 cents of risk on that one. Now that would be 50 cents in the money almost. 175, the golden level today on the market, seemingly. I wonder what the fills are like up here. I wasn't actually watching the tape. How, like, where can you actually really get filled if you want to take, 400 or 500 shares or something? You're probably talking about like 05s, 04s, 02s maybe. But still, you're talking 10 cents risk for
Right.
40 cents reward. That's pretty solid there. Finding support at the same spot right now on this kind of double, triple bottom. But I guess that was a high here twice as well. So 174.65, a random kind of level. 60 maybe you could say from this consolidation back here. We'll see. If we get through that, we get through 174.50. I'd put my money on this touching low of day again as the market now below VWAP. ES looking particularly weak, I guess, on this Apple move since Apple's such a big component of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that 44.10. Someone in the chat, I don't recall who, was saying that there's some massive bids on 44.10, which we never actually touched. So we'll see if the market wants to chew up those bids on that 44.10 price.
No, we got to 11s. You're right,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Good call on that. 09s and a half, technically the low on the day, but that was really early on. And that's after 6 p.m. trading. That's when I say low of the day, because the actual futures trading day starts at 6 p.m. the day prior. So, at least on my charts anyway. So TTOO, Narud wanted me to look at this. Bamboozlement, question mark, she asked. So this one's been running. Now let's talk a little bit about what's been going on. Plunged 16.1% in pre-market trades on Thursday. The healthcare diagnostic company stock ended up Wednesday session down 3.8%, snapping a 3-day winning streak. The stock fell on trading volume of 335 million shares, well above its 65-day average trading volume of 97 million shares. T2 has been generating meme-like buzz recently as its stock has risen over 468.2% in the last month. The company, which describes itself as a leader of the rapid detection of sepsis-causing pathogens and antibiotic resistance genes, I think it should be resistant, has a market cap of 197 million. T2 shares have fallen 59% in 2023 compared to the S&P gain of 14.7. Let's look at the price action. This is what they were talking about here in the article. The 14th, the 15th, or sorry, the 11th, 14th, and 15th, all good days. And then the 16th comes in here, and we retrace off that 72.5 pennies. We did actually touch 75 pennies, but we touched it at 8 a.m. So which was really early on. And yesterday we closed out at 56, sub 57 pennies, 56, almost 57 pennies. We gapped down in the pre-market and we stayed down. Now we're sub 50 pennies. Now, where is the resistance level or support level, mind you? I'm going to submit to you it's that 40 penny area. That was the crest of the best we could do on August 10th. We also wicked in several times at that level on August 15th, only to bounce off. That happened again on the 16th, where we got into that 41 penny area. And again this morning, we got into 41 pennies again, all of which have been bought up. But if you're looking for a trend here, it is a downward move. Maybe 40 is a flat bottom break, 40-ish area.
That makes sense. I feel like that 40 area was, because I think when I was trading that with Neil, that 40 price was really, really important.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense as a flat
Okay.
bottom break. I mean, once you look at Mullen will go up for a few days, few weeks, whatever, and then it just goes all the way back down to zero, basically.
Did you see what happened yesterday with Mullen? Neil told me about what happened yesterday in the close. Well, let's look.
Let's look.
Yeah, MULN. Apparently there was all sorts of bamboozlement on the short, it was a good look. Go to the 5. Here it is. So in the aftermarket yesterday, look what happened.
Wow.
You get up to 1, you get to 101, and then Huadunk goes the dynamite. 99, you get all the way to 81 pennies. That's a monster of a move for a $1 name. That's a 20% move in 2 5-minute candles. We do a bit better today. We get right back into that 101. I didn't notice. This is an obvious level, Max. Look at this, bro. 101 is an obvious level on this name. And every time we break one, the shorts are stepping up to bring this one. They really want this one to hit the pink sheets, and they want it to hit it soon, as they split a while ago to maintain compliance. Where is that split? There it is. They split on the 11th, pardon me. A big split there, August 11th, but...
Someone in the chat says short levels on Mullen. 101, clearly. There it is for you. Short $1, stop at $1.02.
There you go.
I don't know. We got a super chat.
Oh, I missed that. All right, let's have a look. Let me move back up. Gabrielle Robert Lips. $10 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend, for that. New day trader. Started 2 months ago after watching you guys. I love your guys' content, and I did my best trade ever. Net -3% to +4% on my portfolio. Short Apple, 176.90. Can I get a Huadunk? We're still waiting on that Huadunk animation, but I will hit this for you. And this, I hope that makes a difference. But there you go. Happy for you, brother. I hope you continue to print. And yeah, keep watching the show and join us. Join us every day. Max and I on every day at 11 a.m. The Big Kahunas start their day at 8:30, and then they go again 2 to 4, baby. So make sure to catch us. We're on all day.
Oh, yeah.
IDAI is moving.
Is
okay,
it
here we go. IDAI just popped up there. Not sure why.
That's a repeat offender.
Yes,
I've
it
heard
is.
that name so many times.
Yeah, not on a lot of volume, has to be said, Max. 2.12 million shares on a $3 name. Doesn't get me that excited, but it is up 24%. Does it have a headline? I'm not seeing here a headline for IDAI. Last entry in my news blotter was 9:20 this morning. That isn't it, but the volume started coming in here, no question about it. 115, lots of volume. All these candles are above 100,000 shares per candle. Broke 3. Does it hold 3? 317 the high on IDAI. This is a multi-day runner like Max was saying. Let's zoom out. There you go. Multi-day runner. You had a split back in March 2023 to gain compliance. It is an AI-related name. You have intraday wicks. These are ugly, ugly if you're an investor, obviously. But goes without saying, tread carefully on this bad boy.
Tread carefully on any small cap in the long term for sure. Ideally, if you can have live stops and trade pre and post market, that's probably the only way that I would actually invest in small caps.
Yeah.
Because, you know, those quadunks, as we say, are quite nasty on small caps when they do offerings or some trial fails or whatever. I don't know. I think that's a tough game to play, to be invested in those for the long term. But obviously, you get one that pays off. It pays off huge.
That's the thing.
Especially those penny stocks that those biotech penny stocks. You buy them at like 30 cents. Maybe it goes to $300 one day. I don't know.
I got a dude. He's like a grown man. This is his entire business. He's a friend of mine at the gym.
Yeah.
All he does, but he's a fundamental investor. He's not a technical investor. He looks for these micro cap, small cap stocks that are undervalued, that their business maybe is not well understood, but they have to have sound fundamentals, balance sheet, cash flow, earnings as well, earning to debt ratio, etc. And then he gets in them, and he's like, you know, this is how I've made my fortune. Lately, though, the market hasn't been responding, so he has to kind of, he knows, he's like an older gentleman.
But this is where you get the
60s,
money fills, right?
There you go.
This is where you get the money fills, and the interest rates go down, suddenly, boom, it's small cap season again. I feel like that first rate cut, small cap season.
There
right
you go,
away.
absolutely.
Right away.
There's a direct correlation between rate cuts and small caps. We all know that.
Because you're talking about 10 years out.
Absolutely.
And like, you know, if you're investing in something that's not going to make profit for 10 years in a high rate environment, that asset is basically worthless.
Right?
So,
there you go.
yeah, I mean, as soon as we start cutting, I think we might get some banger moves on some of these speculative assets for sure. As this market is continuing to trend down, we thought we might get to 15K. We didn't get to 15K. No. As I think I had said previously, if we don't get to 15K and we start trending down, a lot of these dip buyers are going to start to stop out for profit. I think at 14.9, where we just got through, is probably a spot where people are likely stopping out. And I mean, we'll see what happens at this 14.850 if we get all the way down there. Maybe that's a spot to buy the dip, try a little bounce. Right. But you know, when we get there, you look at ES already very, very close to the lows. So I feel like we keep going if we hit this 44.10 on ES. We are likely not quite at the lows on NASDAQ yet, and that probably pulls the whole thing down to 4,400. We'll see. I don't know who it was in the chat that said that there's a huge bid on 44.10. I guess I could pull up the ES and see if there's a bid there if we're close enough. What are we on? M? U. On U. I don't see anything yet necessarily, but we'll see once we get a little bit closer if something pops up on that
What did you
S&P
get?
500 futures. Could be
The
a
truest
massive
thing.
dip
Okay, I've
buyer
got
there.
that. Yeah, so IDAI receives trust stamp, receives notice of new patent issues for identity authentication tech using social media. Trust stamp, is that their name? IDAI is called T-stamp? That's hilarious. This is the news headline. Is that the 17th? Yeah, that's today. Okay, so it did. There is a headline for IDAI, guys. I stand corrected. I just didn't think that their name was Trust Stamp. I thought that was just a wrong entry into the blotter. No. So they did receive a new patent issuance for identity authentication technology using social media. Don't know what the hell that means, but apparently the market likes it. Using social media and other user account access from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. All right, it's up over 25% now, 26%. The volume's picking up. It's been picking up the last little while. The volume started coming in around 1:15, so about 15 minutes ago. It's been running, but the headline came in at 8 a.m., like quite frankly. So the headline's not new. It was released right at 8 a.m. Let's see the 8 a.m. spike. We don't have the volume in 8 a.m. We had the spike, but we weren't supported by volume. Now we're getting the volume though. So does this confirm the move, or are we just going to see bamboozlement? 322 the high. We're trading at 316, 315. It's a 2-penny spread. I mean, I could wet my beak on this with like some micro shares just to keep things interesting here. Where's the L? I would say, you could give it to the bottom end of the trough, 306. You also have that 3 defend. 3 is a random level. There's no price action to justify it there. It would have to be the whole dollar. Look, I would say 306 would be the out. Let's go, Max. What's life without whimsy? Just as I say that, it retraces, though. No. And the spread opened up just a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off. There's really no reason to do anything silly, and this is kind of silly, to be honest. So, anyway, Microsoft is in a full state of Huadunk as well. I just noticed this. Wow, nice drop off that 320.75, almost a 321, and now we are breaking that 319. We just got into 319 on Mr. Softy.
Did that get to 321?
It did.
Support becomes resistance.
Again and again. Yeah, look at that. Good call on that.
Yeah, I should have had that one. I didn't realize that Microsoft was getting all the way up there. I think I need something else, Sharif. I'm not set up quite perfectly at the moment. I think I need, I don't know, maybe like a micro kind of screen, like a quarter of a screen that just has all of the charts of the Big 8 or Big 7.
That's what I do. That's what this bad boy is. Meta, Microsoft, Google. Sometimes I put Netflix, but AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple, Amazon. All of them. I always keep them right there.
You don't have as many like execution kind of windows as I do. Like
no, you have a lot more.
I have like 2 screens for execution and
I have
2 more
4
for the charts.
Here, but I have to flip between the virtual desktops. So each one,
Okay.
So I keep all these screens the same, except this one is always different, right?
That's something to do during the summer when things are short, when things are slow in the middle. Is optimized. So
Max,
maybe I'll go back to my
IDAI
desk
just
and do
fell
that.
into 3.
Ouch.
Big drop into 3. Do we buy it off 3 here? Let's watch. Do we get? If I get in, I'll get in on the curl up at the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. We'll see if it holds 3 and starts curling back up. It's got a headline. It's a multi-day runner. It's a former runner, I should say, not multi-day runner, former runner. Do we get support at $3? I'm not seeing really any size here on the book to support my thesis. It'll have to be an iceberg order or people punching in at that level. Continue to watch it. Not going to make moves on this one.
That futures level that we were talking about, there's 350 contracts on 44.10.25, and then almost 500 contracts on 44.10 itself, which that doesn't seem like a massive buyer to me. I don't think that's an unusual for like that kind of round $10 level on ES. So I'm not sure if that's what people in the chat were talking about. But if so, that doesn't look huge to me. I think like 1,000 contracts would be kind of huge. Apple, that short, pretty
Unreal. Apple,
good. I'm kind of considering right now, like why didn't I just take this short? Like this is simple, a very easy trade. Maybe you give it 10 cents of risk to 20s.
Yeah, I hear you.
And you just, like that's just a trade that you take and it's, I don't know, it's just not complicated. It's easy. It takes care of itself and it ends up being like a 5-to-1, 6-to-1
Right.
in the end. And maybe you get the trend down to low of day, which now that we've taken out 174.50, I feel like we do get that trend to low of day now. So could be, you know, a certified banger as we take out 40s while I speak of it. Yeah,
I'm going to try my hand here at this IDAI since we're close to 3, and I'm going to give it like 3 pennies. If it flunks, it flunks. I'll just get out. It's going to be like 3 penny loss. Let's see what this one does. Let's see if it holds 3. What I get in 05s? Yeah, let's see if we...
4409.25. Someone's saying there's 2K contracts. That's something.
Say that again?
Someone's saying at 4409.25 there are 2K. For some reason, like I don't really trade futures, so I don't have this set up so that I can see more depth. I'll have to figure out how you do that, but yeah, I mean, if there's 2K contracts just below that 4410, that could be something. Typically, though, like the futures just kind of chew up size and don't really tend to care that much, I find. But we'll see if something comes of that. Dan Emmons saying 30-year Treasury yields rise to 4.426, highest since 2011. Is that a new headline?
30-year Treasury?
But I feel like that just happens every day.
Every
every
the
time
10-year
report.
Yeah, the 10-year we
it's a
talked
new
about was higher since October. That's on the 10-year though. A completely different look there. The short-dated Treasury, completely different than the long-dated one. We know that yeah, they mean different things. All right, keeping my eye on this IDA. I'm looking for that 3 break. I have to adjust my script here to account for my shareage. So let's go ahead and put that in. Like that. Oh, you can see it. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll have to fix that then. You guys can take it off that screen. There you go. Thank you. All right, so then I'll go like this and like that. There we go. So now we are protected. We'll see if we get that continuation. Otherwise, oops. We'll see if this 3 is going to hold here, Max, because I have a feeling, a bad feeling that 3 is not going to hold. But we'll see. Only a few pennies worth of risk here. Energy strong, though. Oil up 1.4% on the day, $80.40. It looks like
XOM up 2.5.
48 cents. Yeah. You want to have a look at that?
Interesting. XOM, did they report? Did they already report, or did they report soon? Let me check that out because you know, all-time high on XOM is not very far away. July 28th pre-market, so it already happened. Oh yeah, I remember that. But 110, all-time high 119, I believe, on XOM. If this will load up for me, come on. I don't think it wants to load, but yeah, 119.50, I believe, was the all-time high on XOM. The all-time high breaks have been kind of decent on this one. 110 was really nice, 105 was really nice, 115, a little bit of bamboozlement there, but you end up trending up to like 116, 117, or maybe that was the day that we got to 119. Not 100% sure on that. If my trade ideas will load for me, maybe we can find that that day. Yeah, 119.58, double top. Okay, I believe that was the day that we broke 115 or 116. Oh no, 115 goes to 117.65. So yeah, you can take these kind of clean levels on these all-time highs on XOM, I find, and get like a couple $1 trend out of it.
Right.
So I'm going to be watching at 120 for sure, which 119.75 or 90, 119.92 all-time high it looks like on this trade ideas chart for XOM. If we continue to trend on oil, this could be a banger.
Interesting here. Look, BGLC, we traded this one earlier, Max. Look at this. 140 was the level
We're back to 140?
we called the flat bottom break, and we are right back there again. Does this level hold out? We're printing above it. We're printing 141s. Here I'm seeing on the tape above 141. I'm getting some 142, so not holding exactly. But here we go again. 144 is coming in on BGLC, 97%. So the flat bottom break came in, but the trend continues to the high side. We fill that gap between that 120 and 140.
Look where it held, man.
On the dot.
Right where you said it would hold $1.25 is where it held. I don't think that wick is actually real. Mine's saying 123 was the recent low, but
you're actually right.
Yeah.
That 120, that's
123,
incorrect.
the exact low that you were pointing to before is where it holds
Max.
for like 15 minutes. I don't know why I wrote this off.
So much money
I
left
mean,
on it.
as long as it's holding above $1, this stock is bullish, in my opinion.
I agree.
As
I
long
agree.
as you're above $1, people are being squeezed out of this stock.
No question.
So we probably should have been a little bit more aggressive on this.
I agree.
Obviously, tape speed, aggression, volume is very light since this run up here.
Sure.
You know that we've never seen, or we haven't seen volume like this since that run up. But I mean, if we're taking out $1.50 again, maybe worth a long. A little bit of a Huanuk there, though. Oh, okay.
There, that
coming in
level.
hot.
Resistance level
Coming in
galore,
hot.
baby. Well, at least for now, let's see. I mean, the bamboozlement is real on this one. We still are at VWAP. So VWAP on my chart is at 134. So we're a couple of shekels south of that. So we'll continue to watch. IDAI below 3. I'm already out of that. 40 penny loser. Super in, super out. Super quick in, super quick out. Got in 304s. Got out 299, I believe. So out of that. What else is being spoken about here? Google VWAP test if no 130.95 says Emma. Google, here it comes. Google on my chart, VWAP is 130.59. Man, we are in a full state of Huadunk on everything. Everything. Chips included. Everything's tanking. NQ flush, oh man. NQ low of the day, oh man. Absolutely.
Yeah, those
New low on the ES.
2K lots on
The Katina man is on $1 and something.
there. Should be gone.
$2 south on Microsoft, says Katina man.
So yeah, if there really was 2K lots on 4409.25, which makes a lot of sense given
So much weakness.
given how much volume just went off in that breakdown candle there, those contracts be gone. We'll see if how much size is there on 4400. Given the amount of time that we consolidated above this price, I feel that we're probably smacking through 4400 right now, and we may see a real down day on these markets.
We're seeing them right now.
That Apple short is absolute money, down to almost 174 right now. Yeah, everything kind of breaking down for sure. Definitely want to look for something. If we're going to bounce off of 4400, which is a definite possibility, not necessarily a likelihood in my mind, you can look at Tesla, which is kind of right at this support that we've been at all day. This 223 has provided support 4 or 5 times now. Maybe this is something that bounces from here if the market wants to bounce. NASDAQ right at the low kind of right now. If we take out that 14,850, more downside inbound, I would say, and would have to go on my phone to figure out what my next level is on there. But those levels have been pretty banger so far, so maybe I should just short through that level down to my next one.
Looking at the economic calendar here, want to see what is up for the rest of the day. Nothing really for the rest of the day. A couple of things here at 4:30. Fed's balance sheet comes out at 4:30, obviously not during market hours. Let's see what's on deck for tomorrow. Some Canadian stuff that we don't have to concern ourselves with. We have the Hughes oil rig report. That's not really market moving. Nothing really on deck for tomorrow. So yeah, there's all this stuff is after the bell. What's this RMPI month over month for Canada? Raw materials price index. Okay, that's interesting for home building for sure. I'm assuming that includes lumber and the like. So yeah, nothing really on deck in terms of economic calendar-wise for tomorrow, but we know we have some earnings. Let's have a look at those. We have some after the bell today. We also have some interesting ones tomorrow. Let's pop that up. Give me 1 sec here to load up that bad boy. Here it is. After the close today, Applied Materials, interesting chip name. We know that this one is a good one. AMAT, A-M-A-T, up 138 bucks at the moment. Ross, interesting retail play. We get more retail earnings going on into the week. Tomorrow,
that was a wild one last year. Ross stores.
Yeah, remember?
That went crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Weren't they down like 30, 40% in
It
one
was
day or
nuts. I remember that.
something?
We traded this on the floor last year. I know that for a fact.
I remember the name for sure. I don't remember the move, but I remember it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, this one I'm going to have my eye on. John Deere, because I'm in CAT in the long term. So John Deere, clearly a competitor. They report well. Sometimes you get a sympathy play, no question about it. And I want to hear what they have to say about home building. I mean, we got the good news from Caterpillar, and it shot up after earnings. Let's see what John Deere brings tomorrow. Estee Lauder for retail, obviously, and then Xpeng, another Chinese called EV company. We'll see how they do. They have been the weakest of the bunch. NIO delivered more, Lee delivered more, BYD obviously goes without saying delivered way more than all of them combined. But Xpeng, the laggard, but they seem to get all the hype. I mean, traders love this stock. So tomorrow before the open, typically these Chinese ADRs, they report like at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., what have you. It's basically sell the news type day. I mean, that's usually what it is. They're traded heavily on the Hang Seng, and then, you know, that kind of continues when the markets open up here at 4 a.m. It runs, the bell rings here at 9:30, and then typically it's a sell-off. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but seems to be a bit of a running theme here. Apple is looking to come in towards that 174 again. We have a low on day of 173.93. We have a VWAP rejection, a 175 rejection on Apple. It's headed back to the lows, much in the same way that the future is both on the NQ and the ES. Do we hold 4,400 today, man? Do we hold it? And if we break it to the downside, do we close above it? I'm looking at the side chart here. That's where my future is, ES September contract. Been a tough time for the longs, and I submit to you, we will continue to see tough time for the longs because the statistics show that.
It does really feel that we need, another month probably of a pullback here. You look at like the monthly chart on NQ, it's pretty nuts. I feel like, we're almost there where I thought we would get to 14.5. So yeah. I feel like that's where we end up bouncing from. But we'll see. I'm looking at CVS right now. Yep. Actually, on this 65.50 seems to have supported a bunch of times. Obviously, nasty move down 10% on the day. I did have low of day and punch low of day on this one, sadly. About $1.50 or $1 down from here. But if you look at this shelf, I mean, you could see this as a breakdown, which given the news and move today, maybe is what you may want to take is the continuation breakdown here through 65.50. But it is holding for now. I kind of missed it, did a little wick below 50s, and then bounced back up now into the 70s. So can't take that. What is this?
Look, I'm going to tell the viewers in a second. Anyway, all right, guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What is this nonsense? All right, Peloton. The reason I'm going to talk about this, Peloton reports next week. I'm going to make a video about it either today or tomorrow for next week's earnings. Watch for that to drop on the weekend. Shout out to the production team. But I just got this advertisement on Facebook. Peloton now, you don't have to own it, they say. You can rent it for the very thrifty price of $130 a month. Why would I want to own? Not even. Okay. All right. I'm going to pump the brakes.
The thing is, the membership when you own the bike already is still
like
like
40
$80. It's 40?
I don't know, guys.
It
anybody
used to
know
be
the
$80 a month. I can look it up now.
Yeah. But here, I got to tell you, on Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, they're selling for like $500 and $600 now.
The bike.
Yeah.
Really?
The first gen, which is okay.
I would buy that.
Yeah.
Because it's a nice bike.
Why would I want to rent this when I can own it in 4 or 5 months? I mean, okay.
How much is it? It's like $3 or $4 grand to buy the bike normally. Though,
Easily
right?
from the store?
Yeah.
Well, they got the Plus, and there's different categories of the bikes now.
So if you're saying that you'll replace the bike every 2 to 3 years, which I don't understand
don't
why
know
you would
why.
replace
Why?
a stationary bike ever.
Beat it up.
But
like,
yeah, unless you're like some
and it
kind of
starts,
insane,
Max, starting at 129. Like,
So
that's probably the
base
basic.
model.
Yeah. I don't get this, man. They're looking for any sorts of revenue. They're grasping at straws, if you ask me, and like they're holding on by the skin of their teeth. The comments on this, I'm not going to read them, but the comments are
Oh
very.
my God.
Who hit it? The comments are not. They're not pleased with what's happening. At Peloton.
$44 per month. It looks
That's what
like.
I told you. Yeah, $40 a month,
That's
give
all
or take.
access though.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm not paying $130 for a base model Peloton that
But
I'm
if
not going to own.
Do you get the subscription with that? Is the question.
That's a good
So
question.
Then, so
good
then
question.
you're talking
Let's
$80
go. Let's
bucks a
find
month
out.
for the bike or for the bike itself,
Can you imagine
and that's
this?
not so bad.
Let's find out. Dude, you can own this
You're
real
just gonna
quick.
put your clothes on it as
And
well.
there's a delivery fee of $250. You can have the bike. I don't want it. Let's see what it does. It include the rental? Rent a Peloton bike plus with cycling shoes and Peloton. Yes, membership included. Good call, Max.
It is.
Yeah, membership included.
All right, so $80. So you're talking $1,000 a year for the bike. They're normally $3 to $4 grand. So you're talking.
But I'm telling you,
It's
on the
still
secondary
pretty,
market, you
pretty
can get
trash.
it.
Yeah, why would you? I mean, why do people buy new cars? I guess. Why
Yeah,
do people?
that's a good point.
You know, buy a new
BGLC,
iPhone?
it actually broke that 120 level that we actually thought was not real.
So
It beat-
full bamboozlement.
full bamboozlement. We get the 140 rejection again. So support becomes resistance on this time around, and it is moving down. BGLC was up way over 100% now, back into 61%. Max brought up a very important point. As long as this bad boy is above $1, it is somewhat bullish because people may be offside on this name, but does it stay above $1? We've seen so many of these small cap gappers that have these high wicking candles only to have very small bodies because they close sub whatever, it's $1 or whatever the price action was on the day. So here it comes again. We're only 16 pennies, 15 pennies removed from that dollar level. Let's see if we hold it. It was a great hold, flat bottom break off 140. It gave you that level again. If you were smart enough, I wasn't, to short it off that 140 again, you have been very well rewarded as it has been the elevator down. What a move down on BGLC. 6.5 million share float, but the short float, very small, or at least we think. Now, that gets reported every 14 days, so the numbers can be completely skewed. People could be getting short in now, and the half the float could be short. I don't know. I'm not just speaking tongue-in-cheek here, because it's only 6.5 million shares.
Well, yeah, it's done what, 30 million shares on the day?
On the day,
50
yeah.
million shares on the day, so the whole float could be theoretically short right now.
Absolutely.
On this, just on today's action alone. And I feel like, yeah, those intraday short numbers end up getting pretty high at some points on
Right.
some of these crazy movers. So, yeah, the short float after doing 50 million shares, typically probably not that
Oh, you got to read this comment.
indicative.
Yes, and it's delivered by Yellow with a cash on delivery. That's hilarious. You get bags for that. That's so mean.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's a scam. Yeah, I don't think it's a good deal either, quite frankly. Piton should have sold out once the vaccine. Yeah, you never know. I mean, it was an in-home play. My cousin still has it. People call it a glorified hanger because it's in people's bedrooms and then they put their clothes
Yeah,
on
that's
it.
what I was
right?
going to say. That's an expensive
That's an
coat
expensive
hanger.
hanger, right? Just buy a real bike for $200, better views. Yeah, that's another
Where
point.
can you find a real bike for $200 these
Not
days?
lately, bro.
Yeah.
Have you seen some of the bikes lately, man? They're
Oh,
like
man.
all 500 and up, man.
I used
yeah.
to get really into the mountain bikes when I was young, and those got
Real crazy.
those got real crazy recently.
They have
Like 10,000 you could spend on a mountain bike.
like a really good one though.
Yeah, but
What
it used
kid
to
is
be like
an
4 or 5
entry level?
grand.
Yeah, wow.
You know, to get a really really nice one. Now it's like 10. It's
My
crazy.
buddy rides. He rides like with those people on the street. What are the with the racing?
Yeah,
bikes?
the cyclists.
Cyclists. Yeah. He spent like 5-6 grand on it.
You can spend 50.
Yeah, that's
You can
nuts,
spend
bro. What
50
kind of-
on those things. There's some of them where you can lift it up with your finger though. Like
Oh, that's why.
they're like 6 to 8
Composites and
pounds or
stuff?
something
Yeah.
crazy.
Okay.
which, you know, you bump that wheel on a streetcar track, that thing's folding up and you're smashing your teeth
Yeah.
in. But
I bet you the safety issue there. I mean, there's got to be something to be said about that.
yeah. Those are meant for those British, or not British,
Tour
the
de
French,
France?
the French beautifully manicured roads.
Oh yeah, we don't have that here. We
No.
have very high taxes and very poor roads. All right, very bad roads. And apparently there's no money for that, but there's money for other things. I'm not going to get into that. But here we go. Let's look at what's moving at the moment.
The market did bounce.
It did, eh?
Off the lows on NASDAQ, I mean, kind of muted, but we are still supporting 14,860. I don't know. I would suggest that we're going to get a flat bottom breakdown on the market. Probably,
I agree.
you know, I don't know, maybe power hour kind of flush, maybe power hour liquidity grab supports and then blast us back up. I know that yesterday after, we left a little early for golf yesterday, but there were some crazy moves after that FOMC minutes, it looked like. Up, down, and then absolute quadrunk afterwards. It looks
The
like.
market did not digest what was written there very kindly.
Yeah, but I
yesterday.
mean, it's old news. We've been hearing the
Expected,
same
yeah.
stuff out of these
We
guys
have.
for months and months, and I don't know. I guess maybe some hopefulness that there's gonna be something in there is propping us up.
Jackson Hole next week. Don't forget.
Yes.
That will be interesting. Papa Powell will be there. We know what happened last year when he spoke. Now, you know, probably not the same type of effect because we were super interest rate sensitive last year because we were talking about 9% inflation in June and this was in August. So we really hadn't been that far removed from that time. Obviously, inflation not the worry at the moment that it was last year. But now we're talking about how long do we stay at this elevated level rather than how high do we go? Last year was like, how high do we go? Now it's how long do we stay up here? And so definitely we'll be looking for comments in that regard. We'll see what happens. I believe the 24th to the 26th is the Jackson Hole. So definitely stay tuned for that. What else is going on? Do we have any economic numbers on Friday? Now I looked for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow
like
is Friday,
Friday's
so yeah,
typically
tomorrow is
no, right?
Friday. We don't have anything tomorrow. I already looked.
Tesla's holding that 223 area again. Did make a new low though, 222.62. So this could just be kind of a sell the little pop action as, I mean, Apple kind of the leading indicator here heading right back down to that 174. So I would say that breaking this consolidation on Apple right now would probably be a decent short. I hate shorting at lows, so probably not going to do that. But we take out 174 again. I feel that we will see lower lows. I don't know what the next level on Apple is. I haven't even done,
God.
charting this low on this name. I
Don't
really never
look.
thought.
Don't look.
Yeah, I guess. We got a lot of closes.
Literally, it's like $150.
No, come on.
Yeah, man. Have a look. Like
170, 150 has a lot of closes around it,
think so?
but
right.
I don't know.
The bigger picture I would suggest to you is 150. But here's why I say that. Let's look at it.
You
Let's
think
bring in
Apple's going all the way down to 150 again?
I don't want it to.
No.
Why not? All right. Well, here. Okay. To be fair, you've got you got a point. I mean, we are at these levels though. Like, look at this. This is the crest over here. Where is that? 174.50.
Yeah.
We already broke that today. We went to 173.83. All right. Where was the other level? Was 178.85, the top of that crest. Now, so how low do we have to go? So maybe 165. There's this 2 days. That doesn't mean much in my
like all
book.
the chop in this zone here.
This one right here.
Right
170.
between like 170 to 173
Fair.
kind of area.
Okay, that's fair.
If we support 170, I think that would make
I'll
a
be
lot
buying
of sense.
down here, no question about it.
Yeah,
like
of course.
5, 10 shares at a time. You know what I mean?
Apple on a dip? Come on.
Yeah, I'm loading up on Apple here. Like I'm hoping September brings good news. But anyway, Max, we are now overtime. It is the end of the show, and we're going to send it over to the Big Kahunas. Max and I, again, like always, every day, will be on tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Right nose at the big desk.
Tricked. You guys got faded there. Came right to us because reasons. The market is going to the